Routledge Library Editions. The Politics and Economics of the Transition Period. Economics. Preface. Certain problems presented themselves in the editing of this work, and these fell under 4 headings. First, Bukharin's terse style sometimes leaves the precise meaning open, indeed he refers himself to his almost algebraic style at one point. To try to partially overcome this problem I have occasionally interpolated remarks of my own. These remarks have been clearly marked off by the use of square brackets, and the reader will be well aware of my incursions, and that they are wholly my own interpretations. Such incursions have been kept down to an absolute minimum, and I hope they do not mar the flow of the work. Second, there is the author's rather careless use of references, sometimes only giving abbreviated ones or giving no publishers or date of publication. This problem has been more difficult to resolve, and on more than one occasion I have not been successful. This has meant that certain entries in the bibliography are not complete. In the notes and references only short entries are used, the full ones being incorporated in the bibliography. Since there was, inevitably, a certain overlap in the use of standard works between the author and myself, I have combined all full references into one bibliography. I have also, where possible, given references to English translations of works quoted by Bukharin. Third, there was an over-lavish use of emphases and quotation marks in the original text, which most readers would have found cumbersome and detracting from the flow of the work. I have tried to reduce this overemphasis without, I hope, losing the particular flavor of Bukharin's style. In this respect it has often been necessary to reduce the emphasis from a whole sentence to one word, which conveys the urgency which Bukharin wished to impart to his work. In this respect I have, where necessary, erred on the side of leniency in wielding the editorial function, since it was my wish to retain, as far as possible, the work in the form the author wrote it. The fourth problem posed by Bukharin's text was the copious nature of the footnotes. In many instances these could have been included in the body of the text by a little judicious rewriting on the part of the author. Unfortunately, Bukharin, to our knowledge, was never able to produce a second edition of his work, when such rewriting could have been done. Although sorely tempted, I had to acknowledge that such work was beyond the brief of an editor and, therefore, have left the footnotes as in the Russian edition. I should, however, warn the reader not to skip the footnotes, since they form an integral part of the work and often carry Bukharin's arguments a stage further than in the main body of the text. In all these respects, the judgments and responsibility for making such changes that have been made in this English text are wholly mine. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Professor Sidney Heitman, of Colorado State University, for his invaluable help in matters relating to material on or by Bukharin. Without his assistance my own work would have been that much more difficult. I would also like to thank my wife Marian for her unstinting efforts to ensure that I produced a finished work that was intelligible. My thanks also go to Professor F. Duchesne of the Center for Contemporary European Studies, Sussex University, who afforded me facilities to work undisturbed in a congenial atmosphere. KJT. The texts used for the translation of this edition are The Theory of the Dictatorship of the Proletariat, first published in a collection of articles Oktyabrski Perororo I Diktatura Proletariata, Moscow, 1919, and The Economics of the Transition Period, Part I General Theory of the Transformation Process, Communist Academy, Moscow, 1920. Part 2 was never published. Both texts are the first known publications. Editor's Introduction. The two items brought together in this book complement each other and form a unity for those who wish to study particular aspects of the early period of the Bolshevik Revolution. Moreover, these two items enable one to locate a certain point in the development of the theoretical conception of Bukharin. Insofar as Bukharin was considered to be one of the major theorists of Bolshevism, this book will also shed light upon how the Bolsheviks viewed themselves in this period. The first item, The Theory of the Dictatorship of the Proletariat, written in 1919, is the shorter of the two and helps set the scene for the major piece, The Economics of the Transition Period, written in 1920. 2. The first essay is of particular interest from several points of view. It takes up and develops ideas on the state that Bukharin had first formulated in The Theory of the Imperialist State, which he wrote in 1916. However, at the time of writing this was not published in full. It appeared only in an abbreviated form, first in Jugend Internationale No. 6, December 1, 1916, and then slightly later in Arbeiterpolitik No. 25, December 9, 1916. This article upon the imperialist state did not appear in full until 1925, when it was published in the journal The Revolution is Right, Moscow. The reason why only an abbreviated form appeared was that Lenin had rejected the original article for publication in the Bolshevik émigré press, because of its alleged semi-anarchist ideas. However, Lenin subsequently adopted the main body of Bukharin's ideas on the state, and incorporated them in The State and Revolution, which he wrote on the eve of the October Revolution. 1. The present article by Bukharin, on the dictatorship of the proletariat, is a continuation and development of ideas first formulated nearly 4 years previously. It is also one of the first major restatements of these ideas since the October Revolution. Before that date, i.e. 1917, the only living, concrete example of workers' power that Marxists had before them as a model had been the Paris Commune of 1871. In 1916 Bukharin had only been able to deal with the problem at the level of theory. Here in the present work he was writing from actual experience, as a major participant in the creation and holding of Soviet power, i.e. the dictatorship of the proletariat. Another aspect, which is most interesting in the light of subsequent developments in the Soviet Union, is the manner in which Bukharin extols the manifold forms of workers' power as evinced by the Soviets. Little or no mention is made of the party, either on the general level or on that of the particular experience of the Bolshevik Party. This is in striking contrast to the heavy emphasis placed upon the leading role of the party, which was to become the official Soviet dogma of the Stalin era. Those who are accustomed to the heavy emphasis placed upon the party as the organ of workers' power will find Bukharin's ideas refreshing and thought-provoking. It must be remembered that at the time this essay was written by Bukharin there were still other socialist parties active in the Soviets, albeit on a limited scale. Nor had anyone yet thought that the Bolsheviks should have a legal monopoly of political activity, and hence of power, despite their de facto position of almost single-party rule. All other parties were banned singly and for particular reasons, on an ad hoc basis without any attempt to formulate a theory of the one-party state. Such ideas only came later. It would be beyond the scope of this introduction to go into the reasons as to why the Bolsheviks felt compelled to ban all other parties, but the question is one that needs careful consideration. 3. The present text needs to be set in the context of its time and alongside much better known pamphlets by Lenin, The Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Koskai, and Trotsky, Terrorism and Communism. Bukharin's essay can be seen as fitting temporally between Lenin's work of 1918 and Trotsky's of 1920. In all three works the opponent singled out for the most vigorous attack was Karl Koskai. This was not accidental, since Koskai had occupied a unique place within the German Social Democratic Party and the Second International. It was an indication of Koskai's prestige and authority within the international Marxist movement that three of the leading figures of the Russian Revolution felt compelled to take up cudgels with him in the midst of the life and death struggle of the civil war then raging in Russia. The reason why these three writers felt this need to challenge Koskai was well located by Max Schachtmann, when he wrote, Karl Koskai had known Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels in his youth. After their death, he became the principal literary executor of the two founders of modern socialism. His writings on a wide variety of subjects were regarded everywhere as classical statements of the socialist viewpoint too. Apart from the very real practical need that the Bolsheviks had to win socialists away from Koskai's views, he opposed the Bolsheviks to their own ideas, and in the process form a new international. There also subsisted a psychological element. This later element can be seen as a revulsion against a father figure, who it was felt, correctly, had deserted his own principles on a number of substantive issues. Both the urgency of the situation and this loss of filial faith added particular acrimony to all these essays. Both Lenin's and Trotsky's works on this subject have been readily available in English for a number of years now. However, Bukharin's essay has never appeared in English before. There were 2 editions in the early 1920s, in Russian, printed in New York, aimed at the large Russian émigré population in the USA, and a subsequent edition in Moscow in 1924.3. Therefore, the present edition makes available to the English reader an essay which will help them in the study of Bolshevism, Bukharin, and the period. 4. Bukharin's The Economics of the Transition Period holds a special place in his writings and in relation to the period in which it was written. Any study of the man and the period must take into account and locate this book. The work itself has carried on an almost subterranean existence in footnotes and references in many other works, yet it has been inaccessible for the non-specialist reader. It had only one Russian edition, in 1920, and one German edition in 1922. It was never reprinted in the author's lifetime. Because of this, its title is relatively well known, its contents very much less so. Although written in 1920, the book has, like much of Bukharin's writings, a freshness and relevance today that is remarkable. This quality is emphasized when one considers that, up to the time it was written, so very little had been written on the subject matter. Bukharin was a real pioneer in this respect, and because of this the work has all the faults, as well as the merits, of such an enterprise. Before the Russian Revolution of October 1917, very few Marxists were prepared to talk or write, in any other than the most general terms, on what the outline of the future socialist society would be like. 4. Of course, some writers, e.g. William Morris and Jack London, had projected their own particular vision of socialist society or the transition to it in the novel form, but they hardly rank as theorists in this respect. Bukharin, however, wrote his book on the basis of living experience within the revolution then in process. If he dared to predict, it was on the basis of the evidence around him. That he should prove wrong on a number of points should occasion no surprise. We should, however, acknowledge his intellectual audacity. Alfred Rosmer gave an amusing, but enlightening, insight into Bukharin's character and role in 1920. When he attended the Second Congress of the Third International, he spoke to Trotsky about Bukharin, and reported the following. Trotsky said, "Bukharin is always in front, but he's always looking over his shoulder to make sure Lenin isn't far behind. When I got to know the 2 men well, I got a visual image of these judgments, Lenin solid and stocky, advancing at an even pace, and the slight figure of Bukharin galloping off in front, but always needing Lenin's presence." 5. Rosmer's anecdote gives us an idea as to the role that Bukharin played, not only in relation to Lenin, but also to the whole Bolshevik party. He acted as the intellectual cavalry, seeking out new fields, harrying the enemy with his pen and probing into unknown territory. This particular book represents a nodal point in Bukharin's own career. Up to and including 1920, Bukharin had consistently been on the left of the Bolshevik party, and the present work was his last major offering before his subsequent evolution to the right of the party. 6. Yet any study of this book and of Bukharin's subsequent writings indicate more continuity than is usually allowed for by those commentators who have only a cursory knowledge of him. The thread of continuity was provided by his theory of equilibrium, which I will deal with later. If 1920 marked the high point of Bukharin's leftism, then it can be said to be equally true for the Bolsheviks as a whole, Lenin included. The rigors of the winter of 1920-1 and the Kronstadt rebellion stripped away the exuberance and illusions about war communism for all but a tiny minority within the Bolshevik party. To fully understand the import of this book, it is necessary to locate it in the historical period of which it is the product. Also, it is necessary to constantly remember Bukharin's own caveat, that it was written in an almost algebraic formula. This latter point will explain the rich complexity and compactness of the text, and also perhaps the quite different interpretations that it is possible to put upon certain passages. V. What then was the period in which this work was written? It was one of civil war and revolution, following on from Russia's collapse during the First World War and the revolutions of February and October of 1917. The imperialist war that had begun in August 1914 had thrown an intolerable burden upon Russian industry, its agriculture and transport system. Although there had been a considerable growth of Russian manufacturing industry between 1890 and 1914, taken as a whole it was quite inadequate to face the strains imposed by a modern industrial war. In terms of production and transport facilities, Russia was far behind any of the other major participants in that war. Although much of the industrial production was carried out in large modern units, these were still only relatively small islands in an ocean of small-scale production and a backward agriculture. 7 Thus there was considerable unevenness within the Russian economy as a whole. In the first stages of the war production rose, but, as the war dragged on, it declined rapidly. Food and raw materials shortages reached famine proportions by the winter of 1916-17. The Revolution of February 1917 further aggravated the situation, and with it went further disruptions of industry. Therefore, by the time of the October Revolution, when the Bolsheviks assumed power, the whole economy was in a state of chaos. Large areas of Western Russia were under German occupation until the collapse of the Central Powers in November 1918. Since these occupied areas contained rich grain lands and the industrialized sectors of Poland, the food shortage in the towns and the goods famine in the countryside were further aggravated. It was in this situation that the Bolsheviks assumed power. Until the start of the Civil War, in the summer of 1918, there was an almost honeymoon-like period in which the Bolsheviks not only shared power with the left socialist revolutionaries, but also attempted to obtain the collaboration of some sections of the bourgeoisie. 8 There were no immediate moves to take into state ownership the major manufacturing industries, although there was a vigorous campaign to extend workers' control, i.e. supervision of owners and managers by rank and file committees. The Bolsheviks, on the insistence of Lenin, moved with caution in relation to nationalization in this period. It is true that certain measures of nationalization had been undertaken in the first few months of the Soviet government, e.g. the merchant marine had been nationalized in January 1918 and the sugar industry in May of that year, but the main efforts had been directed towards the stabilization and regularization of the tottering economy on the existing basis of ownership. Lenin's theme in this period was the need to install an efficient system of accounting and control, and to bring all factories back to full production as soon as possible, even if this meant employing former owners and managers at high salaries. The most radical measures had been initiated from below, by workers seizing factories and above all by the peasants dispossessing the landowners and sharing out the land between themselves. This latter move was endorsed by the Soviet government, but it was an acknowledgement of an accomplished fact over which they had little or no control. The reason for the caution on the part of the Bolsheviks can be found in the expectation of an early revolution in Germany and other parts of Europe. They reasoned that if such an event occurred, particularly in Germany, the problems regarding the supply of industrial and processed goods would be solved, if not immediately, then at least fairly quickly. 9. This policy was not without its critics, and the left communists, among whom was Bukharin, pressed for more and far-reaching measures against the capitalists. Such were the tolerant conditions still prevailing that the left communists were able to publish their own public journal, Communist, and Lenin had to argue policy questions with them publicly, just as had been the case over the Brest-Litovsk peace treaty. 10. The situation changed radically in the summer of 1918. First, civil war began in earnest, and second, there was a fear of further German intervention. These threats came on top of sabotage and flight by the owners of industry, and these factors themselves led to further complications. There was a wave of factory seizures by workers' committees, very often on a local and fragmentary basis. These were followed by a Soviet government decree on June 28, 1918 which nationalized all branches of industry. 11 Later on, in November 1918, all internal and foreign trade was nationalized, the latter having little practical significance at that time since all foreign trade had by then ceased with those parts of the country in the hands of the Soviets. However, This state monopoly of foreign trade was to become of critical importance later on. The Civil War reinforced the centrifugal tendencies at work within the economy, and as Carr notes, the machinery of exchange and distribution established by recent decrees was quickly pushed aside, and for some time the most effective instruments in extracting grain from peasants were the iron detachments of workers from the towns and factories reinforced by the local committees of poor peasants. 12. Another source, and consequence, of the economic chaos was inflation. Like all the belligerents in the war, part of the Russian expenditure on arms and munitions had been met by an increase in the note issue of the central bank. There had been a budget deficit ever since 1914, rising to 81% of the budget in 1917. The budget for the first half of 1918 had been estimated at 17.6 milliard rubles expenditure, revenue at only 2.8 milliard. 13. So, although the Bolsheviks did not start the inflationary process, they were unable to stop it either, this despite their wishes to do so in the first few months of Soviet rule. Given this chaotic situation, the Bolsheviks, when faced with the necessity to fight a civil war and foreign intervention, had to take urgent and drastic measures to supply the towns and the new Red Army. There was evolved, it would be wrong to say worked out or planned, a system for the production of war material and the provisioning of the towns which subordinated all else to survival. Victor Serge succinctly summarized the system of war communism that emerged as follows. War communism could be defined as follows: first, requisitioning in the countryside; second, strict rationing for the town population, who were classified into categories; third, complete socialization of production and labor; fourth, an extremely complicated and shit-ridden system of distribution for the remaining stock of manufactured goods; fifth, a monopoly of power tending towards a single party and the suppression of all dissent; sixth, a state of siege and the Chika. 14. The first official step on the road to war communism came in May 1918 with a decree which conferred upon the Commissariat of Supply extraordinary powers for the collection of grain. This was the legal basis for the armed detachments of workers who were supposed to confiscate surplus grain and the hordes of grain speculators. This was later changed to requisitioning fixed amounts of grain, which went beyond taking surpluses. Thus began the process that eventually led to the peasants ceasing to sow grain, and ultimately to the new economic policy. In the towns, money soon ceased to circulate, workers were given rations, all state services were provided free, school meals were given to children free, even theater tickets were distributed among factory workers free. Many Bolsheviks saw in all this the realization of their aims as communists, but the reality was far from what the founding fathers of Marxian socialism had envisaged as being communism or socialism. It was in the feverish atmosphere of gun smoke and subsistence rations that Bukharin tried to peer ahead and formulate some theoretical propositions regarding the transition to socialism. Much of what he wrote was, essentially, a defense or even a celebration of war communism. However, in the process he threw out innumerable ideas that were ahead of his time, and it is to these that I now want to turn. 6. Bukharin takes as his starting point the world capitalist economy. Contemporary capitalism is world capitalism. This means that capitalist relations of production dominate the whole world and connect all parts of our planet with a firm economic bond. When he says this, he is, essentially, enunciating one of the basic tenets of Bolshevism in its emphasis upon the internationalization of the class struggle in the epoch of imperialism. Moreover, this conception is an essential component in the Bolsheviks' perspective in which they set the Russian Revolution. Despite his later support for the theory of socialism in one country, Bukharin was, at this stage, firmly convinced and clear in his own understanding that capitalism had indeed produced a world market, a world economy, a world social system and a world history. These ideas were strengthened and elaborated later on in the book when Bukharin discussed the disintegration of the world capitalist system and the growth and development of transitional workers' states. He says, the dictatorship of the proletariat cannot triumph if the proletariat of different countries are isolated from each other. Therefore, during the course of the struggle, an adhesion, a bond, a cohesion, a union between all emerging, proletarian Soviet republics is inevitable. And for the proletariat its economic and political unity is a matter of life and death, since its partial victories, its dictatorships, express the overcoming of the disintegration of the world capitalist system. Furthermore, when examining the world dictatorship of the proletariat he says, the productive forces, distributed not according to national divisions, but according to the principle of economic rationality, develop at an unprecedented rate. So, here he was not even thinking of socialism on a world scale, rather the preparatory stage, of the initial dictatorship of the proletariat achieving world hegemony. These ideas were a long way from Bukharin's later espousal of socialism in one country. Moreover, at this early period his ideas coincided with those of Lenin on this point. Lenin, in 1919, wrote, "Only by appraising the role of the Soviets on a world scale can we achieve a correct understanding of the details of our internal life and a proper regulation of them. The job of construction is completely dependent on how soon the revolution will succeed in the more important European countries. Only after it succeeds there can we seriously get down to the job of construction." Point 15. The point here is that these views were not peculiar to Lenin or Bukharin, but were generally held by the Bolsheviks at this time. Therefore, we can see that socialism in one country was a revision of previously held views on the part of Bukharin, and decidedly retrograde. The internationalization of the world economy and of capital has, of course, become much more delineated in terms of the international and multinational corporations that have developed since the end of the Second World War. Many of the tendencies that were only there in skeletal form when Bukharin wrote his work have now come to fruition, in a way that has a direct relationship to what he was writing about. We can now see the full flowering from the roots that are carefully dissected when Bukharin wrote about world economy being a living unity. Point 16. This itself poses problems for any discussion of transitional societies, for how can one talk about the transition to socialism whilst the major parts of this world economy, especially its most advanced industrial sectors, are still dominated by capitalist economic, political, social, and personal relations. Most of the existing transitional societies overthrew capitalism when it was relatively weak and underdeveloped within the particular national boundaries. This being the case, these societies have been unable to stop themselves being drawn into the existing world economy, being partially shaped by it, and they have been stamped with certain features that stem from this subordinate relationship with the capitalist mode of production. Bukharin was at pains to point out the difference between the simple sum of national economies in the world, which if viewed only in this manner would mean that there would be no world economy, and the concrete living complex of institutions which go to make up the totality which is greater than its constituent parts. He says, the presence of a special relationship, that is what makes a simple aggregate a real aggregate, but just such an aggregate excludes the concept of an arithmetical sum, because it is much greater and more complex than that sum. What Bukharin is stating here is the Marxist concept of the dialectics of unity and change. Given sufficient quantitative accretions of one or more factors in a given situation, there will be induced a qualitative change. In this sense, merely to take the arithmetical sum of factors in a society and presume that this gives us an understanding of that society would be wrong. For example, if one studies the development of international trade since the end of the Second World War, it becomes clear that trade between the developed capitalist countries has expanded faster than trade between developed countries and the underdeveloped ones. Moreover, much of what passes for trade between countries is today the movement of products within international firms. These two factors are relatively new phenomena, and therefore, when one is discussing the world economy and the development of international trade, one would have to examine each stage in its concrete empirical condition and ask how this or that element has altered the complexion of the totality. The totality of society, although made up of the total factors, is one that is arrived at by an understanding of which ones are the determining ones and thus the ones that give rise to the particular character of that society. This may appear to be a mere exercise in philosophical logic and as such out of place in a work of economic theory. However, from the point of view of a Marxist, it would be wrong to accept only the phenomena which appear on the surface, i.e. those that are immediately apparent, and thus ignore the causal influence and function of the determining factors in a relationship. A quite simple example of this can be given. At the height of the emergency in Malaysia in the 1950s, it was estimated that the cost to Britain far outweighed the financial return upon investments there. Thus logically it was a foolish expenditure. But if one asks who paid such expenditures and who received the benefits, one gets a different answer to this apparently simple arithmetic problem. There was, of course, no abstract Britain involved, but the concrete one of the capitalist British state. And whilst it was the capitalist corporations which received the benefits by way of the remitted profits, they did not by any means wholly pay for the upkeep of British forces in Malaysia. It was the British state which paid for this upkeep, and its revenue was, and is, mainly drawn from the British working class. Also, the British economy as a whole benefited by the substantial amount of dollars which the Malaysian tin and rubber earnings added to the sterling area pool. So we can see that by an examination of the total situation it was possible to turn a loss into a profit. Bukharin was, therefore, at pains to point to the real aggregate of society, the totality, and show that this is different from a mere summation of its parts. And the concrete application of this epistemological method in the period in which Bukharin was writing was the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917. It was only by grasping the world totality of capitalism that it was possible and justified for a small exploited minority, the Russian proletariat, to lead an anti-capitalist revolution in a backward, absolutist, semi-feudal country. 7. Bukharin introduces an important distinction in attempting to outline his ideas on transitional societies. He says, about capitalism: this system is not a teleological unity, i.e. a consciously directed system with a definite plan. There is no such plan. Here there is not even a subject of the economic process. In the main, it is not a case here of society produces but of production takes place in society. And for this reason, people do not rule the product, instead the product rules the people. But in a transitional society one of its hallmarks is precisely an attempt to develop a teleological unity, purposeful planning consciously guiding production for predetermined ends. The process of bringing the product under the rule of man is begun. Under capitalism production takes place within society, sometimes in spite of it. The very anarchy of capitalist relations of production militate against any attempt at real social planning. All experience points to the conclusion that what passes for planning in capitalist societies is merely a method of indicative projections for the economy as a whole. Even those parts of the economy which are under the direct control of the state, nationalized industries, cannot be planned in a purposeful manner, but are always reacting to market conditions. 17 In a socialist society production becomes a subjective as well as an objective process, it becomes a social process carried out by society for society. However, in a transitional society the planning process struggles with the law of value for mastery of the determination of the whole. Like many Marxists of the period under review, Bukharin was fascinated by the attempts of the Imperial German government to organize production for total war. Because of this he tended to overestimate the extent of this organization, and draw conclusions that were not justified at that time. He says, "Finance capital has done away with anarchy of production within the major capitalist countries. Monopolistic alliances of employers, combined enterprises, and the penetration of banking capital into industry has created a new model of relations of production, transforming the unorganized commodity capitalist system into finance capitalist organization. The exchange relation expressing the social division of labor, is replaced by a technical division of labor within an organized national economy." Clearly, Bukharin was projecting what was a wartime trend into the future, and seeing it as a permanent feature of capitalism. This was not to be. In all the major capitalist countries after both world wars there has been a dismantling of state control over the economy, even if there was never a complete return to the pre-war situations. However, the tendency towards monopolization and centralization has been deepened and extended since Bukharin wrote the above. He was obviously correct to point out the importance of such a development. In this we can see the simultaneous development of two levels of thought by Bukharin. On the one level he was fully expecting the victory of the proletarian revolution on a world scale, and at the other level he was projecting the continuing survival and development of capitalism and trying to grapple with the problems posed by this latter contingency. In discussing economic phenomena under capitalism, Bukharin points out that all such manifestations are market ones, since capitalism knows no other type or relationship. But, this does not mean, however, that every economic phenomenon is a market one. This is very pertinent to any consideration of an economy of the transition period. The only economics that capitalism recognizes are precisely those of the marketplace. 18 Yet, given different situations, different phenomena can become economic factors without becoming market ones. We come across the most outstanding example of this within capitalist society itself, through the unpaid labor of housebound women. There they labor, unpaid, in cooking, cleaning, rearing children, etc., i.e. producing new labor power for the market. But in no way can their activities be said to be related to the market. This should not be construed as meaning that such labor by women is not useful. It is and also very necessary labor for the functioning of the capitalist system. This leads us to the general consideration that, given the release of the self-activity and resourcefulness of the working class by revolution, one of the most potent factors in building a new society will not necessarily be given to quantification by the market mechanism. Therefore, the point that Bukharin was making, although contained in one short sentence, is crucial to an understanding of the economic process in a transitional society. 8. In Chapter 2, Bukharin sets out, in rather abbreviated form, his theory of social equilibrium. He argues that any class society has contradictory elements within it. On the one hand, there is the antagonism between the ruling class and the exploited majority over the production and division of the total and surplus product. On the other hand, there is the essential unity without which no society could exist. This means that there are impulses towards disequilibrium contesting with those phenomena which help to stabilize social equilibrium. The mechanism for maintaining this social equilibrium is the state, which he says employs all means from sheer coercion to the most complex ideological cobweb, to control the camp of its class opponents. 19. At first sight, what Bukharin is saying seems to be very little different from the accepted Marxist view of the state as the repressive organ of the ruling class. However, Bukharin puts more emphasis upon the total unity and equilibrium of society than is usual. This leads him to view crisis, or crises, as stemming essentially from a loss of equilibrium, which may or may not be of such an order that new alignment of classes is necessary for a new equilibrium to be attained. This sets Bukharin apart from those who advanced what was an essentially linear concept of crisis, for within his approach is the possibility that society may achieve a new equilibrium at a point other than the optimum desired by any of the parties involved. In much the same way that Keynes argued that there were a number of equilibrium levels for capitalist economies other than that of full employment, so, too, does Bukharin posit that disequilibrium may lead to a new equilibrium which is either a stalemate or a new and quite unexpected situation. This is particularly important when one comes to examine Soviet society from the mid-1920s onward. In this respect, Bukharin's views are not so laden with catastrophism that vulgarized versions of Marxism were, and still are. Bukharin, in 1920, thought the imperialist war of 1914–18 had been the product of a worldwide disequilibrium of the capitalist system, and this in turn had pushed the disequilibrium to a point where collapse was in process. Not that he was alone in this view. On the question of the particular laws of motion that different modes of production and societies have, he says, every phase of historical development and every model of relations of production, conform to its own specific laws. Going on to say, this is the same basis for the classification of state. Every production model has a corresponding state model, and to every state model corresponds a quite definite model of war. Bukharin gives examples of slave-owning economies, colonial wars of mercantile capitalism and, of course, capitalist imperialism. Finally he says, the same thing happens when a socialist dictatorial power wages war. In this latter point he is clearly advancing a theoretical justification for the decision, taken by the Bolsheviks, to take the Russo-Polish War of 1920 into Poland and attempt to stimulate revolution there. There were differences within the Bolshevik leadership as to the advisability of this venture, Lenin and the majority of the leadership taking an optimistic view of the possibility of arousing the Polish workers to revolutionary action. The minority, which included Trotsky and most of the Bolshevik leaders who were of Polish origin, wanted the Red Army to halt its offensive at the Russo-Polish border, thus making it clear that there were no designs upon Polish national integrity. Bukharin went along with the majority and brought forward his theoretical formula which had a direct relationship to the then current situation. In the event the Red Army was defeated in its attempt to capture Warsaw, and with this defeat were dashed the Bolshevik hopes of stimulating the Polish workers to action. With this defeat also ended any hope of carrying revolution into Central Europe on the point of a bayonet. It was to be 25 years later that such an event happened, and then in circumstances quite different from those originally envisaged. Nevertheless, there can be little doubt about the validity of the general proposition that Bukharin was advancing, i.e. that different social systems or different classes developed their own style of warfare. The American Revolution of 1776 developed new methods of warfare when faced with the British Army. Also the French Revolution saw the development of the levée en masse as opposed to the small professional armies of the absolutist states who attacked it. During the Russian Civil War the Red Army organized an independent cavalry army as opposed to the more normal usage of such troops. And, although it was the German army in the Second World War which made the most dramatic and successful use of airborne troops, in the Crete campaign, the idea for such methods originated with the Red Army. The theory of the original conception for the use of airborne troops was that they should link up with partisans or aid workers' risings in capitalist countries in revolutionary situations. 20 Many other examples of this general proposition may be found in military history. Bukharin argues at some length that the tendency towards state capitalism had been speeded up under the impact of the First World War. By this he meant the unification of capitalist enterprises into ever larger units and the direct control of the economy by the state. 21 He takes this a step further when he argues that this process had been carried into the working class and its organizations, positing that the method of reorganization was the same method of subordination to the all-embracing bourgeois state, and that the workers' organizations were, in point of fact, statified by the imperialist state, and they were reduced to a workers' department in the military machine. As a description of the reality of the situation during the two world wars, this was broadly true, especially of the trade unions. Moreover, in those countries which had fascist regimes it is indubitable that the workers' organizations were destroyed and replaced by departments of state. One has only to recall the Nazi labor front to understand this. Also, there can be little doubt that since Bukharin wrote on this question the tendency towards the statification of the trade unions has become more pronounced in all major capitalist countries. The various attempts to curtail trade unions' rights and to draw them into the machinery for implementing incomes policies in various countries, all lend substance to Bukharin's views, or at least to their basic premise. However, remembering Bukharin's own caveat, we must also recognize that the workers' organizations cannot be wholly absorbed by the state unless they are emasculated or smashed outright. Even to this day, after generations of responsible leadership, these organizations still continue to have an independent existence and carry on real struggles. In this, as in all social theorems, it must be remembered that they are only tendencies and are not immutable, nor do they develop with linear precision along one particular road. 9. Bukharin introduced a quite new and novel concept when he discussed the effects of war production upon an economy. He pointed out the illusory growth of the gross national product to which a war economy gave rise, and this in fact masked a decline. Although it will be easily grasped that war destroys large amounts of material means of consumption and means of production, he went further and analyzed its effect upon the forces of production and the accumulation of capital. He introduced a concept which he termed expanded negative reproduction. Before passing directly on to discuss this concept, it would be as well to understand what Bukharin defined as the productive forces in an economy. By productive forces of society we shall mean the aggregate of the means of production and labor power. Thus, it will be the aggregate of various kinds of machines, raw materials, fuel, and so on in natura, on the one hand, and on the other hand the sum total of the various kinds of labor power in natura. Here we see a quite broad concatenation of factors with which society maintains itself and expands its wealth. And since labor power itself is a part of these productive forces, its maintenance and expansion is a vital ingredient. For, Bukharin argues, capitalism must have an equilibrium that is dynamic, and since this equilibrium implies a constant state of flux, it is possible to precipitate disequilibrium in a downward direction. He says, the viewpoint of the development of the productive forces coincides with the viewpoint of reproduction. The development of the productive forces corresponds to expanded reproduction. Their collapse finds expression in the fact that an ever-decreasing share of recurrently consumed products is being produced. In this last instance we have social regression. In this view Bukharin was directly challenging the truly monstrous theoretical constructions that draw the conclusion about the beneficial influence of war on national economic life. Also, by implication he was challenging the views of Rosa Luxemburg, and all who since followed her in this respect, in her assumption that armaments were a field for the creation and realization of surplus value. Bukharin argues that war production has an altogether different significance. A gun does not become transformed into an element of the productive cycle. Gunpowder is shot into the air and does not crop up in a different guise in the next cycle at air. Pointing out that, when arms production and war reaches a certain point, when larger and larger quantities of material goods and labor power are sucked into this process, it will begin to destroy the very basis of production itself. Thus, what we have here is not expanded reproduction, but an ever-increasing underproduction. Such a process can be designated expanded negative reproduction. This is what war is, considered from an economic point of view. 22 What Bukharin was doing was to describe the actual situation in Soviet Russia during the period of war, communism and the Civil War. The gigantic military effort was sucking out of the economy, not only surplus products, but the very means of replacing the means of consumption and means of production. In 1920 the Red Army consumed 1/4 of the available wheat in Soviet-held territories. 23 Moreover, it was also draining the working class. In 1917 there had been 3 million workers employed in Russian industry. By the winter of 1920-1 the number had declined to 1,480,000. 24 And by 1921 the population of Moscow had declined by 1/2 and that of Petrograd by 2/3. 25 This was a situation which could only have lasted a short time longer before complete collapse ensued. Bukharin was equally clear about the effects of expanded negative reproduction even before such a catastrophic situation was reached. One phenomenon associated with both world wars has been inflation. The huge quantity of accumulated securities are tokens, the realization of which lies wholly in the future and depends on the one hand on the conditions of capitalist reproduction and on the other hand on the very existence of the capitalist system. It is clear that a colossal flood of notes in their very varied forms may become absolutely incommensurate with the real labor process. This expanded negative reproduction runs parallel to the accumulation of paper values. Here we can see some of the roots of the inflationary spiral which has engulfed the capitalist world in the 1970s. The Keynesian practitioners have become puzzled by the effects of their prescriptions for economic health. What they, and most others, forget is that most government spending is unproductive, in the Marxist sense, and therefore is a deduction from the total surplus value that is socially produced. This may have beneficial effects on an economy at a low level of economic activity, with surplus capacity, but once the cycle begins its upward swing it will retard capital accumulation and the increase in real wealth. Bukharin was well aware of these factors, years ahead of his contemporaries, and indeed of those who followed him. He was also aware of the dangers inherent in the process, because the process of reproduction is not only a process of reproduction of the material elements of production, but also a process of the reproduction of the very relations of production. Given the regression of reproduction, then there will be a loosening, an atrophy of these relations, not merely of reproduction but of all class relations. Thus, with it, expanded negative reproduction carries the seeds of revolution. 26. The process of expanded negative reproduction, then, reacts upon the political and social equilibrium, and should it be pushed too far, this in turn will react back upon the productive forces, giving a further twist to the downward spiral. Bukharin argues that just as there is a period of political disintegration, so too will there be a period of technical and productive collapse. Moreover, he argues that this is historically inevitable. This means that there is an inevitable reduction of the productive forces, and in this way the process of expanded negative reproduction is extraordinarily speeded up. What we have posited here is a series of reciprocal acts which reinforce each other. There is in effect a multiplier effect in a downward direction, but one that has escaped all control. Is this historically inevitable? The inevitability lies not in any absolute criteria, but depends upon the configuration of circumstances. Looking at what happened in France in 1968, one can see that equilibrium was disrupted, but not sufficiently to precipitate a catastrophic decline in the productive forces such as to lead to expanded negative reproduction. On the contrary, the massive social turmoil of that year only acted as a hiccup on the productive forces. Even the overthrow of the fascist regime in Portugal and the ensuing long period of instability only led to a decline of production but not a decline of the productive forces in the sense in which Bukharin writes. Taking another example, that of Cuba, we can see that the economic blockade imposed by U.S. imperialism after 1960 did serious damage to the Cuban economy and, in fact, speeded up the political and social disequilibrium which ended by the complete overthrow of capitalism on the island and the establishment of a new equilibrium, but of a non-capitalist nature. 27 Had the position been reversed, i.e. had Cuba entered its anti-capitalist revolution after such an event in the USA, the disruption to the Cuban economy would have probably been much less than it actually was. However, the situation in Cuba did not reach the catastrophic proportions of that in Soviet Russia. The historical evidence that has accumulated since Bukharin wrote his work points to the correctness of his more general proposition, i.e. that when a social transformation takes place, such as one that unseats a ruling class, then some decline in production is inevitable. But it would be wrong to assume that this process inevitably leads to a decline in the productive forces, nor is it inevitable that the decline in production, such as it may be, will assume a catastrophic character. In any period of rapid social and economic change, most observers concentrate upon the decay of the old and the birth of the new, and, of course, in a period of revolution all these phenomena are considerably heightened. But, along with the upheavals, changes, decay, and birth of new forms, there subsists much which remains from the previous period. There remains the thread of continuity. Bukharin was quite explicit in this. The new society cannot appear like a deus ex machina. Its elements arise within the old, and since it is here a question of phenomena of an economic order, then the elements of the new society must be sought in the relations of production of the old. It is this explicit recognition of the inevitability of this transition period which marks Bukharin, and other Marxists, off from the utopians. It is impossible to wake up one fine morning in a socialist wonderland, free from all the taints and traces of capitalism with its reified relations. Between all major periods of development in human activity, and its socialization, we find such transitional periods, in which the elements of the old jostle those of the new. The old sometimes subsists in a debilitated form, the new sometimes arriving in a bastardized form, each one struggling for mastery. Such a period of transition between capitalism and communism will not be of short duration. Bukharin predicts that it is one which embraces a whole enormous epoch. But the crucial difference in this respect is that the previous social system, capitalism, was created spontaneously, behind the backs of the participants. Communism must be built consciously, it cannot develop as islands amid a sea of capitalism, nor by sleight of hand in the hope of dazzling the bourgeoisie so that they do not notice they are being expropriated. Moreover, just as capitalism developed in a multiform manner, according to the historical and localized particularities, so too will socialism in its initial stages. To suppose that, particularly in the transition period, there can be only one form, one road, one model, is to fly in the face of historical evidence. It will have been noted that up to now there has been an emphasis upon the period preceding and immediately following a proletarian revolution. In fact, Bukharin tended to telescope two distinct problems, i.e. the transition from bourgeois power to proletarian power on the one hand and the transition from capitalism as a mode of production to that of communism as a mode of production on the other hand. This has led to some confusion since, although these two aspects are, of course, related, they pose rather different questions begging to be answered. Bukharin was not alone in this ambiguity. In classical Marxist writings there was the custom of referring to post-capitalist society as the lower phase of communism or as socialism, which would develop into communism proper. Although Marx and Engels made few references to any specific or detailed aspects of post-capitalist society in its initial stages, they made sufficient for us to know what their general concepts were. Some of Marx's most specific statements occur in the critique of the Gotha program. About the intermediary stage he says, "What we have here is a communist society, not as it developed on its own foundations, but, on the contrary as it emerges from capitalist society, which thus in every respect, economically, morally and intellectually, still stamped with the birthmarks of the old society from whose womb it emerges." 28. And further on. Between capitalist and communist society lies the period of the revolutionary transformation of one into the other. There corresponds to this also a political traditional period in which the state can be nothing but the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. 29. However, what Marx and indeed most Marxists expected was that a socialist revolution would occur in an advanced capitalist country, and rapidly spread to one or more other such countries. Hence, when they spoke about socialism being the lower phase of communism, they envisaged a society that had already reached a high level in the development of the productive forces, and a high level of culture. 30. Moreover, although they did not expect a simultaneous revolution in the advanced capitalist countries, it was expected that after a revolution had occurred in several such countries there would be an integration of their respective economies, giving rise to an even faster growth than would be possible with separate development. Trotsky threw some light on this question, when he wrote in 1936. By the lowest stage of communism Marx meant, at any rate, a society which from the very beginning stands higher in its economic development than the most advanced capitalism. Theoretically such a conception is flawless, for taken on a world scale communism, even in its first incipient stage, means a higher level of development than that of bourgeois society. Whoever tries now to mechanically apply the universal conception of Marx to the particular case of the Soviet Union at the given stage of its development, will be entangled at once in hopeless contradictions. The present Soviet Union does not stand above the world level of economy, but is trying to catch up to the capitalist countries. This designation socialism obviously does not apply to the Soviet Union, which today is considerably poorer in technique, culture, and the good things of life than the capitalist countries. It would be truer, therefore, to name the present Soviet regime in all its contradictions, not a socialist regime, but a preparatory regime transitional from capitalism to socialism. 31. Such an approach will enable one to correctly locate a number of Bukharin's references to the transitional economy. He makes a number of statements regarding the differences between capitalism and socialism. He tells us that political economy will disappear as a science, since political economy is specific to capitalism. Surplus value will be replaced by surplus product. Commodities will disappear, there will only be products and, since no commodities, no value. Prices under socialism will be arbitrary or even imaginary, the money system will collapse. Wage labor will disappear and so there will be no wages, workers will receive a socio-labor ration. In most of these assumptions Bukharin was formally correct, if one accepts Marx's definition of socialism or as Trotsky rephrased it. But when writing the present work Bukharin mistook a number of phenomena which had the formal appearance of belonging to a socialist regime, but which in fact were rooted in the extreme disequilibrium of the period of war communism. Commodities had disappeared, not because of material abundance but because of the extreme scarcity of use values then prevailing. Goods were not exchanged, this is true, they were requisitioned by the state. For the same reason wages were replaced by rations, not the socio-labor ration of the future, but rationing under famine conditions, i.e. it was the antithesis of the abolition of wages under socialism. Money disappeared since it was useless because of the goods famine and galloping inflation, not because its functions had been superseded by the planning of abundance. In other words, these phenomena were indications of a negative disequilibrium not a positive, to use Bukharin's own vocabulary, and this disequilibrium had reached the stage of expanded negative reproduction. Many of the phenomena that seemed to have disappeared in the period of war communism were to spring up again, with renewed vigor, after the introduction of the new economic policy in 1921. The present work, although still occasionally referred to, no longer served as a guide in the post-1921 period. Trotsky's definition was one that accorded more closely with reality. However, many of the basic theoretical propositions of Bukharin's work still retain their validity. The fact that the so-called socialist countries, even today, fall short of classical Marxist conceptions of socialism is an indication of the long road still to be traveled. The road itself is not permanently fixed, since the longer capitalism survives in its main advanced centers, the further transitional societies have to march to catch up with them, let alone surpass them. Moreover, the longer capitalism survives the greater the distortions engendered within the system both globally and nationally. The longer these conditions subsist the greater are the distortions engendered within the existing post-capitalist societies, for they are being pulled along the road to a consumerist society of the capitalist model. The world economy remains and this is still one dominated by capitalism, therefore no particular section can totally escape being incorporated into this real aggregate. 11. One further aspect remains to be dealt with. Bukharin's insistence upon the destructive character of the transition from capitalist power to proletarian power should not be lightly put aside. The attempt, by many who profess to be Marxists, to project a peaceful transition to proletarian power is not merely wrong historically, but they are of positive harm to those they lead. Such theories erode the necessary will to action in times of crisis. The net result is to assist the bourgeoisie in re-establishing their equilibrium, as for example France in 1968 or, on a more catastrophic scale, Chile in 1973. Furthermore, such theories sow the seeds of demoralization by pretending that socialism can be built without any sacrifice. Bukharin was quite uncompromising in his honesty on this question. In this he stands in sharp contrast to the soporific utterances of many latter-day Marxists. Moreover, as can be seen from the last chapter of this book, Bukharin was fully cognizant of the interrelationship between the problems of revolution and the reconstruction that follows. The world revolutionary process begins with the partial systems of the world economy which are on the lowest level, where the victory of the proletariat is easier but the crystallization of the new relations harder. The speed with which the revolution ensues is inversely proportional to the maturity of the capitalist relations and the height of the model of the revolution. Subsequent experience seems to have borne out his views in this respect. Those countries which can be considered transitional societies have all displayed this process to some degree or other. The lower the level of capitalism has been before the overturn of class relationships on a national scale, the harder has been the task of socialist construction. To this we can add that precisely because not one major capitalist country has, up to now, been subject to this process, this itself has also retarded the development of the existing transitional societies. In this we can see the working of the law of uneven and combined development as a real historical tendency, for on a world scale we have a combination of advanced capitalism and backward socialism. Here we return to the starting point of Bukharin's theoretical exegesis of the transition period, namely the world economy and system which has its own dynamics and history. Only when capitalism becomes a subordinate and dwindling part of this totality will socialism be able to exhibit that dynamism that Bukharin and other classical Marxists expected. KJT. Part I. The theory of the dictatorship of the proletariat. 1. Forward. In the final analysis, any theory has practical roots, but if this is true of science, it is even more true of the social sciences. They are a driving force of which everyone is aware, and this clearly affects Marx's position that a theory also gains in strength, if it attracts the masses. But for a theory to set the masses on the right course, it must itself be the right theory. And for a theory to be correct, it must satisfy certain general methodological requirements. One such requirement for socio-theoretical constructions is that of historicity. This means that it is essential to understand the special and unique features of any period of social development. The senseless repetitions of eternal truths, the rancid rumination befitting the scholarly cows of liberalism, are downright sickening to the spirit of genuine social science. However, neither bourgeois scholars nor the empty windbags from the living corpses of the abortive Second International are able to assimilate what is in essence a highly revolutionary, dialectical viewpoint. Koski is a typical specimen of this school. With the onset of the age of imperialism, when history presented the working class with the task, first, of understanding the new chain of events and, second, of responding to it in some way or other, Koski completely lost his head, and the pitiful babble, the innocent, and, at the same time poisonous, pink water with which he sprinkled the German proletariat, proved in theory a prostitution of Marxism and in practice led to complete apostasy. He completely misunderstood the nature of the imperialist epoch, its specific character. He regarded imperialism as a mere historical accident, a kind of sin of capitalist development and a pathological phenomenon which could be cured by the exorcisms and formulae of the arbitration courts and disarmament, formulae borrowed from pathetic bourgeois pacifism. The result is well known. It was Koski who threatened the workers with a hostile invasion and blessed the policy of the SPD, Social Democratic Party of Germany, base policy of defending a robber bourgeois fatherland. Now, once again a new historical era is beginning. The curve of imperialist development, which had been consistently rising, is beginning to fall catastrophically. The epoch of the decay of capitalism is coming, and it will be followed directly by the dictatorship of the proletariat, born amidst the pangs of civil war. For cowardly and base souls this is a period of even greater discomfort, when everything deteriorates, everything old, corrupt and obsolete, where there can be no place for the theory or practice of the Buridanov donkey, and where it is necessary to make a choice and act. And once again we see that Koski, who spent the war indulging, though in moderation, in licking the boots of generals and preaching caution, is now engaged in the noble task of attacking the Bolsheviks and pouring slops onto the Soviet Republic, since this meets with the approval of the authorities. If we exclude his, sit venia furbo, views logically, we again reveal his complete inability to analyze the question historically, to approach it, not from the standpoint of trite phrases, but from the standpoint of revolutionary dialectics. The Soviet Republic, the greatest achievement of the proletariat, must be considered as a form of dictatorship of the proletariat, as a special form of state power, which is inevitable in a certain historical period, whether Messrs. Dan, Kerensky, Koski and the SPD want it or not. But in order to understand the historical validity of the dictatorship of the proletariat, it is first essential to ventilate the question of the state in general. 1. A general theory of the state. Even if we stick to the platitudes of purely theoretical appraisals, it is noticeable what a huge, retrograde step many outstanding thinkers took during the war in just this field. What was earlier, and deservedly, designated impudent, idle talk now appears to be of paramount value in today's market of militant studies. Grown men prattle like 2-year-olds. The inarticulate sounds which the Scheidmanites SPD and the Danites of the world now make are the best proof of this. So the reader should not complain about us, if to begin with we endeavor to recall some forgotten words. There are an infinite number of different definitions of the state. We shall disregard all those theories which regard the state as possessing some kind of theological or metaphysical essence, a superintelligent origin, realization of a spiritual concept and so forth. Nor are we interested in the numerous theories of the lawyers, who examine the matter from the narrow standpoint of formalistic, legal dogmatism, and thus go round in a vicious circle defining the state in terms of the law and the law in terms of the state. Such theories do not impart any positive knowledge because they lack a sociological foundation, they are suspended in thin air. The state can only be understood as a social phenomenon. A sociological theory is, therefore, essential, and Marxism provides just such a theory. From the Marxist viewpoint, the state is the most common organization of the ruling class, the basic function of which is to defend and extend the conditions of exploitation of the enslaved classes. The state is a relationship between people, and moreover, since we are talking about classes, it is a relationship of supremacy, power, and enslavement. It is true, as long ago as 2500 BC the famous Babylonian Code of Hammurabi declared that the aim of a ruler is to safeguard the law of the land and to destroy what is wicked and evil so that the strong may not harm the weak. Point 2. In its essence, this idyllic, high-sounding nonsense is still being handed to us in all seriousness, even now. Point 3. This truth is analogous to the assertion that the aim of the employers' associations is to increase workers' wages. In reality, insofar as there is a consciously regulated organization of state power, insofar as one can, therefore, speak of the formulation of aims, which already presupposes a certain degree of social and state development, these aims are determined by the interests of the ruling classes and only by them. So-called generally useful functions are merely the conditions sine qua non, the necessary conditions for the state to exist, just as the aim of any bourgeois economic organization, and this is the aspect we would emphasize, the aims of the organization, is not production as such, or in itself, but the acquisition of profit and super-profit, although without production human society could not survive. The socially useful functions of the bourgeois state are, therefore, the conditions for the most protracted and successful exploitation of the oppressed classes, primarily the proletariat. Two factors determine the evolution of these functions. First, the direct personal interests of the ruling classes. Without railways the development of capitalism is impossible, hence the building of the railways. Excessive degeneracy in a nation deprives the state of its necessary human military material, i.e. conscripts, hence sanitary measures, etc. In the second place, considerations of strategy against the oppressed, so-called concessions under pressure from below, where the lesser evil, from the governing stratus angle, is preferred. In both cases the principle of an economy of strength operates with a view to creating the best conditions for the exploitation process. The interests of the ruling class, which are merely concealed behind the pseudonym of the interests of the nation, the whole, the people and so on, are the governing principle behind the behavior of the state authority. The state is everywhere the organization of the most powerful, economically ruling class, which thanks to the state becomes the politically ruling class too, thereby acquiring for itself new means for the control and exploitation of the enslaved class. Point 4. As the generalized reorganization of the ruling classes, the state comes into being in a process of social differentiation. It is the product of a class society. In its turn, the process of social stratification is the derivative of economic development and by no means the simple result of naked force on the part of conquering groups of foreign origin, as some economists and sociologists, e.g. Gumplowicz and Oppenheimer, who in substance merely repeat the notorious Die Ring on this point. This is how Franz Oppenheimer defines the historical state. In form, he writes, it is a legal institution, imposed on the conquered group by the victorious group. In content it is the systematic exploitation of the subordinate group / 5 classes are, and can only be, created by political means. 6. Thus, according to Oppenheimer, the classes are merely modified groups of victors and vanquished, and not the legitimate child of economic development at all. their emergence is associated exclusively with non-economic factors. In this theory of the origins of classes and the state, only one thing is correct, that actual history is a history of robbery and violence. But this is not the end of the matter, for, in reality, neither legal institutions nor a certain type of production relations can come into being and hold their ground if, in the economic development of a given society, there is insufficient soil for them. In particular, the basis for the emergence of classes and their consolidation as the main social category is economic differentiation with the growth of the division of labor and private property. Point 7. Logically, the formation of classes by no means presupposes conquest, and history gives us instances of the formation of classes without conquest, such as the formation of the state in North America. Certainly, North American feudalism and the supremacy of the landed aristocracy is generally underestimated as an embryo. Point 8. However, the evolution of capitalist relations in America is completely misunderstood from the standpoint of the pure theory of conquest. The apparent radicalism of analogous theoretical constructions has highly apologist roots, for here the assault is directed not at the foundations of a commodity economy, private property, but only as the monopolistic form of the latter, as though this monopolistically modified form were not the logical and historical sequel to the elementary form of a simple commodity economy. As a matter of fact, the state, like the classes, is by no means a force imposed on society from without. It is, on the contrary, a product of this society at a certain stage of its development. Point 9. If the characteristic attribute of a state, its essence, is to be seen in the fact that it is the universal organization of the ruling class, then the truth is that the state is an historical category. Such was the view of Marx and Engels. Just as capital, according to Marx, is not a thing, namely the means of production as such, but a social relationship, expressed in things, the essence of the state lies not in its technical administrative role, but in the relation of the state, which is concealed beneath that administrative technical shell. Point 10. But since this relation of the state is an expression of the class structure of society, the state will therefore disappear with the disappearance of classes. Thus the state not only has an historical beginning but an historical end too. Even radical and revolutionary politicians wrote Marx as he exposed the narrow viewpoint of his contemporaries, look for the root of the evil not in the nature, Wesson, of the state but in a definite form of the state, which they wish to replace with another state form. 11. Even more decisively Engels said, all socialists are agreed that the state, and with it political power, Autorität, will disappear by virtue of the coming social revolution, in other words, that social functions will lose their political significance and become simple administrative functions watching over social interests. 12. In Anti-Düring, Engels declares that the state must die off, absterben. In The Origin of the Family, he relegates the state to the future society's museum of antiquities along with the bronze axe and the spinning wheel. These quotations, and they could, of course, have been augmented, are not random, on the contrary. The specific features of the Marxist method are apparent here, a method which regards social phenomena, not as eternal and immutable categories, but as transient phenomena, which arise and disappear at definite stages of social development. Thus this is not a question of terminology, as some critics would have it, just as there is no terminological dispute in the argument, is a savage's stick capital or simply a stick? 13. For Marx, the critical yardstick, the logical fundamental division, was the difference in the types of relations between people, and not fetishistically misconstrued outward appearances. Strictly speaking, Marx's object was to understand social development as a process of uninterrupted change in these types, socio-economic structures, and this is also how he approached the question of the state as the political expression of a broad economic category, in a class society. And just as bourgeois economists, whose viewpoint is static and unhistorical, cannot understand Marx's specific viewpoint on economic categories, neither can bourgeois lawyers and sociologists understand the Marxist view of the state. Marx's theory, said Gumplowicz, for example, contains a new, and to a considerable extent, correct understanding of the state. But the terrible mistake of socialism is rooted in his belief that the state will make itself superfluous. 14 That's what the radical Gumplovich has to say. His colleagues cannot now, ex officio, understand Marx. 15. Thus a communist society is a stateless society because it is a classless society. But if communism denies the state, then what does the conquest of state power by the proletariat signify? What is meant by the dictatorship of the working class, which Marxists have discussed and do still discuss so much? The answer to this question is given below. 2. The necessity of the dictatorship of the proletariat. A small preliminary observation, to what limits the apostasy of one-time socialists can go is clear from the special pamphlet Kosky published against the Bolsheviks, Die Diktatur des Proletariats. In this elaboration of his renunciatory thought we find, amongst other things, such truly classic passages as here, i.e. for the justification of their dictatorship nib, they, the Bolsheviks, opportunely remembered a remark about the dictatorship of the proletariat which Marx once made in 1875 in one of his letters. 16 For Kosky, the entire doctrine of the dictatorship, which Marx himself saw as the basis for the theory of revolution, was reduced to an empty, chance remark in one of his letters. No wonder Kosky regarded the theory of the dictatorship of the proletariat as a new theory. This new theory, however, can be found almost in its entirety in Marx's work. Marx clearly recognized the need for a temporary state organization of the working class, its dictatorship. He also saw the inevitability of an entire historical period, the specific characteristics of which will distinguish it from both the capitalist period and the communist period with its rationally constructed stateless society. The characteristics of this era lie in the fact that, having smashed the state organization of the bourgeoisie, the proletariat is obliged to reckon with its continued resistance in various forms. And precisely in order to overcome this resistance, there must be a strong, firm, comprehensive and, therefore, state organization of the working class. Marx raised the issue of the dictatorship of the proletariat in more abstract terms than concrete reality does. In his analysis of capitalist production, he took capitalist economy in its pure form, i.e. in a form uncomplicated by any vestiges of the old feudal relations of production, or any national peculiarities and so on, and he treats the question of the dictatorship of the working class in just the same way, as a question of the workers' dictatorship in general, that is to say a dictatorship which destroys capitalism in its pure form. And there was no other way to consider the question if he was to do it in abstract, theoretical terms, i.e. if he was to give the broadest algebraic formula for the dictatorship. Experience in the social struggle now permits concrete definition of the question along the most diverse lines. And first and foremost this experience indicates the need for a decisive, indeed, iron dictatorship of the working masses. The socialist revolution, that forcible upheaval which was long ago discussed in the Communist Manifesto, cannot be instantly accomplished throughout the world at the wave of a conductor's baton. Life is much more involved and complicated than dull theory. The capitalist jacket will not split everywhere at once but will unravel in those places where the fabric of the bourgeois state is weakest. And here the victorious proletariat will be faced with the problem of repulsing an external enemy, foreign imperialism, whose whole process of development inevitably incites it to destroy the state organization of the proletariat. One of Comrade Lenin's greatest merits is that he was the first person in the Marxist camp to raise the question of the revolutionary wars of the proletariat. 17 And yet this is one of the most important problems of our epoch. It is clear that a mighty world revolution will embrace both defensive and offensive wars on the part of the victorious proletariat, defensive in order to repulse the advancing imperialists, and offensive in order to deal the final blow to the retreating bourgeoisie, to incite as yet oppressed peoples to rebellion, to liberate and set free the colonies and to consolidate the conquests of the proletariat. Modern capitalism is world capitalism. However, this world capitalism is not an organized unit, but an anarchic system of state capitalist trusts in all-out conflict. 18 Nevertheless it is a worldwide system, whose components are linked together. This is precisely why the European war became a world war. On the other hand, the relative fractionalism of the world economy, combined with the different location of the imperialist states, provoked a world war which did not break out simultaneously, but was a process which gradually drew one capitalist country after another into the war. Italy, Romania, and America entered the war significantly later, but, as soon as America did enter, it became a war that embraced both hemispheres, i.e. a world war. World revolution develops in a similar way. It is a process of capitalist degeneration and proletarian rebellion, where one country follows another. During this period the most diverse factors are strangely interwoven: imperialist wars, national separatist uprisings, internal civil wars, and finally class wars between the state-organized bourgeoisie, imperialist states, and the state-organized proletariat, Soviet republics. However, the further events spread, the more apparent the factor of class war becomes. The celebrated Union of Nations, which bourgeois pacifists have kept dinning into our ears, all these leagues of nations and other rubbish, which the class traitorous gangs reformist socialists slavishly repeat, are in actual fact nothing less than an attempt to create a holy alliance of capitalist states with the object of jointly stifling socialist revolts. 19 Marx was correct in pointing out that a revolutionary party unites the counter-revolutionary party. And this is true of the world revolution of the proletariat, the world revolutionary process, or, as it is rightly called today, world Bolshevism, unites the forces of international capital. Such an external situation is bound to have enormous internal significance. Were it not for the presence of imperialist forces outside, the vanquished native bourgeoisie, overthrown in open class conflict, could not hope for a bourgeois restoration. The process of declassing the bourgeoisie would go ahead more or less speedily, and with it would disappear the need for a special organization to repress the bourgeoisie, for a state organization of the proletariat, its dictatorship. However, the true state of affairs is just the reverse. The bourgeoisie, already overthrown and in one or some 2 or 3 countries, still has huge reserves in the shape of foreign capital. And it follows from this that its resistance is protracted. The experience of the Russian Revolution brilliantly confirms this. Sabotage, conspiracies, revolts, the organization of kulak uprisings, and of bands led by former generals, the Czechoslovak venture, innumerable governments in outlying districts supported by foreign bayonets and purses, and finally punitive expeditions and campaigns against the Soviet Union on the part of the entire capitalist world, these are phenomena of one and the same order. 2 conclusions can and must be drawn from this inevitable course of historical events. First, we are faced with a whole period of bitter struggle to the death. Second, for this period to pass as quickly as possible, a regime of dictatorship by an armed proletariat is essential. A tactical rule can be inferred from a scientifically applied prognosis for which all the data exist. Of course, everything on earth can be called into question. There are pitiful sophists, whose purpose in life lies in endless scholastic fluctuations between the empty and the vacant. Just such a one is Koskai. He was unable to understand the significance of imperialism, and now he cannot understand the meaning of the ensuing phases, the epoch of socialist revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat. Expect, writes this so-called workers' leader, that the forms taken by the social revolution of the proletariat will be quite distinct from those of the bourgeois revolution, that the proletarian revolution, in contrast to the bourgeois, will fight with peaceful methods of economic, legislative, and moral order, wherever democracy is rooted. 20. Of course it is impossible to argue with renegades who have gone in for so much re-education, that they see democracy in Taft's jackboots. But there is an example of a truly democratic country before our very eyes, where democracy has really taken root, and that is Finland. And the example of this one country shows that civil war in more cultured countries is bound to be even more brutal and ruthless, ruling out all grounds for peaceful and legislative means. Koskai tries to prove that by dictatorship Marx meant not dictatorship but something quite different, for, so he says, the word dictatorship can only refer to an individual and not to a class. But one has only to quote Engels, who saw very well what a dictatorship of the proletariat must be, to realize how far Koski has retreated from Marxism. Engels wrote against the anarchists. Have these people ever seen a revolution? A revolution is undoubtedly the most authoritarian thing imaginable. A revolution is an act in which part of the population imposes its will on the other part by means of guns, bayonets and cannons, i.e. extremely authoritarian means. And the victorious party must maintain its supremacy by the fear which its weapons inspire in reactionaries. If the Paris Commune had not been supported by the authority of an armed populace against the bourgeoisie, would it have lasted more than a day? Do we not, on the contrary, have a right to censure the Commune for not exercising its authority enough? Here one should translate it as its power autoriata nib. 21. Both Engels and Marx clearly understood the impending situation. Now that this opinion has been confirmed by experience, to talk of peaceful and legislative ways is simply ridiculous. The revolutionary epoch which has just begun demands an appropriate orientation. If this is an era of unprecedented class struggles developing into class wars, then it is quite natural that the political form of working class rule should have a peculiarly military character. There must be a new form of power, the dictatorial power of a class which is storming the heavens, as Marx described the Paris Commune. According to Koski, Marx was not writing about a form of government but about an actual situation, when he wrote about the dictatorship. In fact, Marx was writing about something greater than a form of government, he was describing a new, and distinctive type of state. On the very same page where Koski refutes the theses on dictatorship written by the author of these lines 22, he cites a quotation from Marx, which says that the Commune was finally, an overt political form of proletarian dictatorship, and not an accidental situation. Thus an entire historical period separates communism and capitalism. During this time state power will still be maintained in the shape of the proletarian dictatorship, where the proletariat is the ruling class which, before it disappears as a class, must crush all its enemies, re-educate the bourgeoisie and remake the world in its own image. 3. The collapse of democracy and the dictatorship of the proletariat. One of the central problems of major practical significance is that of the relationship between democracy and the workers' dictatorship. Marxists do not invent a purely rationalistic model of the forms of government, they grasp the basic trends and confirm their aims to these. And this is the only way to approach the question of the dictatorship. One must bear in mind here the fact that political form is a superstructural relationship erected between the classes. And this political shell inevitably shatters if it is not supported by a correlative class structure. We made a general assessment above of the coming epoch, it is one of ever-increasing civil war which turns into organized class war. Therefore, the first question we must ask is whether civil war is compatible with democratic forms, or not. But one short remark as a preliminary. Our opponents, who include Koski, interpret democracy as something which already exists. But this is a deliberate lie. There is no democratic state in existence right now. What exists now in Europe, America, and Japan is the dictatorship of finance capital, and this is the point of departure for developments. So the question must be put like this: is it possible in an age of civil war to organize the proletariat in the forms of the old bourgeois democracy, which have been destroyed everywhere by finance capital? Democracy, in so far as we mean by this word a definite political system, was hitherto one of the forms, the most refined form, of bourgeois supremacy. What was the fundamental prerequisite of the democratic system? It consisted in the availability of a series of fictions, which were exceedingly skillfully used for the systematic deception of the masses. One such basic fiction was the concept of the popular will or the nation and the whole. The entire system of democratic institutions rests upon populism. It is not difficult to grasp the class implications of populist norms. It is clear that in reality there are classes with conflicting and irreconcilable interests, and there is really no question of a popular will, which would unite both workers and capitalists. But the bourgeoisie needs, and must have, the fiction of the nation. The bourgeoisie is a ruling minority, in order to keep the masses under control it must speak in the name of the entire nation, for it cannot openly speak on behalf of a small group. This is how the fetish of the popular will originates, and the bourgeoisie puts itself forward as the nation, as the country, and the bourgeois state organization as a fatherland common to all. The proletarian revolution is, however, a breach of the civil peace, it is civil war. And civil war reveals the true physiognomy of a society split into classes. The national fetish is destroyed in the fire of civil war, and the classes take their places, weapons in hand, on either side of the revolutionary barricades. It is not surprising, therefore, that in the process of the proletariat's revolutionary struggle, all these forms, establishments and institutions which bore the semblance of being national inevitably collapse. Once again, this is an unavoidable and historically absolutely inevitable process, whether individuals, groups, or even certain intermediate classes want it or not. For civil war has its own intrinsic logic, and, once it is set in motion, so is the process of collapse of the old forms, whereby the bourgeoisie ruled in the name of all society. These considerations, which some comrades advanced even before the October Revolution, have now once again been confirmed. Wherever we look we see the same phenomenon: national, popular democratic institutions are inconceivable, and given the correlation of forces they are impossible. Let us take one of the main constituent parts of any state power, the army. To any non-utopist it is clear that a national army is inconceivable now. The proletariat cannot allow the bourgeoisie into its army, and so the Soviet Republic organizes a workers' and peasants' Red Army. But for the bourgeoisie, too, it becomes increasingly dangerous to allow conscripted workers and peasants into its army. It is therefore obliged to organize a White Guard. Where it tries to organize a national military apparatus, led by bourgeois counter-revolutionaries, cf. the People's Army of the Czechoslovak, White Guard forces, the apparatus is inevitably demoralized and perishes, for its formation in present times is inherently contradictory. The same thing happens in all spheres of activity, including economics. In the factory the interclass coexistence of bourgeois and proletariat becomes impossible. General housing committees break down and are replaced by the housing committees of the poor. General village soviets are destroyed and replaced by committees of poor peasants. In the municipalities people who confront each other in the streets, weapons in hand, cannot live side by side, and the municipalities are replaced by sections of working-class Soviets. The Constituent Assembly ceases to exist for the same reasons. The old parliaments explode along with any national constitution. Of course, one could claim that there is a logical error in this reasoning, that it is all just petitio principii, and that instead of proving the rightfulness of the Bolsheviks' actions, we are merely describing these actions. But this is not the case. Our enemies, ardent supporters of Dumas and constituent assemblies, uphold general democratic formulae in words alone. For instead of a constituent assembly, there is only the one correct, i.e. class, viewpoint expressed in the moiety represented in such bodies. In all the Dumas etc. of Siberia and Czechoslovakia it has been solemnly declared that there is universal suffrage, but there is no place for the representatives of the anti-state parties, i.e. the Bolsheviks, and hence the working class. It would be ridiculous to think that these are all accidental, pathological phenomena. In fact, what is happening here is the disintegration of something which could only be united on one condition, namely, in a situation where the proletariat is hypnotized by bourgeois ideology, where it is not yet conscious of itself as a class destined to overthrow the bourgeoisie, and where it regards itself as a part, not able to change the whole. The complete and decisive victory of the proletariat, its worldwide victory, will ultimately restore the unity of society on a new basis, that of déclassing society altogether. Then absolute, stateless communism will be a reality. But until that time we are in for a hard struggle which can be reconciled only with the form of a dictatorship. If the working class wins, then it will be a dictatorship of the workers. If the bourgeoisie wins, it will be a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie and its generals. One can also approach the question from a somewhat different standpoint. although it amounts to the same thing in the end. It is possible to isolate the basic class forces and examine just who will hold power. In 1905-6 Kosky described the Russian Revolution not as a bourgeois revolution but as something unique. Now, 12 years after the build-up of finance capital in Russia, he describes the 100 times more mature October Revolution as a bourgeois revolution. But if, as Kosky maintains, historical development proceeds in the same direction as Kosky's own development, i.e. backwards, then the bourgeoisie is bound to be in power. But the bourgeoisie wants a military dictatorship of generals, which the proletariat is absolutely against. The petty bourgeoisie, the intelligentsia, and so on cannot hold power, that is the ABC for Marxists. The peasantry is now separated out, a revolution is taking place in the countryside, but no one stratum of the peasantry can play an independent role. That leaves only the proletariat. However, the power of the proletariat enrages not only the upper bourgeoisie, but also the middle estate. Nonetheless, the proletariat is sufficiently strong, leading the poor peasants in its wake, to smash its enemies. The only possible outcome in this situation is the dictatorship of the proletariat. Traitors to socialism most of all fear unrest. Such a one is Kosky. He was preaching peaceful capitalism, when this capitalism was killing tens of millions on the battlefields. Now he is preaching peaceful revolution to keep the proletariat from rising against capital. In all seriousness he writes about the security and peace, which are necessary for the revolutionary work of construction, and that is why he protests so vigorously against frightful civil war. The craving for narrow-minded tranquility is the prerequisite for his criticism, which is truly monstrous apostasy. Democracy, i.e. that form of bourgeois supremacy, which would be the best protection against rebellion by the proletariat, this is his ultimate ideal. That this is the case is clear if only from one remark: in the fight for political rights, modern democracy is born and the proletariat matures. At the same time a new factor emerges, the protection of the minority, of opposition within the state. Democracy stands for majority rule. But to no less an extent it means the protection of the minority 23, and that is why, according to Kosky, democracy is now essential. One has only to look at this splendid reasoning to see that Kosky understands absolutely nothing about current events. Is it really possible to advise the Russian proletariat to safeguard the rights of the minority, i.e. the rights of the counter-revolution, which the good Kosky mildly calls the opposition? To safeguard the rights of the Czechoslovaks, the Tsar's Okroniki secret police, speculators, priests, and all those who oppose the proletariat with bombs and revolvers, to do this is to be either a fool or a political charlatan. But this is what must be done according to a stupid petty bourgeois who is seeking to reconcile the classes, but does not understand that, once it has dealt with the proletariat, the upper bourgeoisie, whom he supports, will also devour him, its assistant. 24. Any state is an instrument of force. At times of acute class struggle, this instrument is bound to have a particularly telling effect. Therefore, in an era of civil war, the model of state power is bound to be dictatorial. But this definition is a formal one. What is important is the class character of state power, and so long as state power is in the hands of the proletariat it will inevitably take on the character of a dictatorship, until its victory worldwide. 25 The proletariat not only refuses all freedoms to the bourgeoisie, it employs the most drastic repressive measures against it, closing down its press and its organizations, breaking its sabotage by force and so on, just as the bourgeoisie did in its time through the agents of the landowner, Tsarist regime. But in return the proletariat gives the broadest freedom to the toiling masses, indeed, and not only in name. This point must be strongly emphasized. All democratic freedoms are formal and purely declarative in character. Such, for example, is the democratic equality of all before the law. This equality is wonderfully personified in the formal equality between the seller of the workers' labor power and its buyer, the capitalist. This is a hypocritical equality which conceals the actual enslavement of the worker. Equality is proclaimed, but in point of fact actual economic inequality reduces the formal equality to an empty specter. The freedom of the press and so on, granted, by bourgeois democracy to the workers, is not much better. They proclaim freedom, but the workers cannot realize it. The actual monopoly in paper, printing works, machines, etc. on the part of the capitalist class, reduces the working class press virtually to nothing. This resembles the methods of American censorship, which often does not simply suppress workers' papers, but only forbids the Post to distribute them and thus stifles the formal freedom of the press completely. The same thing happens with workers' meetings. The workers are granted the right to assemble but are not given premises for this purpose, and street meetings are forbidden on the grounds of freedom for the traffic. The dictatorship of the working class destroys the formal equality of the classes, but by the same token frees the working class from material enslavement. The freedom of contract disappears together with free trade. But this violation of the freedoms of the capitalist class gives a guarantee of real freedom to the toiling masses. The center of gravity shifts to these guarantees. The Soviet government does not simply proclaim freedom of assembly for the workers, it allocates all the best halls in town, the palaces and theaters for workers' meetings and working class organizations. It does not simply proclaim the freedom of the workers' press, it places at the disposal of the workers' organizations all the paper, printing works and presses by commandeering and confiscating them from their former capitalist owners. A simple calculation of the buildings occupied by workers' and peasants' organizations, party, Soviet, professional, factory, works, club, cultural and educational, literary, and so on, which never were so numerous, will prove just what Soviet power is doing for the real freedom and true emancipation of the toiling masses. It is utterly characteristic of Koski that in his criticism of our theses he infamously cuts short the quotation just at the point where it speaks of these guarantees for the working class. Koski dismissed the essential part, in order to deceive the proletariat yet again. It remains for us to examine one more question here: why the communists were formerly in favor of bourgeois democracy, but now oppose it. This is not difficult to understand, if you take the Marxist point of view, which repudiates all and every absolute. It is an historical viewpoint. So it is perfectly clear, a priori, that the specific slogans and aims of the movement are wholly dependent on the character of the epoch in which the fighting proletariat has to operate. The past era was one of gathering strength and preparing for revolution. The present era is one of the revolution itself, and this fundamental distinction also gives rise to profound differences in the concrete slogans and aims of the movement. The proletariat needed democracy in the past because it was as yet unable to think about dictatorship in real terms. It needed freedom for the workers' press, workers' meetings, workers' unions, etc. At the time the capitalist press, the black capitalist associations and the assemblies of lockout men were injurious to it, but the proletariat did not have the strength to demand the dissolution of the bourgeois organizations. For this it would have needed to overthrow the bourgeoisie. Democracy was valuable insofar as it helped the proletariat to climb a step higher in its consciousness, but the proletariat was forced to present its class demands in a democratic form. It was forced to demand, not freedom of assembly for workers, but freedom of assembly in general, hence, freedom of assembly for the counter-revolution, freedom of the press in general, and hence for the Black Hundred press too, etc. But there is no need to make a virtue of necessity. Now that the time has come for a direct assault on the capitalist fortress and the suppression of the exploiters, only a miserable petty bourgeois can be content with arguments about the protection of the minority. 26. For Soviet power as a form of proletarian dictatorship. We have already observed that the protracted nature of a lengthy civil war demands not simply individual measures against the bourgeoisie but also an appropriate state organization. We examined this organization solely as a dictatorship, i.e. a form of authority which expresses the class repressive nature of this power more strongly. Now we must clarify the features of the proletarian dictatorship as a completely new type of state. The unavoidability of a new type of state was well understood by Marx and Engels, and for this reason, Therefore, they did not dwell on the conquest of the bourgeois state, including democracy, citizenkoski, but on the explosion, sprengung, and smashing, zerbrechen, of the state machine. They treated the state nonsense and the people's state, Volksstaat, with which the opportunists were so concerned, with great insight. Point 27. What determines the features of the new type of state? They are contingent upon two causes. In the first place, the proletarian state is a dictatorship of the majority over the minority of a country, whilst every other dictatorship was the dictatorship by a small group. Point 28. In the second place, the aim of every previous state power was to preserve and consolidate the process of exploitation. Conversely, it is quite clear that the majority cannot live at the expense of small groups and the proletariat cannot exploit the bourgeoisie. The aim of the proletarian dictatorship is to break the old relations of production and to organize new relations in the sphere of social economics, the dictatorial infringement, Marx, of the rights of private property. The fundamental purpose of the dictatorship of the proletariat lies in the fact that it is a means of economic revolution. If the state power of the proletariat is a means of economic revolution, then clearly economics and politics should merge into one. We also get such a merger under the dictatorship of finance capital in its classical, final, form, that of state capitalism. But the dictatorship of the proletariat turns all the relations of the old world upside down. In other words, the political dictatorship of the working class must inevitably entail its economic dictatorship too. Everything that has been said so far exemplifies first and foremost the characteristic of Soviet power, that it is the power of the mass organizations of the proletariat and the rural poor. In the democracy, so beloved of Koski, the participation of the workers and the poor peasants in the life of the state rested on the fact that once in 4 years he dropped a voting paper into a ballot box and then went away to sleep. Here, again, the bourgeois deception of the masses, by systematically hammering into their heads various illusions, is crystal clear. The workers are apparently taking part in the government of the state, but in fact they are completely isolated from any participation at all in the running of the state. The bourgeoisie cannot tolerate such participation, but, under certain conditions, it must create this fiction. That is why any form of government by a minority, be it a feudal landowner, merchant capitalist, or finance capitalist state, is bound to be bureaucratic. Whatever the circumstances, it is always isolated from the masses, and they from it. In the Soviet Republic we have something completely different. The Soviets are a direct class organization. They are not reserved institutions, for the right to recall every deputy has been implemented. They are the masses themselves in the person of their delegates, in the person of the workers, soldiers, and peasants. But it is not just a question of the Soviets alone which form, so to speak, the apex of the whole state apparatus. No. All the workers' organizations become a part of the apparatus of power. There is not one mass organization that is not, at the same time, an organ of power. The workers' trade unions are the most important organs of economic dictatorship, controlling production and distribution, determining working conditions, playing a major role in the central institution of the economic dictatorship, the Supreme Council of National Economic, and actually directing the work of the Commissariat of Labor. The factory and workshop committees are lower cells of state control. The committees of poor peasants are one of the most important organs of local power and at the same time of the distributive apparatus of the country, and the workers' cooperatives are the same sort of cells. They all partake in working out all kinds of projects, decisions, and resolutions, which then pass through the central apparatus, the Central Executive Committee or the Council of People's Commissars. In one of his most remarkable pamphlets, Comrade Lenin wrote that the task of the proletarian dictatorship lies in training every cook to run the state. 29, and this was in no way paradoxical. Through the organizations of the proletarian town and the rural poor, organizations which are more and more capturing the hearts of the masses, these masses who once feared even to think of their power, are beginning to work as organs of this power. There has never been a state anywhere that was so close to the masses. The Soviet Republic is virtually a huge organization of the very masses. We would also emphasize, here, the other side of the coin, namely that it is not only a workers' organization, for the most part, but also a working organization. In democratic republics the supreme organ is the parliament, which translates into Russian as a talking shop. Power is divided into legislative and executive branches. By dint of sending the workers' representatives to parliament once every 4 years, the fiction is yet again created that the workers are participating in the work of the state. But in actual fact, not even the representatives do this, for they just talk. A special bureaucratic caste controls all the work. In the Soviet Republic, the legislative and executive power is combined. All its organs, from top to bottom, are working bodies connected with the mass organizations, relying on them and through them involving all the masses in the act of building socialism. In this way all workers' organizations become ruling organizations. Their functional significance changes. It could not be otherwise in the period of the proletarian dictatorship, when the working class is master of the situation and the state itself is a workers' organization. One would have to be as hopelessly stupid as our Mensheviks or Koskai, to protest against the transformation of the Soviets into organs of power. Their theory is like the story of the white bullock. Let the Soviets become the organs of struggle against the ruling bourgeoisie. But what then, when they have triumphed? Then let them disband themselves as organs of power, and they begin the fight anew, so as, not to dare to triumph. But the opposition to the power of the Soviets, to the fact that the trade unions would become fiscal institutions and so on, has another side to it. Neither Koskai, nor the Mensheviks want the mass organizations to govern the state and take an active part in the state construction. Thus, whatever they may declare, they are for a combination of talking shop plus a bureaucracy alienated from the masses. Their horizons do not extend beyond this old rubbish. Thus the Soviet form of the state is the self-government of the masses, where every workers' organization is a component part of the whole apparatus. The organizational threads stretch out from central bodies of power to the local organizations in the most varied directions and from them to the masses themselves in all their immediacy. This bond, these organizational threads, never break. They are the normal way of Soviet life. This is what fundamentally distinguishes the Soviet Republic from all other forms of state life. The connection between politics and economics, between the management of people and the management of things, is expressed in the closest possible cooperation between the economic and political organizations of the masses, but also in the fact that even elections to the Soviets are held by given production units, factories, plants, mines, and villages, in the place of work and struggle and not by purely artificial, territorial districts. This is how a permanent living bond is created between the representative bodies, the workers' deputies, and those who elect them, i.e. the masses themselves, united in their joint work and concentrated by the technology of large-scale production. The initiative of the masses is the fundamental principle behind the entire development of Soviet power. And it suffices to examine the role played by the workers of Petersburg, Moscow, and other towns in organizing the Red Army, enthusiastically sending thousands of comrades to the front, organizers, agitators, and fighters, who remade the army and put it on its feet, or to look at the workers who increased their ability and educated themselves in various types of Soviet economic institutions, to realize what a colossal step forward Russia has taken since the time of the October victory. 30. The future belongs to the Soviets, not even their enemies can deny this. But they are badly mistaken when they think that foreign Soviets will confine themselves to servile tasks. The Soviets are the perfect form of proletarian dictatorship discovered by the Russian Revolution. And if this is the case, as it undoubtedly is, then we are standing on the threshold of a transformation of the old robber states of the bourgeoisie into organizations of proletarian dictatorship. The Third International about which so many have spoken and written about will come. It will be the International Soviet Socialist Republic. Part 2. The Economics of the Transition Period. Forward. The object of this work is to demolish common, vulgar, and quasi-Marxist ideas about the nature of the Zusammenbruch, collapse, of capitalism predicted by the great authors of scientific communism and the nature of the process of transforming a capitalist society into a communist one. He who imagines the revolution of the proletariat to be a peaceful transition of power from one set of hands to another, and the revolution in the relations of production to be a change in the leadership of the organizational apparatus, he, who pictures the classic model of a proletarian revolution in this way, will recoil in horror from the tragedy mankind endures throughout the world. Amidst the smoking, charred ruins and the roar of civil war, he will be unable to discern the grand and stately outlines of the future society. He will remain forever a pitiful, ordinary man, whose intellect is as timid as his politics. He will impute his own weakness to the revolution, inventing all sorts of definitions for it, save its true one as a revolution of the proletariat. Life's bitter experience has proved Marx to be correct, when he declared, "We say to the workers, you will have to endure 15, 20, 50 years of civil war and national hostilities, not only to change the social system, but also to change yourselves." In both its state and its production structure, the old society is splitting up and disintegrating, down to its lowest layers, right to the very depths. Never before has there been such a mighty collapse. But without it there could be no revolution of the proletariat which is building the foundations of the future society out of these disintegrating elements in a new relationship, new combinations, and in accordance with new principles. And is building it, moreover, as the class subject, as an organized force which has a plan and the supreme will to implement that plan, whatever the obstacles. Mankind is paying a terrible price for the defects of the capitalist system, and only a class such as the proletariat, the Promethean class, will be able to bear the unprecedented torments of the transition period on its shoulders in order, finally, to light the lamp of communist society. I shall also attempt in this work to analyze the fundamental traits of the transition period. I propose to publish a second part in the future, which will be a concrete, descriptive work on modern Russian economics. The need for such a summary is enormous and sufficient material has accumulated, which will need to be examined and theoretically interpreted. The author's watchword was to reason things out fully, without fear of the conclusions. Unfortunately, there was no time to expound this work in popular terms, and that is why it had to be written in almost algebraic formulae. The author will consider his task accomplished if those, whose thoughts were beginning to take analogous shape, formulate them definitively, and if those, who believed in naive and reformist type illusions, will at least reflect that the matter is much more complex than it appears in the vulgar pamphlets of the renegade period. It is unnecessary to expatiate on the fact that the author's guideline was Marx's method, the cognitive value of which has only now reached its full and titanic height. N.I. Bukharin. Chapter 1. The Structure of World Capitalism. 1. Modern capitalism as world capitalism. 2. The economic subjects are the state capitalist trusts. 3. Anarchy in world production and competition. 4. Crises and wars. 5. The centralization of capital. Theoretical political economy is the study of a social economy based upon the production of commodities, i.e. the study of an unorganized social economy. Only in a society where production is anarchic, and likewise the distribution of goods, do the economic factors governing the life of the community manifest themselves in the form of natural and spontaneous laws independent of the will of individuals and collective bodies, laws which function with the same blind necessity as the force of gravity. When your house collapses about your ears. 1. Marx was the first to record this specific feature of commodity production, and his studies on commodity fetishism are a brilliant sociological introduction to theoretical political economy, which establishes the latter as an historically limited discipline. 2. Indeed, as soon as we take an organized social economy, all the basic problems of political economy disappear, problems of value, price, profit, and so on. Here relations between people are not expressed as relations between things, and the social economy is regulated not by the blind forces of the market and competition, but by a consciously followed plan. In this case, there can be a certain system of analysis on the one hand, or a system of norms on the other, but there will be no room for a science which studies the blind laws of the market, since there will be no market. Thus the end of a capitalist commodity society will also see the end of political economy. So, political economy is the study of a commodity economy. This being so, a commodity-producing society is by no means the simple sum of its individual economic activities. In his polemic against Basquiat, Rodbertus brilliantly expressed the existence of a special economic environment, a special relationship which he called economic intercourse. If we were faced with the simple sum of its economic activities, there would be no society. This sum is a purely logical unity and by no means a real, living complex. Pure theory is not concerned with the extent of a given social economy and its spatial characteristics. It was for just this reason that Marx so scoffed at the term the national economy selected by patriotic German professors. In the same way, the question of who emerges as the subject of an individual economy is a comparatively minor one for abstract theory. What is of prime importance is the model of the relationship between these economies, namely, the model of an unorganized exchange relation. Conversely, all these questions do have enormous significance for a more concrete analysis, which is not restricted to extrapolating general laws. Contemporary capitalism is world capitalism. This means that the capitalist relations of production dominate the entire world and connect all the parts of our planet with a firm economic bond. Nowadays, the concrete manifestation of the social economy is a world economy. The world economy is a real living unity. Therefore, such definitions of it as that of the latest research worker, Dr. Karl Tschke III, are completely untrue. Tschke writes, "Just as a national economy is made up of the sum of the economic activities of the individuals of one nation, whether these activities be individual or cooperative, in the same way the world economy is the sum of the national economies. And the sum of the national economies, which are considerably influenced by the situation on the world market, makes up the world economy. The first definition does not accord with the second contains an inherent contradiction, since notion of a simple sum excludes an organic relationship. A sum of crabs in a basket is not a real unity, and likewise the number of babies born in a year united in a statistical aggregate does not represent a real unity either. The existence of a special relationship is what turns a simple aggregate into a real one. But this sort of aggregate excludes the concept of an arithmetical sum, because it is much greater and more complex than that sum. So long as society produces commodities and not products, it will be an unorganized unity. The social nature of labor and the process of production becomes apparent here in the continuous exchange of commodities and in the fluctuations of market prices. This social nature of labor is nowhere manifested more clearly and simply, however, than in the case where we have a purposive social organization of labor. A commodity society is a system with a particular model of relations, which determines the highly specific categories of the commodity world. This system is not a teleological unity, i.e., a consciously directed system with a definite plan. There is no plan. Here the economic process does not even have a subject. It is not a case of society produces but of production takes place in society. And for this very reason the people do not rule the product, instead the product rules the people, and the spontaneous force of economic development exceeds the limits of what is desirable. If the whole of society, under the commodity, and hence capitalist, mode of production, is blind, if the whole does not represent a teleological unity, then the same applies to its individual parts. Society is made up of interlinked parts, and in a commodity society it is these parts which are the economic subject. The system is impersonal, blind, and thus irrational. This irrationality is also the fundamental precondition for the existence of political economy, but this is just what the majority of bourgeois economists fail to understand. Thus, according to Harms 4, there would be no world economy, if there were no international trade agreements. Kobetsk 5 on the whole believes that a world economy does not exist as yet, and that there will not be one until there is a world state. Kaffert talks about a world market economy. Throughout the entire polemic between Harms and Deal 6 there is not even a hint of the correct formulation of the problem. Efforts to find some kind of control mechanism as the determining characteristic of the economy stem directly from an utterly false impression of the nature of the capitalist social organism. To substantiate their study, they are looking for a principle which kills that study. The question now arises, just what are the consciously functioning parts of the world capitalist economy? In theory, one can conceive of world capitalism as a system of individual, private enterprises, but the structure of modern capitalism is such that the economic subjects are the collective capitalist organizations, the state capitalist trusts. Point 7. Finance capital did away with the anarchy in production within the major capitalist countries. Monopolistic employers' associations, combined enterprises, and the penetration of banking capital into industry created a new model of production relations, which transformed the unorganized commodity capitalist system into a finance capitalist organization. The unorganized relationship of one enterprise with another, through buying and selling, has to a considerable extent been replaced by an organized relationship through the controlled holding of shares, participation, and financing, which find personal expression in the dirigentin of the banks, industry, the enterprises, and trusts. By the same token, the exchange relation expressing the social division of labor and the separation of the socio-production organization into independent capitalist enterprises is replaced by a technical division of labor within an organized national economy. The fragmented nature of capitalist production, however its anarchic character, far exceeds the bounds of the social division of labor. Division of labor was always understood to mean the disintegration of aggregate labor into different jobs. Point 8. In particular, the social division of labor was, and is, understood to mean the division of labor between separate enterprises. Although they are independent of each other, capitalist enterprises need each other, for one branch of production supplies the raw materials, subsidiary means and so forth for another. However, one should not confuse the two things, the fragmentation of social labor, which arises from the fact of the social division of labor on the one hand, and the fragmentation of social labor, which negates this very division of labor on the one hand. Separate commodity producers do not exist simply because there are different forms of labor. Within the limits of each separate branch of production, even of the more specialized and small-scale production divisions, there exists simultaneously a considerable number of independent commodity producers. In other words, the anarchic structure of a commodity society manifests itself in the separate existence of enterprises. These enterprises, in their turn, stand in various relationships to each other, either they are bound to each other by buying and selling, heterogeneous enterprises, or they are in competition with each other, homogeneous enterprises. The master of a tailor's workshop is connected with the cloth manufacturer in that he buys cloth from him, but with regard to another such master, he is a competitor in no way bound to him by exchange transaction. The simultaneous existence of a tailoring and a cloth enterprise is an expression of the social division of labor, whilst the coexistence of several tailoring enterprises does not express any social division of labor. Very serious attention must be paid to this distinction. Usually, the anarchy of capitalist production is seen in the light of market competition and of that alone. Now, we can see that market competition expresses only one part, only one model of the life of separate commodity producers, i.e. that model of relations which is not connected with the division of social labor. Nevertheless, owing to the interdependence of all the parts of the social economy, the heterogeneous enterprises also wage a struggle amongst themselves. A capitalist society is one which produces surplus value. On the other hand, the distribution process is one of dividing the surplus value between the subjects of the capitalist economy, and not every enterprise realizes that surplus value which it produces. The most elementary law of capitalism, the striving of profit rates to reach the same level, already distorts the simplicity of relations. Point 9. The picture is even further complicated by the formation of every possible kind of capitalist monopoly. Hence, it is clear that the struggle for the division of surplus value between individual economic subjects, individual or cooperative, must be of a different nature. We shall, therefore, distinguish three types of competition. 1. By horizontal competition we mean competition between homogeneous enterprises. Here the anarchy manifest in competition does not rest on any social division. 2. By vertical competition we mean the struggle between heterogeneous enterprises, whose existence expresses the fact of the social division of labor. 3. Finally, by combined, complex, competition we mean the struggle that is waged by combined enterprises, i.e. capitalist units which amalgamate various branches of production, i.e. which transform the social division of labor into a technical division. The criterion for differentiating these types of competition is the type of enterprise which, in turn, is based on one or another relationship to the social division of labor, i.e. to one of the fundamental production relations of the commodity world. This differentiation also gives rise to the differentiation in the methods of competition. Indeed, it is quite clear that, whereas horizontal competition can operate on the market with low prices, the classical type of competition, with vertical competition, the low price method must give way to other means. And indeed we see that methods of direct pressure on the part of capital do start to play a major role here, with the boycott first and foremost as its most elementary form. This change in the methods of competition is to a great extent still being charted, as the struggle begins to break out of the sphere of the relations of the market, even though the initial stimulus was the market relationship. Price is a universal category of a commodity society, and therefore any upset in the balance is manifested in a definite movement in prices. The category of profit is inconceivable without the category of price. In short, every economic phenomenon of the capitalist world is, in some way or other, bound up with price and, hence, the market. This does not mean, however, that every economic phenomenon is a market phenomenon. It is the same with competition. Up to now, the chief consideration has been of market competition, which was characteristic of the pattern of horizontal competition in general, but competition, i.e. the struggle between capitalist enterprises, can also be waged outside the market in the strict sense of the word. Such, for example, is the struggle for spheres of capital investment, i.e. for the very opportunity to expand the production process. In this case, too, it is clear that other methods of struggle will be used than those of the classical case of horizontal market competition. Now, we must return to modern world capitalism. We have already observed that the units which make up the system of the modern world economy are not the individual enterprises, but indicate complexes, state capitalist trusts. Certainly, world relations do exist between the separate enterprises of different countries, and the model of these relations in any one instance may be directly opposed to the model by which these countries relate to each other, but still, recently, relations between entire complexes are becoming predominant. The capitalist national economy has changed from an irrational system into a rational organization, from a non-subject economy into an economic subject. This transformation has been made possible by the growth of finance capitalism and the cohesion between the economic and the political organizations of the bourgeoisie. At the same time, neither the anarchy of capitalist production in general, nor the competition of capitalist commodity producers, have been in any way destroyed. Not only do these phenomena still exist, they have even intensified by being reproduced within the framework of a world economy. The world economic system is as blind, irrational, and without a subject as was the former system of national economy. Now, the commodity economy does not disappear for good, even though within a country it either dies off or is considerably curtailed by being replaced with organized distribution. Having ceased to be national, the commodity market, in fact, merely becomes a world market. The same process is observable here as when two or more heterogeneous enterprises merge into one combined entity, where the raw materials are processed into the half-finished product and then into the finished product, and where the movement of products is not attended by a corresponding opposite movement of a monetary equivalent. Economic wealth within a combined enterprise circulates not as commodities but as products, which become commodities only insofar as they are thrown beyond the bounds of the combined entity. In just the same way, A product for which there is organized distribution within a country is a commodity insofar as its existence is bound up with that of the world market. The difference, in comparison with the national economy, is only in the breadth of the economic system and in the character of the component parts of the system. The special character of the state capitalist trusts also explains a special type of competition. A state capitalist trust is virtually a huge combined enterprise. Being in opposition to each other, these trusts are rivals not only as units producing one and the same world commodity, but also as parts of a divided social world labor, as units which are economically complementary. Hence their struggle is carried on simultaneously along both horizontal and vertical lines. This struggle is complex competition. The transition to a system of finance capitalism constantly reinforced the process whereby simple market, horizontal, competition was transformed into complex competition. Since the method of struggle corresponds to the type of competition, this was inevitably followed by the aggravation of relations on the world market. Methods of direct pressure accompany vertical and horizontal competition, therefore the system of world finance capital inevitably involves an armed struggle between imperialist rivals. And here lies the fundamental roots of imperialism. The struggle of the finance capital state organizations is the clearest expression of the contradictions and anarchy of the capitalist mode of production where labor, socialized on a world scale, clashes with the national state subjects of appropriation. The conflict between the development of the productive forces and the capitalist relations of production must, so long as the whole system does not blow up, temporarily reduce the productive forces so that the next cycle of their development might then begin in the very same capitalist carapace. This destruction of the productive forces constitutes the conditio sine qua non of capitalist development, and from this point of view crises, the costs of competition and, a particular instance of those costs, wars are the inevitable faux phrase of capitalist reproduction. A temporary equilibrium can be achieved, strictly speaking, in two ways: in the first place, by a direct reduction of the productive forces, expressed in a destruction of values, and, in the second place, by a partial abolition of the conflict between the constituent elements of the economic system. This latter is expressed in the centralization of capital. The centralization of capital devours competition, but, on the other hand, it continuously reproduces this competition on an expanded basis. It abolishes the anarchy of small productive units, but it subsequently aggravates the anarchic relations between large-scale productive bodies. Conflicts in the economic system disappear in one place, only to reappear on an even greater scale in another. They turn into conflicts between fundamental parts of a huge world mechanism. The centralization of capital proceeds along the same three basic lines which competition takes. There is either horizontal centralization, where the absorption of homogeneous enterprises takes place, or vertical centralization where the absorption of alien enterprises takes place, and, finally, combined centralization, when combinations of different elements take place or a complex and simple enterprise combine. In a world economy, the centralization of capital is expressed in imperialist annexations, which can likewise be distinguished along the three fundamental lines of competition. Point 10. War results in the same phenomena that we see resulting from a crisis. Side by side with the destruction of the productive forces go the abolition of small and medium-sized world groupings, the death of the individual states, and the rise of even greater combinations, which grow at the expense of the groups which perish. The relations of production of the capitalist world do not, however, amount to the same thing as the relations between commodity producers, i.e. the relations between individual capitalists or their alliances, syndicates, trusts and states. Contemporary world economy is not only a commodity economy but also a capitalist commodity economy. The contradiction between the various parts of the economy lie in two main areas, that of the anarchic relationship between enterprises and of the anarchic structure of society, as a class society. In other words, what we have here are both pure economic contradictions and social contradictions. Clearly, the first category of relations has a direct influence on the second. The destruction of the productive forces and the process of capitalist centralization greatly aggravate the contradictions between the classes and, given a certain combination of both factors, the collapse of the entire system ensues, beginning with the organizationally weakest links of that system. And this is the start of the Communist Revolution. Chapter 2. Economics, State Power, and War. 1. War and the State. 2. The Theory of the State. 3. The interdependence of economics, state power, and war. 4. The classification of wars, imperialist wars, socialist wars. 5. Class war and civil war. The 1914-18 war raised the question of state power point blank. If in the pre-war period views flourished, even in the Marxist camp, which were fairly heavily colored with a Manchester hue, from the moment the imperialist state threw tens of millions of people onto the stage of history and instantly revealed its colossal significance as an economic factor, the analysis of state power became a matter for theoretical and practical discussions. The life of the all-embracing state organizations, not the life of society, but the life of the state, was highlighted. Hobbes wrote in his Leviathan 1 that there is no power which can compare with the power of the state, but his Leviathan would turn out to be a puppy in comparison with the enormous strength displayed by the state apparatus of finance capital. In a class society, war is waged by the state organization. In a capitalist society, the contradictory economic structure of society ultimately leads to an acute crisis in its political structure. It takes two basic directions: the anarchy of world capitalism, the contradiction between social world labor and national state appropriations, is expressed in the clash between state organizations of capital, in capitalist wars. On the other hand, the contradiction between classes of a capitalist society, tremendously aggravated by the development of the first contradiction, leads to revolution. In both cases the question of particular state organizations is resolved. War gives rise to realignments of forces on the same basis and the model of state power and its social content is retained. Revolution changes the very basis of the state organization by putting new classes into power and giving birth to a new type of state entity. Questions of war and state power are, therefore, the most critical questions of our epoch and demand solution. We are primarily concerned with them here in purely theoretical terms. Marxism examines the relationship and interdependencies of all social phenomena, where every concatenation of events forms a link in the chain of causes maintaining, developing or, conversely, destroying a certain model of relations of production, a certain economic structure of society. We must examine both war and state power from this point of view. Point 2. Every class society is a mechanism which produces surplus product and acts on the instructions of one part of that society. This surplus product can take the form of value, as in a capitalist economy, or remain simply as product, as in a slave-owning society. In both these cases, however, we have a process of exploitation. Let us now pose a very general question: how is this process of exploitation possible? How can a system exist which harbors such a colossal, inherent contradiction? In what way can a society which is essentially composed of two societies, classes, represent a relative unity? In other words, how is it possible to preserve a relative social equilibrium and stability in a social system which is based on the division of the social whole? The answer is clear: for such a society to exist there must be some additional factor which rivets that divided society together and represses, in a coarse physical sense and a subtle ideological sense, the opposition of the oppressed classes. In short, in order to preserve the system it is essential to have an organization which can control not only things but, more important, people. And such an organization is the state. However, it should not be supposed that the state is something which stands above society and above classes. There are no superclass elements in society. On the contrary, as we have seen above, the basic function of the state, in the case of minority rule, is to preserve, consolidate, and expand the process of exploitation. Hence, it is clear that the state organization is exclusively an organization of the ruling class or, as Engels wrote, the state is the organization of the propertied classes for their defense against the propertyless classes. Point 3. The circumstance must be particularly emphasized. Actually, a relatively expedient solution for the entire socially contradictory system could theoretically be achieved in two ways, either by the existence of a third force, reconciling the classes, smoothing out the contradictions and promoting continual compromises, or by the existence of an organization from one of the camps, which uses every method, from brute force to the most complex ideological cobweb, to control the camp of its class opponents. What happens in reality is the second solution to the problem, i.e. the presence of an organization of the ruling classes. The majority of even Marxist-type systems advances the first, harmonious theory of the state. As a matter of fact, this theoretical wisdom is to be found as far back as the code of the Babylonian king Hammurabi, who declared that the aim of a ruler is to safeguard of the law of the land and to destroy what is wicked and evil, so that the strong may not harm the weak. Point 4. The most serious argument in favor of this venerable theory is the existence of the so-called general useful functions of state power, the building of railways and hospitals, factory legislation, insurance, etc. In an impartial analysis, however, it appears that these functions of state power by no means preclude its purely class character. They are either the essential condition for extending the very process of exploitation, railways, or they protect other interests of the ruling classes, sanitary measures, or else they are strategic concessions to the class enemy. Point 5. The aim of a trust or syndicate is to increase profits and not to feed the people or give them work. However, to get this increase, it must engage in production and hire workers, to whom in some cases, during strikes etc., it makes concessions, while never for a moment ceasing to be an employer's, as the German workers express it, Scharfmacherisch organization. These generally useful functions are merely the essential condition for the process of exploitation. The most characteristic trait of the state organization of the ruling class, the one that distinguishes it from the class's other organizations, is its universality. The state organization is the most widespread class organization, where all its strength is focused, where the instruments of mechanical pressure and repression are concentrated, and where the ruling class is organized as a class and not as a part or small group of that class. For this reason then, certain activities, for example economic activity, since it embraces the whole class, inevitably take on a political character. Blows aimed here are not directed against an individual group but against the class as a whole, and hence against its state power. A state is a definite human organization. Thus it expresses not the technical relationship of people to nature, but the social relationships of people to each other, of some people to others. It would be quite wrong to look for the essence of a state in its technical and organizational definitions, e.g. in the fact that it has a centralized apparatus. For the abstract concept of centralization may presuppose diametrically opposite models of social relations, but it is precisely in the model of these social relations that the crux of the matter lies. A Negro is a Negro, a person from a black race. But he only became a slave under certain conditions. The means of production are always means of production. This is a technical concept. But it is only in certain conditions that these means of production become capital. This happens when a certain social relationship of a very specific type starts to materialize within them, the type which constitutes the so-called essence of capital. Capital is not a thing, but a social relationship. Marx. For Marx, all social phenomena are historical, and it is precisely in their historical determinacy that he looks for their essential characteristic. There is nothing surprising, therefore, in the fact that the state, from the Marxist point of view, is a wholly historical category, namely, a category of a class society. What is essential in a state is not that it is a centralized apparatus, but that this centralized apparatus embodies a certain relationship between the classes, to wit, the relationship of the state, power, enslavement, and oppression. The apparatus will disappear together with the disappearance of the classes and with the class state in its final form, the dictatorship of the proletariat. Point 7. Among bourgeois researchers it is Gumplowicz and Oppenheimer, under the strong influence of Dühring, who come closest to the truth. Oppenheimer defines the historical state in the following manner: inform the state is a legal institution, imposed on the conquered group by the victorious group. In content it is the systematic economic exploitation of the subordinate group. 8. Leaving aside the question of conquest and the fact that the origin of the classes in themselves is ascribed solely to non-economic pressure. 9. We must acknowledge that Oppenheimer's formulation regarding economic exploitation is essentially correct, which does not prevent the author in other works from feeling moved to lavish compliments on the classless Prussian civil servant. From the above analysis of state power, its character can be clearly seen as a superstructure upon an economic basis. As with every superstructure, it is not simply a bell glass covering economic life, but an active force, a working organization which consolidates in every way possible the production basis on which it arose. We must now raise another question, that of war, and it must be approached from the same angle from which we approached the question of state power. What place does war occupy in the stream of social life? And since social life is first and foremost a process of reproduction and change in the social relations of production, what role exactly does war play in this? It is easier to answer this question now. You see, it is not the people, nor nations who wage war. War is waged by states, using the living strength of their people on the battlefields, just as they use them in the factories, plants, or mines. The army, that instrument which is set in motion when war commences, is the most essential part of the state apparatus. Here we would observe in passing that the whole social edifice is notable for the peculiar monism of its architecture. All its parts are in one and the same style. Just as people are placed in a certain hierarchical order, in the relations of production, an order which corresponds to the class groupings, so too in the state apparatus in general and in the army in particular this social hierarchy is reflected. However, if war is a function of the state, is state power in actu, and if, on the other hand, the state itself as an apparatus, is the means of strengthening and expanding certain relations of production, then clearly this is the principal task of war too. The struggle between states is a manifestation of the struggle between certain bases of production personified by the ruling class of these states. Every production structure has an equivalent model of state power and hence an equivalent model of war. We are not interested here in the technical and organizational side of military matters, although that too is determined by general technical and economic conditions. What interests us is the social significance of this phenomenon. In order to answer the question about the essence of war, it must be treated to the same historical analysis as the question of the state. Then we shall get a similar answer, namely, that war, from the sociological standpoint, is the means of reproducing those relations of production, on the basis of which it arose. The state is a non-economic factor. Nevertheless, it has colossal economic significance. Similarly, war, too, as a function of state power and a non-economic factor, is one of the key factors of the economic process. Point 10. The question will have to be treated in greater detail in a subsequent theoretical analysis. The social process is not just the expansion of a certain production structure, it is also a process of replacing some forms, some modes of production and economic structures by others. But this replacement of its bases is also accompanied by an inevitable replacement of their state carapace. New relations of production burst the old political integument. Every phase of historical development and every model of relations of production, however, conforms to its own specific laws. In order to understand any epoch in theory, one must take it in all its peculiarities and analyze those characteristics which make it an epoch, i.e. which create a special model of relations, above all the relations of production. If, by using this method, we can lay bare the laws of social development, then clearly we should also examine wars in the same way, in view of the cohesiveness of all the manifestations of social life. The foregoing affords a basis for the classification of wars. It is the same basis as we used for the classification of states. Every production model has a corresponding state model, and to every state model there corresponds a specific model of war. Let us take some examples. Take a slave-owning economy. In this instance the state means the state of the slave owners, and a war by the state is merely a means for expanding the slave-owning system, for expanding the reproduction of the slave-holding relations of production. The so-called colonial wars of Spain, Holland, France, etc., were the wars of the merchant capitalist states. Their social role amounted to the expansion of the merchant capitalist relations of production, which were later transformed into the relations of industrial capitalism. When industrial capital and its state organizations engaged in the struggle for markets, wars began to subordinate the underdeveloped world to the rule of capital. Finally, when the capitalist mode of production donned the jacket of finance capitalism, there immediately appeared on the scene a special model of state power, which was the robber imperialist state with its centralized military apparatus, and the social role of war came to lie in extending the spheres of supremacy of finance capital, with its trusts and bank consortia. The same thing happens when a dictatorial socialist power wages a war. When the workers' state goes to war, it strives to expand and consolidate the economic basis on which it arose, i.e. the socialist relations of production. Hence, by the way, even an offensive revolutionary socialist war is clearly permissible in principle. Again, an entirely new model of state power is in keeping with production, which is undergoing a process of socialization. The model of power is as much unlike all previous ones as the socialist mode of production is unlike all former modes of production, which are based on the private economic relations of property. Therefore, the social significance of a war waged by a workers' dictatorship differs in principle from the wars of all previous epochs. A socialist war is a class war and must be distinguished from a simple civil war, which is not a war in the strict sense of the word, since it is not a war between state organizations. In a class war, both sides are organized in a state power, on the one side the state of finance capital and on the other the state of the proletariat. We have taken all these phenomena in their pure form. In reality, of course, matters are much more complicated. Modern world economy, despite the huge centralization of capital, nevertheless presents a fairly motley picture. And even the World War, alongside its purely imperialistic elements, had a number of other elements interspersed in the general background, such as the national chauvinism of the minor nations, which are now, for an historical second, becoming independent bourgeois state units. However, it is not, if one may express it thus, this state petty bourgeoisie which will decide the fortunes of the world. It is the relationship between the giants of imperialism and, in the final analysis, the struggle between the giants of the class war which will decide them. Chapter 3. The collapse of the capitalist system. 1. War and the organization of capitalist relations of production, state capitalism. 2. The process of reproduction, the productive forces and war. 3. The monistic structure of capitalist society and its anarchy. 4. The collapse of capitalist society. 5. Communism as the only way forward. Its historical inevitability. 6. The productive forces and the cost of revolution. The clash between the various parts of the world capitalist system, which were an expression of the conflict between the growth of the productive forces of that system and its anarchistic productive structure, was, as we have seen, a conflict of the state capitalist trusts. The objective need which has been highlighted by history, is for the organization of the world economy, i.e. the conversion of a non-subject world economic system into an economic subject, an organization which functions according to a plan, a teleological unity, an organized system. Imperialism attempted to solve this problem by its own methods. This has been formulated, not altogether accurately, by H. von Beckerath. Since free competition refused to act as a regulator of economic life, in the end a cry goes up for organization. A rallying process takes place and a general struggle for industrial markets is waged. This is how the struggle arises between nationally united economic masses, a struggle of an ever-increasing political nature which subsequently culminates in a titanic political clash between nations contending for industrial commodity markets. 1. The solution to the problem proved to be beyond the power of imperialism, and the military crisis led a crisis throughout the entire system. Within the narrow limits of individual state capitalist trusts, however, the first stage of the war was one of internal reorganization of the capitalist relations of production in the direction of planning and organizing the partial, fragmented systems which were fighting amongst themselves. It is easy to understand and trace the fundamental causes of this reorganization, which was aimed at abolishing the internal production anarchy through the statification of the economic functions. Organizationally and technically, this reorganization was made considerably easier by the extremely rapid dying out of the middle groups. War had the effect of a gigantic crisis in this respect. With the sum of produced surplus value diminishing, this value contracted and accumulated in the, socially, technically, and economically, stronger productive units. The process of centralization of capital was greatly speeded up, and this accelerated centralization constituted the negative condition of a new form of capitalist relations. The positive reasons for statification were the requirements of war, as a huge organizational process. The scope of this war, its technology, the complexity of the internal relations of the military apparatus, the colossal demand for the products of industry and agriculture, which the military organization immediately made, and, finally, the decisive significance of the outcome of military operations for the classes in command, all these made the complete mastery of the anarchy within the contending partial systems a matter of immediate attention. Military successes, other things being equal, were directly proportionate to the economic organization of the state capitalist trusts. The causes, mentioned above, were greatly aggravated by the shortage of a number of products, particularly of raw materials, a shortage which came to light immediately after the breakdown of international relations and which only increased the general exhaustion and impoverishment. Point 2 clearly, this shortage called for the most economical, and hence rationalized and organized distribution. And since the process of distribution is one of the phases of the general process of reproduction, it stands to reason that the organization of distribution led, inevitably, to a greater or lesser degree of organization in the production process proper. It is not difficult to see that the capitalist class as a whole, and dynamically this means the representatives of finance capital, profited a great deal from this centralization. Only the extremely naive regarded this as a violation of the sacred rights of property. In actual fact, there wasn't the faintest whiff of any expropriation of the expropriators, since everything was centralized in the hands of the finance capitalist state organization and not some third force. Opposition, for the most part, came only from the circles of the backward strata of the bourgeoisie, primarily the representatives of merchant, capital and commercial speculation. The organization of production and distribution in point of fact eliminates commerce in general and commercial speculation in particular. Consequently, it cuts off commercial profit and speculative differential profit. Point 3 insofar as this organization of production and distribution does take place, it does violate the sacred rights of just these very categories, but it would be ridiculous to think that the rights of the capitalist class as a whole are thereby destroyed. What actually happens is merely a redistribution of the surplus value in favor of the finance capitalist groups and the transformation of commercial profit into dividend or interest paid by the state bank. Hence, there is no abolition of surplus value here, only a change in the form of part of this surplus value. This is the very essence of the state capitalist organization as far as the questions of income categories and the distribution of surplus value are concerned. As for the diminishing share of surplus value accruing to the capitalist class and an increase of value going to the workers, as an assurance against revolution, this is a secondary matter and does not play an important role. Point 4 the mathematical limit to this trend is the conversion of the entire national economy into a completely united combined trust, where all the separate enterprises have ceased to be enterprises and become merely separate workshops, branches of this trust where, consequently, the social division of labor has turned into the technical division of labor and where the entire economy has become a completely united enterprise belonging to the appropriate group of the world bourgeoisie. The general organizational principle behind this form of capitalism is the subordination of all the economic, and not merely the economic, organizations of the bourgeoisie, to its state. The reason for this is clear. Let us consider a whole range of bourgeois organizations: the state, syndicates, cartels and trusts, entrepreneurial alliances, cooperatives, bank consortia, scientific societies, organized bourgeois journalism and hundreds of other organizations. In theory, it is clear that the maximum stability of the entire system will be achieved by combining, connecting, and coordinating all these organizations. Which organization should be on top? This is also clear: the most important, most powerful, and comprehensive. State power is just such an organization. The entire power of the class is concentrated in the state organization of the bourgeoisie. Hence, the remaining organizations, primarily economic, and all sorts of others, are bound to be jointly subordinated to it. They are all militarized. They all turn into branches and departments of a united, universal organization. Only under these conditions does the entire system achieve maximum stability. In this way, a new model of state power comes into being, the classical model of an imperialist state, resting on the state-capitalist relations of production. Here economics fuse organizationally with politics. The economic power of the bourgeoisie is directly combined with its political power. The state ceases to be the simple guardian of the process of exploitation and becomes a direct, collective capitalist exploiter, openly opposed to the proletariat. 5. The development of state power here reveals its dialectical nature. State power came into being as the primary and sole form of the organization of the ruling class. It subsequently became one of many organizations of the bourgeoisie. Finally, it once more became essentially a single organization, having absorbed all the others. 6. The state-capitalist relations of production are, logically and historically, an extension of finance-capitalist relations, and represent the culmination of them. It is no wonder, therefore, that the starting point of their development was those organizational forms, already provided by finance capital, i.e. the syndicates, trusts and banks. The trusts, as private, monopolistic organizations unifying production, not only commercially, but also technically, are superseded by state monopolies, as are the trust-like syndicates and cartels. The cartelization process is accelerated under pressure from the state, and so-called compulsory syndicates and cartels are created. The transitional model is a mixed enterprise, where the state is joint owner of a syndicate and the major shareholder in a joint stock company, etc., and where the finance-capitalist relation between state and private enterprise takes the form of so-called participation. These are the most important forms as regards the reorganization of the relations of production, but they are by no means the only ones. A number of less vital changes are also relevant: state regulation and control of the production process, compulsory production and rate fixing, control of manufacturing methods and the internal technical and production structure in general, the regulation of distribution, compulsory deliveries and acceptance, the organization of state supplies, state warehouses, price fixing, rationing, etc. 7. The banks, too, have a special and extremely important role to play in the organization. They pay deposits into the state bank, and the state bank, for its part, centralizes huge sums, suffice to mention war loans alone, and invests them in war industry. Since to a considerable extent these deposits represent periodic releases of capital, their organized investment by the state bank signifies the virtual subordination of industry to the state bank and the transformation of owners' profit into interest paid out by the bank. So, in this way too, capitalist relations of production are transformed into state capitalist relations of production, and different types of capitalist incomes are leveled out, by being converted into a peculiar dividend paid out by the one collective capitalist enterprise, the one joint stock company and trust which is the imperialist state. 8. The models of organizational relationships take various concrete forms which differ according to their function. There, too, we have planned organization, whereby new and stable productive and technical units are created. An example of this may be seen in the compulsory trusts which centralize a number of former production combines, state monopolies and so on, and simple control, for example, the compulsory sale and receipt. Finally, there is also the even lower element in the organization process, the introduction of norms 9, of which price fixing will serve as an example. It would be a mistake, however, to ignore the fact that the general tendency of state capitalist development, which accelerates the trend of finance capitalism, is in the direction of advanced organization models which create stable, productive, and technical groupings. The organization process need not necessarily begin with the production and technical side at all. The subjective aim of its activities may be, say, a pure commercial calculation rather than organizational, but nevertheless the objective, final result may be the creation of new productive and technical systems. This phenomenon was apparent in the era of finance capitalism. The syndicates originally arose as commercial combines dealing on the market, but, nonetheless, subsequent development led to the creation of trust-like cartels and then to the creation of real trusts, i.e. combines which were not merely commercial but also productive and technical. Or, to take another example, the penetration of banking capital into industry led to the consolidation of enterprises, to the creation of mergers and integrated trusts, etc. So in these instances the process of organization spread from the sphere of circulation to that of production. This happens because the circulation process is a component part of the general overall process, i.e. the process of reproduction, whose parts and phases must all conform to its laws. Point 10. Thus, the reorganization of the relations of finance capitalism was a move towards a universal state capitalist organization, with the abolition of the commodity market, the transformation of money into an accounting unit, production organized on a national scale, and the subordination of the entire national economic mechanism to the aim of world competition, i.e. primarily of war. In the analysis above we examined the organizational forms whereby the capitalist structure of individual countries adapts itself to the new conditions of life under general world capitalism. But we examined all the changes from the point of view of overcoming anarchy in production. Now, we must say a few words about social anarchy. The sum total of the relations of production embraces not only relations between people. In different organizations there also exists another aspect to the relation of production. We are talking about the relations between classes. Hence, there had to be reorganization along these lines, too, for otherwise the whole system would have proved to be highly unstable and short-lived. The requirements of the war had a colossal role to play here, too, for the mobilization of the workers and their minds for war was as necessary a precondition for waging an imperialist war as the mobilization of material production. The process of overcoming the anarchy in production started with elements of organization which had already been set up by finance capitalism. Likewise, the process of social reorganization had to be based on those factors which had been established by earlier development. The physical organizational forms already existed in the shape of the workers' organizations, the trade unions, socialist parties and, to some extent, the cooperatives, with all their additional and subsidiary apparatuses. The ideological forms consisted in the singular mentality of workers' patriotism, which was partly a metamorphosis of vestiges of an old petty bourgeois mentality and partly a product of the relative and temporary, personal interests of the working class in imperialist politics. Finally, the method of reorganization was the same method of joint subordination to an all-embracing bourgeois state. The treachery of the socialist parties and the trade unions was expressed in the fact that they entered the service of the bourgeois state, that they were in fact statified by this imperialist state and reduced to workers' departments in the military machine. The statification of these organizations had its ideological counterpart in the peculiar bourgeois statification of the proletarian mentality, which was expressed in the widespread dissemination and recognition, even in proletarian circles, of the theory of so-called civil peace. Of course, alongside these methods, those of direct, physical pressure and suppression continued to be developed, i.e. openly repressive measures. These were the means used to secure maximum stability for the partial capitalist systems in the circumstances created by the Great Imperialist War, whereby the balance of the entire world system of capitalist society had been drastically upset. For our analysis to touch upon all the basic trends towards organization in the capitalist system, we ought to mention the syndicates of state capitalist trusts, special syndicates of the second order, the components of which are the state capitalist trusts. Such are state coalitions and the League of Nations. The preconditions for these organizations were created by finance-capitalist relations, by the sum total of mutual participation. The war intensified this process of syndicalization of the state capitalist trusts. All union workers' conferences were, by the way, a manifestation of the same tendency. Here the trend towards organizations extends beyond the borders of an individual country. Consequently, these efforts by the capitalist world represented the highest manifestation of the organizing process. These processes all took place in conditions of colossal destruction of the productive forces. The structural reorganization was accompanied by a regression of the productive forces. It was this, in the final analysis, which led to the inevitable collapse of the entire system. Hence, we are faced with the problem of tracing the fundamental impact of the destruction process. By the productive forces of society we mean the sum total of the means of production and the labor force. Thus, on the one hand, it means the sum total of various kinds of machines, raw materials, fuel, etc. in natura, and, on the other hand, the sum total of the various kinds of manpower in natura, that of the metal workers, technicians, textile workers, etc., i.e. manpower of different kinds and skills. Point 11 Development of the productive forces is the basis for human development in general, and so it is necessary to examine every fact of social life with this in mind. The position of the development of the productive forces is closely related to that of reproduction. The growth of the productive forces corresponds with expanded reproduction. When static they correspond with simple reproduction, and their decline is expressed in the fact that an ever-diminishing share of periodically consumed products is replaced. In this last instance we have social regression. The reproduction approach is virtually obligatory in any economic analysis, but it is doubly so for the economist who studies critical epochs and transitional phases of development. Indeed, in so-called normal times, the periodic recurrence of production cycles is taken for granted. Of course, specific problems do arise here, too, particularly for a capitalist society, but, on the whole, a more or less smooth course of events may be assumed. The critical epochs, on the contrary, place every subsequent cycle of production in doubt. Hence the reproduction viewpoint is the only methodologically correct approach, since it analyzes the conditions for the recurrence of production cycles, i.e. the conditions of dynamic equilibrium in the social system. As Rosa Luxemburg said, the literal meaning of the word reproduction is repetition, renewal of the process of production. At first sight it may be difficult to see in what respect the idea of reproduction differs from that of repetition, which we can all understand, why such a new and unfamiliar term should be required. But in the sort of repetition which we shall consider, in the continual recurrence of the process of production, there are certain distinctive features. Emphasis by NIB. 12. The physiocrats understood this in actual fact perfectly well, but it has been substantially forgotten by the erudite liveried lackeys of imperialism. This is why the initial phase of the war gave birth to truly monstrous theoretical constructions that drew the conclusion about the beneficial influence of war on national economic life, a conclusion drawn from the fact of war profits, prosperity of war industry, and the increased share prices of metallurgical, chemical, and other industries. Let us look at the real process of reproduction, when the whole economic system comes under the banner of war, i.e. the productive forces have been redistributed in favor of war industry and work for the army in general. As a rule, labor expended on the needs of war is designated unproductive, from the economic point of view. What does this mean? It is easy to see exactly what it means when we analyze its influence on the conditions of reproduction. The normal process of production creates means of production and means of consumption. These are the two most important branches of the entire social economy. Clearly, the means of production enter the system of social labor in each case. Their production is the condition for reproduction. By and large, the same thing occurs with the production of the means of consumption. These means of consumption do not just disappear, without leaving any trace, for subsequent cycles of the production process. For consumption is basically a special process in the production of labor power. And labor power, too, is an essential condition for the process of reproduction. Consequently, production of both the means of production and the means of consumption turns out products which form the necessary conditions for the reproduction process, without which it could not take place. Military production has an altogether different significance. A gun is not transformed into an element of a new production cycle, gunpowder is shot into the air and does not appear in a different guise in the next cycle at all. Quite the reverse. The economic effect of these elements in actu has a purely negative value, although it should not be supposed that economic significance is necessarily connected with a definite aspect of use value and the material form of the product. If we take means of consumption which are supplied to the army, we shall observe the same phenomenon here. The means of consumption do not create labor power, since soldiers do not feature in the production process, they have been withdrawn from it and placed outside of it. So, for as long as the war continues, a considerable part of the means of consumption will serve not as means of production of labor power, but as the means of production of a specific soldier power, which has no role to play in the production process. Consequently, in conjunction with war, the process of reproduction takes on a distorted, regressive and negative character, that is to say, with every subsequent production cycle, the real production basis gets increasingly narrower and development takes place not in an expanding but in a constantly narrowing spiral. Another important circumstance to be noted here is that the army creates a colossal demand for its upkeep, but does not give any labor equivalent. Hence, not only does it not produce, it actually takes away. In other words, there is a twofold deduction here from the accumulation fund. This circumstance is the most important destructive factor. In addition to this, one should note the direct military destruction, the roads blown up, the towns torn down, etc., as well as a large amount of indirect destruction, the deskilling of the labor force, etc. Thus it is clear that the real bases of social production get narrower with every cycle of production of social capital. What we have in this case is not expanded reproduction, but ever-increasing underproduction. This process may be called expanded negative reproduction, and this is what war is from the economic point of view. So, what is really taking place is expanded negative reproduction, and this process should be distinguished from its fetishistically distorted, capitalist expression on paper, for the monstrous theory about the positive impact of war is based upon the confusion of these two processes, the material labor process on the one hand and the formal process on the other. Indeed, it follows from the foregoing that the form of capitalist income tends to become interest paid out in state securities under the state capitalist system. These securities, to a considerable extent, represent the right to future real value. At the same time, they can be in circulation and can even be accumulated in huge quantities. But their availability is one thing, the actual possibility of realizing them is another. Insofar as the realization of value as profit does take place in the process of war, it may signify either the corrosion of constant capital or the realization of a diminishing sum of surplus value, with its redistribution in favor of the major capitalist groups. The huge quantity of accumulated paper values are tokens, the realization of which lies wholly in the future and depends, on the one hand, on the conditions of capitalist reproduction and, on the other hand, on the very existence of the capitalist system. Clearly, the huge flood of bits of paper in various forms may become totally incommensurate with the real labor process, and in the conditions of a capitalist structure, this will be one of the indications of its collapse. Thus, negative expanded reproduction runs parallel to the accumulation of paper values. From what has been said so far, the futility of expenditure and the unfavorable appraisal of the destructive aspect of the process does not necessarily follow from the capitalist standpoint. Any capitalist crisis is a temporary destruction of the productive forces, but from the point of view of the capitalist system it must be evaluated by looking beyond the limits of a few production cycles, For in the final analysis a crisis extends the limits for subsequent development of the system. And the same thing applies to war. Let us suppose that the World War had ended in its second year, with the victory of one of the coalitions. Doubtless, in such a situation, after a period of destruction, the capitalist system would have had a good chance of putting itself right, having healed its wounds, i.e. having renewed the parts of constant capital which had been demolished and destroyed. The capitalist mode of production would have had the opportunity for further growth and on a higher and more centralized form than before. Hence, what, from the point of view of direct military and paramilitary production cycles, seemed to be a pure loss, from the point of view of the general movement of the capitalist system on a large historical scale could prove to be a temporary reduction of the productive forces, which would be the cost of purchasing their further, and more powerful, growth. In other words, we would be faced with a crisis, although unprecedented in its size and form, but certainly not with the collapse of the capitalist system, which would continue to develop, after a temporary hitch, in more organizationally perfected forms. The question of crisis or collapse depends on the actual nature of the shock to the capitalist system, on its intensity and duration. Theoretically, it is clear that the process of expanded negative reproduction can carry on regardless only to a certain point, beyond which the decay and disintegration of the whole organism sets it. Let us proceed to analyze this question. The process of reproduction is not only a process of reproducing the material elements of production, but also one which reproduces the very relations of production. Point 13 Expanded reproduction means expanded reproduction of existing relations of production, their scope and extent becomes greater, the existing mode of production is spread with the internal reorganization of its component parts. The reproduction of the capitalist relations of production is a reproduction of their substance, in that the relationship between capital and wage labor is permanently maintained and expanded, but within this relationship the components of the productive structure are continuously changing. It is enough merely to point to the growth of the so-called new middle class. What takes place under expanded negative reproduction? To answer this question, we must dwell at some length on the question of the structure of society as a whole. First of all, what are these relations of production which we are discussing? Marx defined them as the relations between people, in the process of social labor and the distribution of the products of this labor. In concrete terms, in a capitalist society, this is where the relations between capitalists, experts, technicians, engineers, skilled and unskilled workers, merchants, bankers, usurers, etc. come in, and the relations between these elements are taken in their existing concatenations. Hence, the category of the relations of production is a universal one, applying to the social structure. Relations of a socio-class nature come in here, the relation of worker and capitalist, as do those of a different type, e.g. the relations between enterprises, the relations of collaboration, i.e. so-called simple cooperation and so on. Point 14 In connection with this, it should be noted that the relations of production are not something distinct from the technical organization of labor, insofar as we are talking about the relations within the direct labor process. In reality, the two are combined. A factory is not only a technical category but also an economic one. 15 For it is a complex of socio-labor relations of production. The factory hierarchy, under the command of capital, was cited by Marx as the model of capitalist relations of production. The technical elements, the labor power of the engineer, the manager, mechanic, craftsman, and unskilled worker, are at the same time elements of the economic organization, and so long as they are assigned to a fixed social stratum they will have socio-class characteristics. And no wonder, after all, the classes primarily represent groups of people united by common conditions and a common role in the production process, with all its ensuing consequences for the process of distribution. The capitalist hierarchy in production is accompanied by a capitalist hierarchy in distribution. These are two sides of the same coin, inextricably linked and fused together. The relations of production are the relations between people as components of a certain system. but it would be a gross simplification to equate a specific model of relations with these components. Society is not the sum of its components, nor is it the arithmetical sum of its components plus the relationships between them. For the social nexus cannot be set alongside the component parts. The physical distribution of people in the technical labor process and their functional role coalesce and congeal within the human components. In this way the social relationships are transformed and even become embodied in the internal structure of the components themselves, for the model of the social nexus lives in people's minds. Thus, a particular social structure and a particular mode of production represents a specific model of relations. At the same time this model also creates its very components. It is the relations of production which determine everything else. It is not hard to see why. If the relations of production were embodied in one model of the nexus, but the other relations, e.g. the state organization, were constructed according to a different model, then the system as a whole would be utterly unstable. Capitalist relations of production are inconceivable under the political rule of the working class, and socialist relations in production would be unthinkable under the political rule of capital. Consequently, every model of a society must inevitably be distinguished for the monism of its structure, which is the fundamental for the existence of any social system. Capitalist society is particularly notable for this monism. The constitution of the factory, the regiment, and the government office is constructed to the one principle, and the hierarchical model of the relations of production is expressed in an identical hierarchy of state power, the army, etc. At the top is the owning class, at the very bottom the class of the have-nots, and in the middle is the whole gradation of intermediate groups. The capitalist and the factory manager, the general and the minister or chief official bureaucrat are all people of roughly the same class, and the nature of their functions is similar, despite the difference in their spheres of activity. These functions have been assigned to them, and hence in addition to their technical character they also have a clearly expressed class character. The engineer, officer, and middle-grade official are, again, essentially people of the same class, and their functions are of the same kind. The minor employee, the messenger, commissionaire, janitor, the worker, and the soldier likewise occupy a similar position, and the hierarchical class system establishes itself as a universal principle. Capitalism is an antagonistic, contradictory system, but the class antagonism, which splits society into two fundamental classes, is all-pervasive. Hence, the structure of capitalism is monistic antagonism, or antagonistic monism. We have taken society as a system of component elements in natura. We must now follow this approach through consistently, for along with the reproduction approach it is a categorical imperative for any critical epoch and, therefore, for any period of the decay of capitalism too. In normal times, i.e. when conditions of mobile equilibrium prevail, it is possible to stay at the level of a fetishistic expression of social relations, since the times are stable and presuppose certain very real, material, and socio-labor processes as their foundation. Monetary relations and categories of value, etc. are the universal categories of a capitalist economy, and in normal times we can conduct an analysis within these categories, since for normal times, they are the norm. The law of value is the basic condition for the anarchic productive structure and the conditio sine qua non for the mobile equilibrium of the capitalist system. It is quite different when the production system finds itself in abnormal conditions. This means that conditions of mobile equilibrium do not obtain, and, consequently, in methodological terms, it is totally inappropriate to conduct an analysis of value relations and categories of relations which are made a fetish of in general. On the contrary, the need here is to consider the natural form of things and of labor power, to keep an account in these units, and to examine society itself as an organization of component elements in their natural and material character. Point 16. Rudolf Goldschmidt understood this truth perfectly, when he said, "Generally speaking, the present war must first and foremost school us to one thing, to more profound natural economic thinking. Nearly all economic questions seem insoluble if they are considered exclusively from the monetary economic point of view, and vice versa, appear relatively simple from the natural economic point of view." Point 17. The foregoing makes it clear why this is so. Capitalist society has jumped out of its grooves and the categories of equilibrium cannot be commensurate with a critical epoch. So, the general question is now formulated thus: what happens to a social system in its natural form, a form of related natural components, in conditions of expanded negative reproduction? In the formulae for labor value, we have the following series: C plus V plus S, C plus V plus, Sx, C plus V, C plus, Vx, Cy, plus, Vnx, etc. At the same time, value becomes incommensurate with price. Clearly, from the viewpoint of the capitalist system, the situation is not dangerous whilst the expansion of negative reproduction takes place at the expense of S. Beyond that point begins the corrosion of fixed capital on the one hand and, on the other hand, underconsumption by the working class leads to instability in the functioning of labor power and its capacity in its capital generating role, i.e. we have the destruction of the reproduction of labor power. This process is manifested in two ways: first, in pushing labor power out of the production process, and second, in lowering real wages, in underproduction of the energy which generates labor power, deskilling it, and, finally, severing the relationship between the lowest and highest components of the technical and productive hierarchy. The lowest screws of the capitalist machine, if they do not receive sufficient lubricating oil, will come undone. The two main forms which the severance of relations take are: 1. Their decay and demoralization, for example, absenteeism, a decline in labor discipline and, with office workers, inaccuracy, bribery, the violation of commercial customs and standards, etc. 2. Their revolutionary severance, mass refusal to work on the part of the workers, strikes, and all sorts of organized disobedience to the capitalist class. This process of disintegration in capitalist relations can be observed at a certain level of expanded negative reproduction and, once begun, it takes hold in all spheres of the capitalist system. The capitalist-induced psychological habits of obedience to those in power, which had built up in the minds of the lowest elements, vanishes and their capitalist function becomes impossible. On the other hand, amongst the highest human elements of the system, where technical function coincides with class interests and the most important, fundamental class interest coincides with a stake in the preservation of the existing production system, the mentality-psychological nexus of the struggle for its preservation is reinforced even further. The latent class struggle, which undermines the relations of production in a period of demoralization, breaks through to the surface as open revolutionary struggle in the period when the relations of the capitalist apparatus are violently severed. What takes place in production, mutatis mutandis, also occurs in the army and in the administrative state apparatus. We have already seen that the process of collapse is absolutely inevitable once expanded negative reproduction has devoured the social surplus value, S. A theoretical analysis cannot establish with absolute accuracy exactly when and at which concrete, quantifiable figure characteristic of this process, the period of collapse will set in. This is a question of fact, not theory. The actual economic situation in Europe in 1918-20 clearly shows that this period of collapse has set in and that the old system of relations of production shows no signs of revival. Quite the reverse, the concrete facts all indicate that the elements of decomposition and the revolutionary severance of relations are progressing with every month that passes. In theory this is quite understandable, if you think about it. After all, a capitalist society, split into classes, can only exist when the mentality of civil peace has, so to speak, popular appeal, i.e. only when, and for as long as, the working class as a whole, the vital productive force of capitalist society, tacitly agrees to perform a capitalist function. Once this premise disappears, the continued existence of capitalist society becomes impossible. Marxist revolutionary thought has firmly established that, in the political sphere, the transition of power from the bourgeoisie to the proletariat, a transition which is to be understood as a definite historical process, is manifested in the collapse of the old state machine, which breaks down into its component elements. The state is by no means an object which passes through the hands of the different classes, by inheritance, in accordance with venerable standards of bourgeois family law. The conquest of state power by the proletariat is the destruction of the bourgeois system and the organization of a new state system, where the component elements of the old, disintegrated model of relations are in part destroyed and in part taken up into new concatenations, in a new model of relations. Point 18. That was the theory of Marx and Engels. The vast majority of quasi-socialist theorists, however, had and still do have a singularly primitive concept of the conquest of power. Just change the leadership, the government and the whole apparatus is captured. Marx's revolutionary theory has now been proved in the sphere of relations, and not only by abstract reasoning, it has been proved empirically. The process of transforming the relations of production is by no means as easy as that. Here the notions which prevailed in the realm of the theory of political upheavals have turned out to be unusually tenacious. Typical in this respect is Hilferding's dissertation 19 on the fact that the seizure of the 6 banks, the leadership, by the proletariat will give the latter command over the whole of industry, the whole apparatus. It has been proven empirically that nothing of the kind occurs, for in reality the seizure of the banks only undermines the commanding power of capital. Why? The question is simply solved. Because the banks controlled industry on the basis of specific credit and monetary relations. The model of this relationship was a model of credit relations, which just caves in on the seizure of the banks by the proletariat. After all we have said, it is not hard, in theory, to understand the reasons for the collapse of the various sorts of hierarchical relations which arise in a capitalist society in conditions of expanded negative reproduction. The process of decomposition and the subsequent revolutionary severance of capitalist relations is best exemplified by the army. The imperialist army is demoralized because, not to put too fine a point on it, discipline degenerates amongst the soldiers, i.e. the lowest link in the hierarchy can no longer serve as links in this particular hierarchy. The revolutionary severance of relations ensues with the mass, more or less, organized disorganization of the whole apparatus, which is the essential precondition for the victory of the new class. This disorganization also entails the collapse of the existing system. Thus, temporary anarchy is objectively a completely unavoidable stage in the revolutionary process, which is expressed in the collapse of the old apparatus. Roughly the same thing happens, too, with the technical and productive apparatus of a capitalist society. We saw that the relations of production are also technical relations and that the social hierarchy is also a technical one. Hence, it is absolutely clear that the decomposition and revolutionary severance of the social links of the system, which is the indicator of collapse, is the disintegration of the technical apparatus of society, insofar as we mean the human technical organization of that society. And, therefore, it is clear that to capture the old economic apparatuses as a whole is impossible. Anarchy in production, or in Professor Grynevetsky's words, the revolutionary disintegration of industry 20 is an historically inevitable stage, which no amount of lamentation can prevent. Certainly, from an absolute point of view, it would be an extraordinarily good thing if the revolution and collapse of the old relations of production were not accompanied by the disintegration of the technical and productive relations, but a sober assessment of the actual process, scientific analysis of them, shows us that the period of disintegration is historically inevitable and historically necessary. The disintegration of the human technical hierarchy, which sets in at a certain stage of the process of expanded negative reproduction, has, in its turn, a profound effect on the state of the productive forces. They are closely bound up with the relations of production in a certain system of organized social labor. Hence, the disintegration of the apparatus must inevitably be accompanied by a subsequent reduction in the productive forces. In this way, the process of expanded negative reproduction is greatly speeded up. From the above analysis, it follows that any rebirth of industry, based upon disintegrating, capitalist relations, which is the dream of the utopists of capitalism, is impossible. The only way out lies in the fact that the lowest links of the system, the basic productive forces of capitalist society, the working class, will occupy the ruling position in the organization of social labor. Therefore, the construction of communism is the precondition for social rebirth. 21. In theory, of course, this has not yet been proved by the realization of communism. The question of its preconditions and the probability of realizing it is one which is not logically related to the question of the collapse of capitalism. In theory, further decay is conceivable with the death of civilization and a return to the primitive forms of medieval semi-natural economy, in short, the picture which Anatole France draws at the end of his book The Island of Penguins. For the time being, we shall leave the question to one side, in order to investigate it later. At present, however, we can assert that the restoration of the old capitalist system is impossible. The components of the technical and productive apparatus, the human elements, must be taken up in a new concatenation and united in a new type of relationship, for the development of society to be possible. Thus, mankind is faced with a dilemma, the death of civilization or communism, and there is no other alternative. Assuming that after a number of productive cycles, the productive forces start to increase, one fundamental precondition is essential, the growth of socialist relations of production, advancing towards communism. In this case, the cost of revolution, both the interruption in the labor process and the direct expenditure of social energy in the process of civil war, will be the price at which human society buys itself the opportunity of further growth. The communist revolution of the proletariat, like every other revolution, is accompanied by a reduction in the productive forces. Civil war, more especially when it is on the gigantic scale of modern class wars, where the bourgeoisie and the proletariat are organized into a state power. Economically, and from the point of view of the next production cycle, the revolution has a purely negative value. However, as we have already seen from the example of crises and capitalist wars, any judgment based on such a viewpoint is a limited one. It is necessary to elucidate the role of this particular phenomenon by starting from the subsequent cycles of reproduction on their broad historical scale. Then the cost of revolution and the civil war will be seen as a temporary reduction of the productive forces, which nevertheless laid the foundation for their massive growth, after the relations of production have been reconstructed on a new footing. 22. The reconstruction of the relations of production presupposes the power of the proletariat, its command, in the state machine, in the army as a part of that machine, and in production. In the process of the struggle for power and in the period of the Civil War, during the period of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the curve of the productive forces continues to fall, whilst there is a simultaneous growth in organizational forms. This growth of organizational forms encounters resistance, primarily sabotage, by the officers of industry, i.e. the technical intelligentsia, which does not wish to be in a different hierarchical system from the one obtaining before. But this resistance is far less dangerous to the new, growing system than was the resistance of the working class to the system of capitalist relations. From the point of view of preserving and developing human society, therefore, socialist relations of production represent the only way out, since they alone can create the conditions for a relatively mobile equilibrium in the socio-productive system. Chapter 4. The general preconditions for the building of communism. 1. The model of the relations of production in the process of the capitalist collapse. 2. The criterion of the maturity of the relations of production. 3. Economic exhaustion and the decay of capitalism. 4. The building of communism as an historical epoch. 5. The stages of the revolutionary process. 6. The general principles of the new social organization. In the preceding chapter, we saw how naive is the concept of a transition of the old apparatus as a whole, directly onto new tracks. An analysis of that part of the transition period which can be defined as the collapse of the capitalist system, brought us to the proposition that the hierarchical, technical, and productive system, which is at once an expression of socio-class relations and the relations of production, inevitably disintegrates into its constituent elements. However brief, historically speaking, this intermediate moment of industrial anarchy may prove to be, nevertheless it is a necessary moment in the general chain of events. However, it must be noted here that not all the socio-technical links disintegrate, but only those of a hierarchical type. During the decay of the capitalist system and its revolutionary collapse, the links are severed between the working class on the one hand and the technical intelligentsia, the bureaucracy, and the bourgeoisie on the other. But the relations of production which express the bonds between worker and worker, engineer and engineer, bourgeois and bourgeois are not severed. Therefore, the general demarcation of the social strata and the breakup of the human, organizational, and technical apparatus take place primarily along these lines. Hence, by and large, the nexus within the proletariat is not severed, and it is this bond which is the basic feature, socialized in the heart of and by capitalism. Point 1. The new society cannot suddenly appear like a deus ex machina. Its component elements develop within the old society, and since the issue here is one of economic phenomena, i.e. it touches on the questions of economic structures and relations of production, the elements of the new society must be sought in the relations of production of the old. The question must be put thus: which aspect of the relations of production in a capitalist society can form the basis of the new production structure? Clearly, the solution to this problem will also apply to the problems of the so-called maturity of capitalist society for its transition through the phase of the dictatorship of the proletariat to a communist society. In the past, the question used to be formulated in very general and somewhat primitive terms: the basic criterion of maturity, with regard to the objective preconditions for the communist social structure, was considered to be the degree of concentration and centralization of capital, the existence of a certain aggregate apparatus, the sum total of the relations of production, tightened into one not by capitalist development. However, such a statement of the issue, as is evident from the preceding analysis, is inadequate. For it is just this centralized apparatus which disintegrates in the process of revolution, and, consequently, it cannot serve in toto as the basis of the new society. Point 2. In the well-known chapter 32 of Volume I of Capital, The Historical Tendency of Capitalist Accumulation, Marx puts forward two basic features: the centralization of the means of production and the socialization of labor, which flourished along with the capitalist mode of production, and within it it is these two features which form the basis of the new mode of production, which develops in the midst of the old. Let us examine them both. They are part of the apparatus and part of the new organization. Generally speaking, any social system represents an organization of things and people, where things here are not simply objects in the world of nature, but have their own distinctive social existence. A machine is not a machine outside of human society. It becomes a machine only within the system of social labor. From this point of view, society as a system is simultaneously a personal and a physical apparatus. Point 4. The physical apparatus is the material and technical foundations of society. It does not enter into the concept of the relations of production, but is related to the productive forces. And in the process of the revolutionary severance of productive relations, this apparatus may come through relatively unscathed. Its disintegration is by no means inevitable. Of course, machines, equipment, factory buildings, and so on are damaged in a time of social upheaval, but the fundamental devastation takes place elsewhere. Insofar as the destruction of the physical apparatus does take place, it is chiefly as a consequence of the disintegration of the human apparatus and as a break in the continuity of the labor process. Hence, the problem lies in the analysis of the second feature, namely, in socialized labor. The human apparatus which embraces the aggregate labor relations, including those social strata which we spoke about earlier, but its basic form, the typical and decisive element, is the concentration of the proletariat. The cooperative form of labor, which Marx talks about, is embodied in this decisive feature, the specific relations between workers. It is here that the center of gravity of the new society lies. The aggregate labor power of society, a pure capitalist society, the proletariat, is one of the two components of the concept of the productive forces, for the productive forces are merely the sum total of the available means of production and labor power, as the old economists repeatedly stressed, is the most important productive force. On the other hand, the relationship between the workers is a fundamental part of the human labor apparatus. So it is here that one ought to look for the basic elements of the new productive structure. This was Marx's own view of the matter, when he saw in the working class, a class disciplined, united, and organized by the very mechanism of the capitalist production process, the framework of the future relations of production, and at the same time the force which realizes these relations. Point 5. This thesis is extremely important. The ripening of communist relations of production within the confines of a capitalist society is that system of collaboration which is embodied in the relations of production between workers, and which at the same time unites the human atoms into a revolutionary class, the proletariat. The criterion of maturity therefore turns out to be precisely this feature, which is, of course, a function of the development of the productive forces, but which is highlighted by social and organizational technology. From this social and organizational viewpoint, the maturity of capitalist society is quite obvious, and discourses on this theme which refute that fact are metaphysical nonsense on the part of the apologists of capitalism. The existence of a planned organization within capitalist countries torn by capitalist competition, the existence, in a certain period, of a system of state capitalism, is empirical proof of the possibility of building communism. Now, let us digress for a moment from the concrete historical carapace of the production process and look at it solely from the viewpoint of its inherent, abstract, production logic. There can be two, and only two eventualities here: either the socialization of labor permits the technical introduction of planned organization into a concrete social structure of whatever type, or the process of the socialization of labor is so weak and labor so fragmented, zersplittered, as Marx put it, that the rationalization of the socio-labor process is technically quite impossible. In the first instance maturity is present, in the second it is absent. This formulation of the question is generally applicable to any version of conscious and formal socialization. And it follows from this, that if capitalism has matured enough for state capitalism, then it has also matured for the epoch of the building of communism. Point 6. The specific problem for the building of communism lies not in the fact that there is no framework of social labor, but in the new combination of social strata which have been torn apart, and primarily in the inclusion in the new system of the technical intelligentsia. But this is a different subject, which we shall examine later. The gigantic upheaval of the entire capitalist system, which we are evaluating as its collapse, is used by a number of learned and unlearned sycophants of quasi-Marxist tendencies as an argument against socialism. Point 7. This view is logically based on a complete lack of understanding of the dialectic process, which develops through contradictions. The World War and the start of the Revolutionary Era are a manifestation of precisely that objective maturity, which is under discussion. For this conflict of great intensity was the consequence of widespread antagonism which continually reproduced and developed within the bosom of the capitalist system. Its tremendous force is a pretty accurate index of the degree of capitalist development, and a tragic expression of the sheer incompatibility of further growth of the productive forces in the integument of the capitalist relations of production. This is the same collapse, Zusammenbruch, which was repeatedly forecast by the authors of scientific communism. They proved to be right. The notion of a transition to socialism without a collapse, without a disturbance of the social equilibrium, and without a bloody struggle is a pitiful and reformist illusion. Point 8. Once the disintegration of the capitalist relations of production is really underway, and once the impossibility of restoring them has been theoretically proven, then the question arises of a solution to the dilemma: the death of civilization or socialism. Basically, this question was settled in the foregoing analysis. Indeed, we saw that the epoch of the breaking up of the productive, technical, and social strata tends to preserve the unity of the proletariat, which above all embodies the material basis of future society. This decisive and fundamental element only partly disintegrates in the course of the revolution. Indeed, it unites, re-educates and organizes itself in an extraordinary way. Empirical proof of this is provided by the Russian Revolution, with its relatively weak proletariat, which nevertheless proved to be in truth an inexhaustible reservoir of organized energy. The mathematical probability of socialism is under such conditions transformed into a practical certainty. But one must completely abandon the idea that the indispensable condition for the maintenance and development of the new system, the progress of the productive forces, a condition which is subjectively the class problem of the proletariat, will begin to take effect as soon as the revolution begins. Socialism has to be built. Available materials and human resources are only the starting point for a development which embraces a whole enormous epoch. During the epoch of the disintegration of capitalism, as we saw in the previous chapter, capitalism cannot possibly be saved, because the basic productive force of society, the working class, refuses to fulfill its capitalist and capital-generating function. The basic precondition for the building of socialism is the transformation of this capital-generating function into a social labor function. This is possible only when the proletariat is in control, i.e. under its dictatorship. 9 Only with the transformation of the proletariat from the exploited class into the ruling class does the restoration of the labor process, i.e. social reproduction, become possible. Within this framework the problem facing the proletariat are, by and large, formally, i.e. independent of the social content of the process, the same as those facing the bourgeoisie under expanded negative reproduction, the economical use of all resources, their planned utilization and the maximum possible centralization. The exhaustion which was a result of the war and the break in the continuity of the production process during the period of disintegration demands from the viewpoint of social and organizational technology just this transition to socialist relations of production. One has only to raise the question of how a system of perhaps only relative equilibrium is possible, or, rather, how the creation of conditions for movement towards such an equilibrium is possible, to understand the categorical imperative for a centralized and formally socialized economy. We saw above that even within the confines of capitalism the curtailment of the productive resources was one of the most important conditions acting as a spur towards a planned, regulated, and organized economy. This is where the internal economic logic comes in, and it certainly does not disappear but on the contrary makes itself felt even more strongly under the non-capitalist structure of relations of production. The labor process cannot continue under the rule of the bourgeoisie. Large-scale production cannot fail to be expropriated and nationalized under the rule of the proletariat. Finally, economic exhaustion is an even stronger incentive to methods of rationalizing the socio-economic process. 10 The aggregate of these conditions demands one solution and one only to the problem, the transformation of capitalism into socialism via the dictatorship of the working class. We have seen that, what for society as a whole represents the condition for its continued existence, for the proletariat represents an organizational problem to which it must find a practical solution. During this period the proletariat has to actively build socialism and at the same time re-educate itself in the process of this construction. This problem can only be solved by specific methods, namely those of organizational work, and these methods have already been prepared by capitalist development. When the bourgeoisie was overthrowing the feudal lords and the capitalist mode of production, based in its early days on the private economic cell, was blazing itself a trail, the economic process took place almost completely spontaneously, for there was no organized collective, no class subject at work, only scattered, though highly active, individuals. It is small wonder that the slogan of the time was that of laissez-faire, laissez-passer. They did not build capitalism, but it was built. The proletariat, as an organized collective subject, is building socialism as an organized system. If the creation of capitalism was spontaneous, the building of communism is to a marked degree a conscious, i.e. organized, process. For it is created by a class which grew up in the midst of capitalism to become that same revolutionary association of which Marx spoke. The epoch of communist construction will, therefore, inevitably be an epoch of planned and organized work. The proletariat will solve the social and technical problem of building a new society, a problem which it consciously sets itself and resolves with deliberation. Along with the collapse of capitalism, commodity fetishism and its semi-mystic categories also break down. 11. The socialist revolution will promote socialist methods, by no means socialism at a stroke, as a more perfect way, than state capitalism, of averting the collapse of society, preserving the economic base and even expanding it. State capitalism saved the capitalist state by active and conscious intervention in the relations of production. Socialist methods will be a continuation of this active process of organization, but only for the sake of saving and developing a free society. At first they will only provide a new economy of the means of production and consumption which will immediately save society. Later, they will begin the restoration of the productive forces, then they will bring them to a new and higher prosperity. And on the way, stone by stone, and link by link, socialism will be built, both as large-scale, high-powered production and as a system of distinct, simple, and free social relations. Point 12. What are the phases of the revolutionary process? This question must be answered, for failure to understand the way the various phases change according to established laws accounts for a whole series of ridiculous notions. Hermann Beck refutes Marx by asserting that social catastrophes, revolutions, do not necessarily have economic causes, as the example of anti-militaristic revolutions has proved, for here the change in the relations of power, Machtverschiebung, which should have come at the end of the chain of events, comes at its very beginning. Point 13. However, it is not difficult to see that the revolutionary process does not conform to fundamental laws. The historical prius is the conflict between the productive forces and the relations of production. This conflict has its class subject expression in the rebellion of the proletariat, that is to say, to a certain extent it determines the class will. The stimulus comes from the economic sphere, or rather, from the clash between the productive forces and the economic carapace. Then a catastrophically rapid reciprocal influence sets in, from the ideological sphere to the productive forces, and during this process the conditions of equilibrium are created on a new basis. This dialectical process passes through the following phases. 1. The ideological revolution. Economic conditions demolish the ideology of civil peace. The working class becomes aware of itself as the class which is bound to become master. The ideological system of workers' imperialism is shattered. In its place, we get the ideology of communist revolution, the workers' plan of future action. 2. The political revolution. The ideological revolution is converted into action, in civil war and the struggle for political power. Here the political apparatus of the bourgeoisie is destroyed, the whole huge organization of the state machine. It is replaced by a new system, that of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the Soviet Republic. 3. The economic revolution. The dictatorship of the proletariat, which is the concentrated power of the working class organized as a state power, acts as a powerful lever of economic upheaval. The capitalist relations of production are smashed. The old economic structure ceases to exist. Surviving links are forcibly cut, the expropriators are expropriated. The component elements of the old system are taken up into a new combination, and in the long and tortuous process a new model of relations of production emerges. The foundations of socialist society are laid. 4. The technical revolution. The relative equilibrium, achieved by the structural reorganization of society, ensures that the productive forces can function properly, although initially only on a restricted basis. The next stage is the revolution in technical methods, i.e. the growth of the productive forces, the alteration and speedy improvement of social, rationalized technology. Point 14. It stands to reason that when we talk about the stages of revolutionary development, it is a question of the center of gravity of each historical stage, its prevailing characteristics, and the typical features of a particular phase. Within these limits, the conformity to laws, which had been inferred deductively, was confirmed in action for the first time in the experience of the Russian proletarian revolution. Failure to understand this change of phase leads to truly monstrous and theoretically vulgar conclusions. Point 15. We must now examine the general principles of building communism. It is quite clear that the next epoch must be that of the dictatorship of the proletariat, which will bear a formal resemblance to the epoch of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, i.e. it will be state capitalism in reverse, its own dialectical transformation into its own antithesis. Let us first examine the very general conditions of equilibrium on the new basis. There is a very tattered physical and technical framework, the centralized means of production, which were partly destroyed by the process of expanded negative reproduction during the imperialist and subsequent civil war, but were also thrown into confusion by the force of the collapse of the human, technical apparatus, but this concerns the productive forces. In the sphere of the relations of production there are the disintegrated links and layers of the technical and social hierarchy. The period of collapse, as we have seen, does not mean that the component elements are destroyed but only that the relations between them are destroyed. The elements as such do partly perish, from the civil war, exhaustion, premature wearing out, malnutrition, etc., but this is not the main feature of the period of collapse. In the same way it can be said that internal group relations are more or less preserved intact, between workers, in the relationships within the class, between the engineers, the technicians, i.e. the members of the new middle class, etc. As we have already shown, to a certain extent these relations actually grow and consolidate amongst the proletariat which, as a class, educates, unites and organizes itself during this period with extraordinary intensity and speed. Hence, the proletariat, as the aggregate of the relations of production, constitute the framework of the whole edifice. But the problem of social and production organization lies in combining the old elements anew. In which way exactly? There is no problem in seeing that the apex of capitalist society, which was virtually above production and whose production position was expressed in the fact that it was outside production, it includes every possible type of rentier and those who clip share coupons, 16 proves to be unfit for the work of construction, either it perishes or it must be absorbed by the other groups. Ex-bourgeois managers and the technical intelligentsia below are patently essential to the construction period, for they are the social core of organizational and technical scientific experience. It is quite obvious that both these categories must be accommodated differently. How, and under what conditions is this possible? Let us first remark that structurally this is the decisive, one could almost say, the most fundamental question. And it is no accident that in the mature period of socialist revolution the problem of specialists plays such an important part. We know that the social relations of the previous model live on in the form of an ideological and psychological deposit in the minds of people of this category. Healthy capitalism looms before them with the obstinacy of an idée fixe. Consequently, the prerequisite for the very possibility of a new social and productive combination must be the disintegration of the relations of the previous model in the minds of this technical intelligentsia. This process of decay is extremely agonizing and painful. It is accompanied by the partial destruction of the technical intelligentsia which wages a bitter struggle on behalf of the former model of disintegrated and forcibly severed relations. It resists the new model of a combination of social and productive strata, since the dominant position here is occupied by the proletariat. The functional, technical role of the intelligentsia had merged with its monopolistic position as a social class group, a position which in the long run could only be monopolistic under the rule of capital. Therefore, resistance by this stratum is inevitable, and overcoming this resistance is a fundamental and inherent problem of the construction phase of the revolution. Given the decisive significance of the relations of production within the working class, a class which is constantly re-educating itself and continuing the process of the Bildung der Revolutionären Association, all the work is shouldered by the working class and its own proletarian intelligentsia, educated in the course of the revolutionary struggle. The new concatenation, i.e. the joint subordination of the technical intelligentsia to the proletariat, is inevitably achieved by the use of force on the part of the proletariat in cases of sabotage by the intelligentsia. The relative stability of the system is achieved only in proportion to the decay in the minds of this social category of the accumulated relations of the model and the slow assimilation of new relations and the model of relations. What is needed at this point is a theoretical analysis of the aggregate of the new relations of production which are taking shape. For a question of cardinal importance arises here, How is a different concatenation of human technical and productive elements at all possible, when the very logic of the production process demands an absolutely fixed model of relations? After all, an engineer or a technician cannot help giving orders to the workers and, consequently, he must stand over them. Likewise, a former officer in the Red Army cannot help standing above the army's rank and file. In both cases there is an inner, purely technical and practical logic which must be maintained under whatever system. How is this contradiction resolved? Here we must direct our attention to a number of circumstances. First of all, under the state power of the proletariat and the proletarian nationalization of production, the process of creation of surplus value as a specific category of bourgeois society disappears. At the same time as it fulfilled its organizational functions in the production process, the technical intelligentsia was socially a transmission mechanism for squeezing out surplus value as a specific capitalist category of income. This was bound to be so, since the process of capitalist production is also, and above all, a process of producing surplus value. The technical intelligentsia was, therefore, a tool in the hands of the bourgeoisie and fulfilled its general aims. Its place in the social labor hierarchy coincided with its function as an instrument for the squeezing out of surplus value. With the dialectical transformation of the bourgeois dictatorship into the dictatorship of the proletariat, the technical function of the intelligentsia is transformed from a capitalist into a social labor function, and the creation of surplus value is converted into the creation, under conditions of expanded reproduction, of surplus product required for the expansion of the reproduction fund. At the same time, the basic model of relations changes, although the intelligentsia maintains the same middle position in the hierarchical setup. For the supreme state economic power 17 is the concentrated social might of the proletariat. On the one hand, therefore, the technical intelligentsia stands above large sections of the working class, but on the other hand, subordinated to its collective will, which is expressed in the state economic organization of the proletariat. The transformation of the process of creating surplus value into one of planned satisfaction of social needs, is manifest in a regrouping of the relations of production, despite the formal preservation of the same position in the hierarchical production system. However, the general nature of this hierarchy differs in principle, as it is the dialectical antithesis of the capitalist structure 18 and leads to the abolition of the hierarchy altogether, by destroying its socio-caste character. Secondly, the relatively stable coexistence of the ruling proletariat and the technical intelligentsia occurs after the latter actually has fallen out of the production process. It returns in strength only in proportion to the decay in its collective mental attitude to the old accumulated relations. Hence, the intelligentsia enters the new social and technical edifice inwardly regenerated according to all the principles of Herodotus the Dark. Its return is not a repetition of what has gone before, but a dialectical process. 19. In the third place, in so far as a new network of human systems is being created, then as the whole of the foregoing analysis makes clear, such systems must be founded on the working class organizations which have matured in the lap of capitalism and in the clamor of class struggles, the Soviets, the trade unions, the working class party in power, factory and works committees and special economic organizations set up after the seizure of power, with a fairly numerous cadre of organizationally and technically skilled workers. This is the basic network of the Universal Revolutionary Association, which has now arisen from below to the top, but at the same time this is the environment in which the technical intelligentsia must function. Previously the technical intelligentsia and the higher bourgeois management constituted the basic fabric of the highest relations of production and of the systems of economic administration, syndicates, cartels, trusts and organs of state capitalist control. Under the dictatorship of the proletariat, the basic fabric will be made up of various combinations of the workers' organizations which have risen from below plus those recently formed. Finally, in the fourth place, the technical intelligentsia begins to lose its socio-caste character in this system, as ever new strata arise within the proletariat and gradually take their place alongside the old technical intelligentsia. Thus the equilibrium of society is established anew. The rule of the proletariat, in conjunction with its self-education and self-discipline, ensures the possibility of the labor process, despite colossal objective difficulties. The structural equilibrium is achieved with a new combination of the social and productive human elements and with the subordination of the intelligentsia to the supreme leadership of the proletarian state. Let us dwell a while on the question of the structure of the economic and the technical administrative apparatus of the proletarian state power. Under the state-capitalist relations of production, all the organizations of the bourgeoisie, syndicates, trusts, cartels, etc., are jointly subordinated to the state power and merge with it. With the destruction of the bourgeois dictatorship and the organization of a proletarian one, these administrative apparatuses are also destroyed. Trust organizations and the old society's state control bodies and so on disintegrate. As a rule, and we proved it theoretically in the previous chapter, these apparatuses cannot be taken over intact, but this does not mean that they did not play their historical role. For a whole complex series of these sometimes highly refined organizations, whose tentacles embraced all socio-economic life, acted as a screw which intensified and hastened the process of centralizing the means of production and marshalling the proletariat. When these apparatuses disintegrate, their physical and technical framework remains and, looking at it in general terms, just as the proletariat first takes over the centralized means of production, i.e. the physical and technical framework of capitalist production, what is manifest chiefly in a system of machinery and, as Marx said, a vascular system of apparatuses, so here the proletariat takes possession not of the human but of the physical part of the old administrative system, the buildings, bureaus, offices, typewriters, and just about the entire stock, books for better guidance and, finally, all kinds of physically symbolic devices such as diagrams, models, etc. 20. Having taken possession of these, along with the other centralized means of production, it builds its own apparatus, whose foundations are the workers' organizations. The working class possesses the following organizations: the Soviets of workers' deputies, which are transformed from instruments in the power struggle into the instruments of power, the Party of the Communist Revolution, the Spiritus Rector of the workers' movement, the trade unions, which are transformed from instruments in the fight against the owners into one of the organs controlling production, the cooperatives, which are transformed from instruments in the fight against commercial middle men into one of the organizations of the general state distribution apparatus, factory and works committees or similar organizations, Betriebsrat in Germany and workers' committees and shop stewards' committees in England, which, from being organs in the workers' grassroots struggle against the owners, become auxiliary branches of general production administration. The network of these organizations plus completely new ones, specially created on the basis of them, constitutes the organizational backbone of the new apparatus. 21. In the conditions we face at present, there is above all a dialectical change in the functions of the workers' organizations. Clearly, with the rearrangement of the relations of supremacy, this must be the case, since once it has taken the state power into its own hands, the working class must inevitably gain strength and come to the fore as the organizer of production. 22. We must now consider the general principle behind the organizational system of the proletarian apparatus, i.e. the relationship between the different types of proletarian organizations. It is clear, what the working class formally needs is the same method as the bourgeoisie used in the epoch of state capitalism. This method of organization consists in the subordination of all the workers' organizations to the most comprehensive organization, i.e. to the state organization of the working class, the Soviet state of the proletariat. Statification of the trade unions and the virtual statification of all the mass organizations of the proletariat springs from the inherent logic of the transition process. The smallest units of the workers' apparatus must be changed into the vehicles of a general organizational process, systematically directed and led by the collective intelligence of the working class, which is physically embodied in its highest and all-embracing organization, the state apparatus. 23. Thus the system of state capitalism is dialectically transformed into its own antithesis, the state structure of workers' socialism. No new structure can be born before there is an objective need for it. The development and collapse of capitalism led society up a blind alley, and brought to a halt the production process which is the very basis of society's existence. The resumption of the production process was possible only under the rule of the proletariat, and that is why its dictatorship is an objective necessity. The stability of the newborn society can only be achieved with the maximum unity, contact, and joint action of all the organizing forces. And that is why the general form of an all-workers apparatus, which we have discussed above, is equally necessary. Out of the blood-stained smoke of war, out of the chaos and debris, the destitution and ruin, there rises the edifice of a new harmonious society. Chapter 5. Town and country in the process of social transformation. 1. The process of expanded negative reproduction and agriculture. 2. The relations of production and agriculture. 3. State capitalism and agriculture. 4. The collapse of the capitalist system in town and country. 5. The preconditions for socialism in agriculture and the general principles of the building of socialism. The foundation of every division of labor that is well developed, and brought about by the exchange of commodities, is the separation between town and country. It may be said, that the whole economic history of society is summed up in the movement of this antithesis. Point 1. It is necessary to bear this Marxist definition in mind during the transition period more than at any other time. For if, during the normal period of capitalist development, i.e. when a relative proportionality between town and country is obtained as regards the distribution of the socio-productive forces necessary to the equilibrium of the entire system, if, during this period, it was possible to examine the production process in its abstract form as a process of the production of value and surplus value, this no longer suffices now. The material and natural viewpoint is of decisive significance, but along with it, the division of social production into various spheres of concrete labor, primarily into industry and agriculture, also assumes exceptional importance. The growing disproportionality between these branches of the economic system was becoming clear before the war. Imperialist attempts to find an economic supplement, i.e. an agrarian basis for the industrial countries, are essentially a manifestation of that same contradiction between town and country, of which Marx spoke, but on a world scale. Point 2. The problem of raw materials, the fundamental problem of the present time, and that of foodstuffs are burning issues. All this compels us to single out the question of town and country as one requiring special analytical attention. First and foremost, we ought to trace the effect that the process of expanded negative reproduction has had on agriculture. Let us first consider the process in isolation. It stands to reason that essentially the same phenomena will be observed here as we saw in industry. War diverts an enormous number of productive forces, it transfers workers withdrawing them from productive labor, it takes away agricultural equipment, it deprives agriculture of animal labor power, reduces the number of livestock, decreases the supply of fertilizer, and cuts down the area of land fit for cultivation. By extracting manpower, which in agriculture plays a relatively far more significant role than in industry, for the organic composition of capital here is lower, it narrows the basis of production and reproduction. This narrowing of the productive basis is expressed in a decline in the amount of produce. This is the overall picture. In reality, however, the process of agricultural reproduction is not a separate and isolated process of reproduction. It is part of an overall process which presupposes an exchange of substance between town and country. Consequently, as it concerns the reproduction of the means of production, agricultural production is dependent on the conditions of reproduction in industry, for machines, implements of labor, artificial fertilizers, electricity supply, etc. Expanded negative reproduction in industry exacerbates a parallel process in agriculture, and vice versa, a reduction in the amount of the means of consumption, which are the elements of reproduction of labor power, for its part aggravates the process of expanded negative reproduction in industry. As an indivisible process, expanded negative reproduction is expressed in the ever-decreasing quantity of the total complex of products made, all means of production and means of consumption. Paradoxically, this reduction in the productive basis is manifested in a rise in the monetary profitability of agriculture. Point 3. However, the increase in the price of agricultural products is accompanied by a no lesser, and, as a rule, by an even greater, rise in the prices of industrial products. Nevertheless, during the war, agriculture quickly discharged its debts, accumulated capital in monetary form and stockpiled produce. This contradiction, as Professor Lederer quite rightly observes, can be explained by the fact that the rapidly increased prices of industrial products were a function of such a decrease in their real quantity that agriculture was unable to obtain them. Hence, it follows that the production basis of agriculture was maintained better than that of industry, and that agriculture, despite the process of expanded negative reproduction, really has a relatively far greater number of products at its disposal than industry. This is a fairly vital distinction, which is bound to have an effect, too, in the period of the disintegration of the capitalist system. The most vital distinction, however, is in the economic structure of this major branch of production. The peculiarity of this structure lies in the extreme diversity of its economic models, which reflects and expresses the relatively feeble extent of the socialization of labor. By and large, we can distinguish the following categories here: the large-scale capitalist farm, based on wage labor; the capitalist peasant farm, Kulak, Grossbauer, which also uses and relies upon wage labor; the working peasant farm, which does not exploit wage labor; and finally, the semi-proletarian's allotment. The various combinations of relations between the human components of these models present an extremely heterogeneous picture. Within the framework of the large-scale capitalist farm, we can observe roughly the same production social hierarchy as exists in industry. The economic constitution of the latifundium is basically the same as that of the factory. At the top is the capitalist owner, then the top general manager, under him a staff of qualified intelligentsia, agronomists, accountants, etc. Further down are the white-collar workers, below them the skilled workers, working with agricultural machinery, on railway sidings and in power stations, etc., and finally the unskilled laborers. The relationship on a Kulak or Grossbauer's farm is different again, for the production hierarchy is usually confined to two categories, owner and worker. The working farm has no hierarchical ranks, and the personnel of the semi-proletarian farm form a lower group in the hierarchical scale than any other economic unit, latifundium, factory, or plant. In the preceding chapters we saw that the basic factor determining the possibility of an immediate rationalization of production is, in any structure, state capitalist or socialist, socialized labor. Clearly, therefore, with regard to agriculture, even the state capitalist system had to adopt a somewhat different organizational form. It stands to reason that the bourgeoisie's need to include agriculture in the state capitalist system was simply enormous. For agriculture, especially at a time of upheaval, is the decisive branch of production. One can live without overcoats, electric light bulbs, or books, but one cannot possibly live without bread. The army may be unshod, but it cannot exist on the bread of Saint Antony. Hence, the factors working towards a state capitalist organization were present in force, but at the same time the immediate possibility of rationalizing production was actually very remote. How did capitalism solve the problem? In two ways: first, by statification of certain major production units, and second, by direct control of the production process through the process of circulation. The relative weakness of the first method is fairly evident from what we have already said. True, some branches of agricultural production, e.g. the state forests, were already under the command of the capitalist state, but it did not have such strong bases as, for example, the trusts in industry. Therefore, the scope for direct, bourgeois nationalization of production was relatively small and usually took various forms of communalization and municipalization. The second method, therefore, acquired greater significance: the control of production through control of the process of circulation or the organization of distribution. The state grain monopoly, rationing agricultural produce, compulsory surrender of produce, fixed prices, the organized allocation of industrial products, etc. All these, in the final analysis, stimulated development towards the statification of production. In that case we see a less advanced model of development, the first stages of an organization process which, as in industry, had its initial impulse in this process of circulation, corners, rings and syndicates. In this sphere the state capitalist system could rely on special syndicate-like agricultural combines, primarily the cooperatives. In fact, by controlling the progress of circulation, the mechanism of agricultural production as a whole was also brought under control, right down to the small individual farm. The system of free trade in agricultural produce was undermined at its roots. True, the specific conditions of agriculture, the high proportion of small and medium-sized commodity-producing farms created tremendous difficulties even here, as was evident from the illegal free market, and the speculative black market, Schleichhandel, as the Germans call it. However, for a while there was a strong system of state capitalist organization overall, and agriculture became part of the total apparatus, of which organized industry formed the major part. Point 4. This gives rise to the following proposition: the collapse of the state capitalist system, which starts with the disintegration of the relations of production in industry, also entails the collapse of the system in respect to agriculture. The decay of the state capitalist apparatus is here made manifest in the fact that it is constantly being breached by speculative trade in agricultural produce. The revolutionary severance of relations at first increases the isolation of town from country. In the epoch of state capitalism, one can distinguish the following kinds of relations between town and country: 1. That of the credit and monetary, finance capitalist type, chiefly through banking institutions; 2. National and local government organizational apparatuses; 3. The very real process of exchange between town and country, which takes place partly through the organized apparatuses and partly without their knowledge. Let us now examine what will inevitably happen to relations between town and country with the conquest of power by the proletariat. With the conquest of power by the proletariat, relations of the credit and monetary finance capitalist type are severed completely, irrevocably, and forever. With the seizure of the banks, credit relations are broken, and there can be no question of a renewal of credit, for the entire fundamental system of traditional relations is violated. All confidence is lost, and the proletarian state figures in the bourgeois consciousness as a collective bandit. The national and local government apparatuses likewise disintegrate into their constituent elements, along with the disintegration of nearly all the state mechanisms of the old model. The apparatus which expressed the hegemony of industry over agriculture and the town over the country, in the capitalist structure, ceases. Finally, the extent of the real process of exchange, which expresses the unity of the national economy, is drastically reduced. After our detailed analysis of the disintegration of capitalist industry, it is not hard to see why this happens. The process of expanded negative reproduction during the imperialist war has already undermined the basis of exchange, by reducing to a minimum the number of products the town could put on the market, i.e. the real product equivalent vital to the country. With the collapse of the capitalist production apparatus, the process of production almost comes to a standstill. People live on old stocks which have survived the war and have been inherited by the proletariat. Money, which in normal times represented a value in itself, finally reveals itself as an intermediary symbol, without any independent value. Consequently, for people in command of large quantities of agricultural produce, almost every incentive to deliver it to the town disappears. The social economy disintegrates into two autonomous spheres: the famine-stricken town, and the country, which, despite the partial destruction of the productive forces, has a fairly considerable quantity of unmarketable surplus produce. The disintegration of the entire socio-production system reaches its climax. This phase in the economic history of society is evinced in the isolation of the two chief subdivisions of social labor, a circumstance which renders the continued existence of society impossible. But before passing on to analyze the terms of the new equilibrium, we must first consider the basic forms which the collapse of capitalism assumes within the countryside itself. What is immediately striking in this situation is the fact that, given the relative stability of the country and the existence of a considerable amount of produce, the process of disintegration of relations within agricultural production is bound to proceed much more slowly. Moreover, since there is such a diversity of economic structures, with which large-scale capitalist industry is unacquainted, the very form of the transformation process and all its phases will be different in the countryside to that which we have analyzed in the previous chapters. Let us first take the large-scale capitalist farms. Here the process of severing relations most resembles that which takes place in industry. With some modifications, however. In the first place, it is accomplished more slowly than in the town. This happens because in agriculture, where there is on-the-spot production of the means of consumption, underconsumption by the working class does not have such an immediate effect. The transition to a system of partial payment in kind actually ensures the reproduction of labor power, and consequently the incentive to severe relations between the human components of the system is considerably less. Second, the proletariat itself is by no means disciplined by the mechanism of the capitalist production process. Its personnel, semi-peasant elements, work methods, the seasonal character of labor, much greater physical dispersal of labor, etc., all this impedes its ideological revolution and the drawing up of a workers' revolutionary plan. These factors, however, only delay the general process of development, they do not negate it. The influence of the town and the organizations of the industrial proletariat provides an external impetus which reinforces an independent process, and ultimately a severance of the relations of production along the same lines as in industry is inevitable. 5. But the severance of the rural relations of production also takes place in other areas as a result of the specific structural peculiarities of rural economics. We saw above that part of the human mechanism, the semi-proletarian owners of allotments, is involved as the lowest strata in the capitalist hierarchy. The other elements, the middle peasants, the working peasantry, are not only competitors of the large-scale farm in the market but are often objects of exploitation in a covered form of extraordinarily complex and diverse relations, rent, usury, dependence on land banks, etc. What we have here is a group of low and low-to-middle elements in the labor hierarchy, which has no place in a purely capitalist setup and does not represent socialized labor, but is, so to speak, an appendage. Nevertheless, its importance is quite considerable, when we examine the social system in its entirety. The nature of production relations, where the lowest links of the system include a huge quantity of independent farms, also determines the pattern of disintegration of these relations, which is expressed here in a struggle between the farms, i.e. in a struggle between the working peasantry and the semi-proletarians on the one hand, and the major peasants and semi-landowners on the other. The actual composition of the contending elements may be extremely diverse, depending on the significance of the various farming models, for these are extremely fluid categories, with many nuances. Taken by itself, in isolation from the rest of the economic system, this severance of relations is also fraught with the prospect of a return to more primitive forms, for the active force here is just this scattered labor of the small owners and not the socialized labor of the proletariat. But in the present historical context, it is a constituent part of the general process of collapse of the capitalist system. 6 This then is the agrarian peasant revolution, and, the less highly developed the capitalist relations are, the greater is its significance. The struggle can be, and usually is, accompanied by tremendous waste of resources and the breaking up of the physical production base, partially by dividing up large estates, implements, livestock, etc., 7 i.e. by a further reduction in the productive forces. Now the question arises as to how a new equilibrium is possible, an equilibrium within agriculture itself and also one between town and country. It is a decisive question for the fate of mankind, for it is a most important and highly complicated one. 8. We have already seen that the general model of the new equilibrium is bound to be the model which prevailed under state capitalism turned inside out, its dialectical opposite. Let us first consider the process within agriculture. The severance of the relationships between the various human elements of the large-scale capitalist farm must give way to the organization of these elements in a new combination. Essentially, the problem here is similar to that of industry. However, it is complicated by two factors: first, by the partial destruction of the large-scale capitalist farm as a large-scale farm, and second, by the inevitable struggle for the land on the part of the peasantry. It is clear that the magnitude of concessions fluctuates abruptly according to the ratio of the peasantry and its distribution throughout the various categories. The second factor creates a far greater number of intra-organizational conflicts, and the process of self-education of the proletariat takes place more slowly. As for the equilibrium in the remaining sphere of agricultural production, it tends to establish itself on the basis of an equalizing redistribution as the starting point for development. Clearly, such a situation, taken independently of the development in the towns, would be bound to trigger off a new American-style cycle. This possibility, however, no longer arises with the abolition of a commodity economy in the town and with socialist organization in industry. Hence, the dictatorship of the proletariat is inevitably accompanied either by a hidden, or by a more or less open, struggle between the proletariat's tendency towards organization and the tendency of the peasantry towards commodity anarchy. Now, in what ways can the organizing influence of the proletarian town make itself felt? And how can a new equilibrium between town and country be achieved? It is obvious that only the real process of exchanges of substances between town and country can serve as a firm and stable basis for the influence of the town to be decisive. The resumption of the process of production in industry, the rebirth of industry in its socialist version is, thus, an essential condition for the more or less rapid involvement of the country in the organization process. But since the rebirth of industry is itself dependent on the flow of vital resources into towns, the absolute necessity for this influx at any price is quite clear. This minimal equilibrium can be achieved only, 1. At the expense of part of the resources left in the towns, and 2. By the use of force on the part of the proletarian state. This state coercion, the removal of grain surpluses, tax in kind or some other form, is economically funded, in the first place, directly, since the peasantry itself has an interest in the growth of industry, which supplies it with agricultural machines, implements, artificial fertilizers and electric power, etc. In the second place, indirectly, since the state power of the proletariat is the best means of protection against the restoration of the economic pressure of the large-scale landowner, banker and capitalist state, etc. Consequently, state coercion here is not brute force of the Die-Ring type, inasmuch as it is a factor in the mainstream of general economic development. 9 Since the industrial proletariat relies on formally socialized large-scale agriculture, statified by the proletariat, it directly organizes the production process. The shortage of agricultural equipment may induce some agricultural owners to farm a production combine, agricultural commune, associations, and cartels, but for most of the small producers, their involvement in the organizational apparatus is primarily made possible through the sphere of circulation. Hence, nominally in the same way as under the system of state capitalism. 10 The national and local government, in theory it is impossible to differentiate between the two. Organs of distribution and state procurement are the chief apparatus of the new system of equilibrium. There is a problem here with those peasant organizations which, even in the period of capitalist development, had served to unite scattered producers in just such a process of circulation, i.e. in agricultural cooperatives. After all, it became clear from an analysis of the disintegration of the relations of the capitalist system in agriculture that in this process of disintegration small-scale production remained relatively stable. True, the peasant cooperatives had a tendency to turn into farming syndicates, by the capitalist, landowning upper strata. To this extent then the apparatus of the cooperative system inevitably proved to be damaged. It is therefore clear that some forms of cooperation will inevitably break up, such is the lot of the credit cooperative system. At the same time, however, Without a doubt the stability of the peasant farm must also be evident in the relative stability of the peasant cooperative system. What will become of it? Will it disintegrate as the syndicate and the trust inevitably do, or not? Before answering this question, it is necessary to analyze more precisely another fundamental problem, the struggle between the proletariat and the peasantry, who are the class vehicles of various agricultural models. The fundamental forces and the fundamental forms of social economy are capitalism, small-scale commodity production, and communism. The fundamental forces are the bourgeoisie, the petty bourgeoisie, particularly the peasantry, and the proletariat. 11. The peasant farm continues to exist as small-scale commodity production. Here we have an extremely broad base of capitalism with very deep and very strong roots. Capitalism is preserved on this base and is restored to life again in a very fierce struggle with communism. The forms of this struggle, bag trading and speculation directed against state grain procurements and other products too, are generally opposed to the state distribution of produce. 12. A fight for or against the commodity market, as a covert struggle for models of production, such as the economic climate in the relationship between town and country, a circumstance which generally arises after the seizure of power by the proletariat. There is a profound difference here from what happens in the town. In the towns, the main struggle for the economic model comes to an end with the victory of the proletariat. In the country it only comes to an end as far as victory over large-scale capitalism is concerned, but at the same time it is resurrected in other forms as a struggle between the state planning of a proletariat which embodies socialized labor and the commodity anarchy, the speculative license of a peasantry which embodies scattered property and the anarchic element of the market. But since a simple commodity economy is merely the embryo of a capitalist economy, the struggle between the tendencies described above is essentially a continuation of the struggle between communism and capitalism. However, there resides two souls within the bosom of the peasant himself, and the poorer he is, the greater will be the significance of the proletarian tendency, so the struggle is also complicated by the internal struggle within the peasantry itself. How is this circumstance reflected in the fate of the peasant cooperative apparatus? Clearly, the case is somewhat different here from that of industry. The cooperative apparatus may atrophy, with the continuing collapse of the exchange relations between town and country; it may be destroyed, with the preponderance of kulaks in the country and the aggravated struggle between them and the proletariat, or it may be absorbed into a mainly socialist organization of distribution and gradually be reconstructed, with the resumption of the real process of product exchange and the decisive economic influence of the towns. Hence, in theory, a complete disintegration of the apparatus is not necessarily bound to happen. Thus the new equilibrium arises on a prolonged struggle, and that is why its establishment is slow and painful. The process will be accelerated as reproduction in industry is restored and as the proletariat sets about the most profound task, the technical revolution, which completely alters the conservative forms of the economy and is a powerful incentive to socialization of agricultural production. But this topic belongs to the next chapter. Chapter 6. The productive forces, the costs of the revolution and the technical revolution. 1. The concept of the productive forces. 2. The productive forces and social reproduction. 3. The productive forces and crises. 4. The productive forces and wars. 5. The productive forces and revolutions. 6. The proletarian revolution as the necessary condition for the elimination of capitalist contradictions. 7. The cost of the proletarian revolution. 8. The forms of the cost of the proletarian revolution and the decline of the productive forces. 9. The new social equilibrium and the technical revolution. 10. The methods of the technical revolution. 11. The technical revolution, town and country. We have already touched upon the question of the productive forces and the costs of the revolution in general in Chapter 3. Now we must investigate the question in detail, since everything depends on this appraisal. 4. The productive forces of society, their level and their movement determine, in the final analysis, a whole complex of social phenomena. The stability of any structural equilibrium, i.e. equilibrium between the various human social groups, the human elements of a social system, rests on a certain equilibrium between society and the external environment, an equilibrium whose character is determined by the level attained in the development of the social and material productive forces. But first let us consider the question, what are the productive forces? In The Poverty of Philosophy, Marx wrote, "Thus it is slapping history in the face to want to begin by the division of labor in general, in order to get subsequently to a specific instrument of production, machinery. Machinery is no more an economic category than a bullock that drags the plow. Machinery is merely a productive force, my emphasis NIB. The modern workshop, which depends on the application of machinery, is a social production relation, an economic category. My emphasis NIB, i.e. the social relations of production, 1. By productive forces, Marx evidently means here the material and personal elements of production and, as a corollary of this, the category of the productive forces is a technical and not an economic one. On the other hand, we find that Marx also gives another definition of the productive forces, in Capital, Vols. I. 2, he frequently uses the term productive forces with the same meaning as the expression the productivity of social labor. 2 However, whilst calling the productive forces the productivity of social labor, Marx himself repeatedly points out that labor power is the basic productive force of society. That may well be, but it is clear that even if one can work with a vague concept in the first stages of an analysis, subsequently the inexactitude of that concept will make itself felt. First of all, what does the concept mean? When one talks about productive forces, one means thereby the extent of man's power over nature, the degree of mastery over nature. And this is just what ultimately determines the level of development attained. It is from this point of view that we need to examine, overall, the question of how Marx's definitions relate to each other. Rodbertus proposes a strict differentiation between the two ideas in his work Zur Beleuchtung der Sozialenfrage when he writes, "The productive force must be strictly distinguished from productivity. Productivity means the activity or beneficial effect of the productive force. If 20 workers are employed instead of 10, or if, instead of one machine of a certain degree of efficiency, 2 such machines are installed, then the productive force is doubled. If 10 workers produce as much as 20 have done hitherto, or if one machine costing no less than another is twice as efficient by comparison, then productivity is doubled. Labor is here the definitive yardstick. Greater sums of labor represent a greater productive force, a larger quantity of products from the same sum of labor represents an increase in productivity. 3. From the way the issue is formulated here, the reason for the vagueness of the concept of the productive forces is plain. The fact of the matter is that this is a borderline concept, which is the dividing line between technology and economics. The concept of the productivity of social labor is important in economic terms. The material equivalent of this productivity of social labor, i.e. the available aggregate of the means of production and labor power, is important in technical terms. We can therefore speak of the productive forces and the productivity of social labor as two sides of the same mathematical quantity, where m is the entire number of products expressed in any units of utility, be it power quantities or whatever, it does not matter here, and a and b are units of social labor, where a represents units of dead labor and b of living labor. If we examine this formula from a material point of view, we have 1 a large number of heterogeneous products, 2 a large number of heterogeneous means of production, and 3 a large number of heterogeneous labor skills. These 3 quantities are wholly dependent on each other, but the primary elements are the means of production. The means of production break down into the instruments of labor and other means of production, raw materials, auxiliary substances, etc. These 2 in their turn are organically linked to one another. The concrete means of production, generally speaking, presupposes an equivalent amount of qualitatively determined labor power, for the production process has its own technical logic, and at any given moment the material and personal elements of production are linked together according to a fixed pattern and in a fixed proportion. But on the other hand, the means of production themselves in their material definition break down into two mutually determining parts. From this standpoint we can take as the fundamental point for analysis the active part of the means of production, namely the instruments of labor, the technical system of society. This, as Marx says, is what forms the real criterion for the progress of the productive forces. Thus, when we talk of the growth and regression of the productive forces of society, we mean thereby the rise and fall of the social productivity of labor. When we talk about the distribution and redistribution of the productive forces, we are talking about the distribution and redistribution of the means of production and labor power. Furthermore, when we talk about the physical destruction of the productive forces, we are similarly talking about the destruction of the means of production and labor power. If we need a sociological definition of the productive forces, we can take the technical system of society, the active, variable factor of social development. However, this mutual relationship between the part of the formula, where A and B stand for all the available means of A plus B production and labor power, presupposes a normal course of social reproduction, i.e. a state of fluid, mobile equilibrium. The technically fixed proportionality of these quantities, and hence also the possibility of substituting one quantity for another, disappears when the social equilibrium is disturbed. The productivity of social labor will, as before, be expressed by the formula, but A will not now stand for all the available means of production, nor B for all the available, i.e. utilizable, labor power. Instead, the correlation between A and E, which under normal conditions is a technically determined given quantity, ceases to be such. The dynamics of the productive forces are bound up with the dynamics of production, i.e. with the process of reproduction. The material and human components of the productive forces, the totality of the means of production and labor power, are reproduced in natura in this process, so as to become the active factors of the process. Therefore, with regard to reproduction, the formula must be considered from the angles of A and B, i.e. the social and human elements of the process of reproduction. In this case, A and B are not isolated complexes but quantities, organically connected in the labor process. Only insofar as they enter into the labor process are they direct items of the productive forces. The development of the productive forces is by no means a smoothly rising curve. On the contrary, it must be clear by now, a priori, that in an antagonistic society, a society based on productive and social anarchy, there cannot be an uninterrupted development of the productive forces, for in such a society the laws of equilibrium are and can only be realized by means of continual or recurrent disruptions of the equilibrium. Consequently, the starting point for the restoration of the equilibrium must be its disruption, the function of which in the present case is to restore the balance, but at the same time even more deeply contradictory basis. And since every violation of the equilibrium is inevitably bound up with a decline in the productive forces, it goes without saying, that in an antagonistic society, the development of the productive forces is made possible only by means of their periodic destruction. This becomes strikingly apparent in capitalist crises. World market crises must be considered as a real expression and forcible leveling out, my emphasis NIB, of all the contradictions of bourgeois economics, for this forcible leveling out of the contradictions, i.e. the creation of conditions for a new equilibrium, is accompanied by the destruction of the productive forces. The new equilibrium reproduces the old contradictions on an expanded basis and so on. Hence, from this point of view, the process of capitalist reproduction is not only one of expanded reproduction of the capitalist relations of production, it is at the same time a process of expanded reproduction of capitalist contradictions. 5 A new equilibrium is established each time by means of a mass destruction of the productive forces and, moreover, on an ever-increasing scale. In Theories of Surplus Value, Marx gives an excellent analysis of the chief forms of this destruction, and from two points of view, from the real material, natural, viewpoint and from the fetishistic capitalist, value, viewpoint. When speaking of the destruction of capital through crises, one must distinguish between two factors. Insofar as the reproduction process is checked and the labor process is restricted or in some instances is completely stopped, real capital is destroyed. Machinery which is not used is not capital. Labor which is not exploited is equivalent to lost production. Raw material which lies unused is not capital. Buildings, also newly built machinery, which are either unused or remain unfinished, commodities which rot in warehouses, all this is destruction of capital. All this means that the process of reproduction is checked and that existing means of production are not really used as means of production, are not put into operation. Thus their use value and their exchange value go to the devil. Secondly, however, the destruction of capital through crises means the depreciation of values. This is the ruinous effect of the fall in the prices of commodities. It does not cause the destruction of any use values. What one loses, the other gains. As regards the fall in the purely nominal capital, state bonds, shares, etc. Insofar as it does not lead to the bankruptcy of the state or of the share company, or to the complete stoppage of reproduction through undermining the credit of the industrial capitalist who holds such securities, it amounts only to the transfer of wealth from one hand to another. 6. But because generally the process of reproduction is destroyed in the latter instance as well, the destruction of capital in its material form takes place here too. On the other hand, the centralization of capital which is precipitated by the crises creates a higher form of progression, and the further development of the productive forces is bought at the cost of their temporary and partial destruction, i.e. at the cost of lowering their level. Essentially the same phenomenon can be observed in an analysis of capitalist competition, which has its foundation in the scattered nature of social production. If there were a judiciously controlled system, then labor would be allocated to the separate branches and enterprises in the necessary proportions. In capitalist society no such conscious control mechanism exists, therefore the law of equilibrium, the law of value, functions as a natural law, like the law of gravity, when your house collapses about your ears. But just because it is a blind law of social anarchy, it can only be accomplished by means of continual violations. And here the violation of the equilibrium is the sine qua non for the establishment of a new equilibrium, which is followed by another violation and so on. The mechanism behind these oscillations, i.e. behind the constant violations of the equilibrium by means of which the latter is continually achieved, is the mechanism of competition. Hence it follows that the development of the productive forces in a capitalist society is bought at the cost of their continual wastage. This waste, the costs of competition, is the necessary condition for the advancement of the entire capitalist system. For every new link in the chain of mobile equilibrium reproduces that equilibrium in a higher form, based on a process of centralization. It is necessary to examine war, too, from this point of view, since it is merely one of the methods of competition at a certain stage of development, i.e. the method of combined competition between capitalist trusts. Consequently, the costs of war in themselves are merely the costs of the centralization process. From this standpoint of the capitalist system as a whole, they play a positive role, so long as they do not result in the collapse of the system itself. At a general level, both crises and competition can be examined from three angles, with regard to the links in the reproduction process when a drop in the productive forces takes place, to the reproduction of the present system of production when a temporary drop in the productive forces is itself the condition for their subsequent progress, and to the collapse of the old system and the social transformation, when its contradictions blow up the old system sky high and the costs of the collapse become the costs of the revolution. The costs of the revolution can, in their turn, be considered either subspecie of those same cycles of reproduction which involve destruction of the material productive forces, or subspecie of a transition to a new and more productive social structure, which eliminates the contradiction between the development of the productive forces and their structural bondage. It goes without saying that the transition to a new structure, which is a new form of development of the productive forces, is inconceivable without a temporary reduction of the productive forces. And the experience of all revolutions, which have played a colossal, positive role with regard to just this development of the productive forces, shows that it was bought at this cost of their, sometimes, colossal destruction and plunder. It could not be otherwise, since it is a question of revolution. 7 For in a revolution the integument of the relations of production, i.e. of the human labor apparatus, is burst open, wird gesprengt, which means, and can only mean, a violation of the process of reproduction and, therefore, the destruction of the productive forces. If in the case, and it undoubtedly is so, then, a priori, it must be clear that the proletarian revolution is inevitably accompanied by an extremely profound decline in the productive forces, for no other revolution knows such a profound and far-reaching breaking of the old relations and their reconstruction on a new footing. Yet, nevertheless, with regard to the development of the productive forces, the proletarian revolution is an objective necessity, occasioned by the fact that the economic integument had become incompatible with the productive forces. Worldwide productive forces cannot be reconciled with the nation-state structure of society, and the contradiction is resolved by war. War itself becomes incompatible with the existence of the fundamental productive force, the working class, and the contradiction can only be resolved, really resolved, by revolution. 8. The working class alone, the fundamental productive force of society 9, can save the society and stimulate further development. But it can do this only at the cost of the inevitable sacrifices caused by the resistance of the bursting capitalist integument, which is personified in the capitalist bourgeoisie. 10. The magnitude of the costs of the proletarian revolution depends on the depth of the communist upheaval and on the fundamental change in the production structure. In bourgeois revolutions no such fundamental change took place, for private property as the legal expression of a fixed model of relations of production was also the basis of pre-capitalist relations. It was in accordance with this that the social equilibrium after the revolution was achieved, in the economic sphere, merely by some amendments to what had existed previously, and in the political sphere, by a transfer of power from one type of owner to another. Hence, it is clear, that there is not and cannot be such a disintegration here as is inevitable with a fundamental and radical breaking up of the old relations, which is the inevitable law of a proletarian revolution. 11. All the real costs of a revolution come down to the curtailment of the process of reproduction and to the reduction of the productive forces. They can be broken down into several headings, according to the form they take. 1. The physical destruction of the elements of production. This concerns the destruction of the means of production, factories, machines, railways, apparatuses, livestock, etc., the destruction of people, workers, etc. In the process of the civil war and the class war between proletarian and bourgeois states, the destruction of machines and other means of production and their damage from ill-treatment, sabotage, failure to replace certain parts in time, etc. The destruction of the technical intelligentsia, during the Civil War and from the general repercussions of the devastation, etc. Clearly, it is a question of the destruction of the material elements of production on the one hand and of its human elements on the other. 2. The deskilling of the elements of production. Mention should be made of the wearing out of machines and the means of production in general, the physical exhaustion of the working class, the deskilling of the technical intelligentsia, moreover to the use of surrogates in the means of production and labor power, a higher percentage of women and non-proletarian elements in the proletariat, etc. 3. The disintegration of the relations between the elements of production. This refers to the disintegration, analyzed in detail above, of the hierarchical labor system of capitalist society, the social schism and the loss of equilibrium, all of which entails the temporary paralysis of the production process. It also concerns the disintegration of the relations between town and country, relations between states and so on. In the course of this disintegration not only do the human parts of the overall labor apparatus drop out of real production, but so do the material and physical ones. When machines, their network and whole factories stand idle, they are, to all intents and purposes, wasted. Here the productive forces are not physically destroyed, but they change to being potential productive forces. They exist in natura, but they exist outside the process of social production. The disintegration of the relations between the elements of production is the most important cause of the drop in the level of the productive forces in the transition period. It is bound up with and really inseparable from the structural reorganization of society. It is an inevitable consequence and must therefore stand at the center of any theoretical analysis. Other costs of the reconstruction proper must also be reckoned in here, for example, the initial inability of the working class to shoulder the elements of production, the mistakes of the construction period and so on, i.e. all the energy which goes into the reorganization of the social labor apparatus, with all the faux frays of that process. For the redistribution of the productive forces in the direction of non-productive consumption. Here we must mention above all servicing the needs of a civil war and class socialist war. With the development of the revolutionary process into a world revolutionary process, civil war is transformed into a class war which is fought on the proletarian side by the regular Red Army. Obviously, with regard to the immediate cycles of reproduction, the costs of this war will give rise to the same economic exhaustion as do the costs of any other war. It can be fought because a process of structural organization is taking place on a new basis, but the decline in the productive forces, in conjunction with the process of expanded negative reproduction, goes on for as long as the war continues. This war not only demands material resources, it also takes away the best personnel, worker administrators, and organizers. It is not hard to see, that in all the events enumerated above, it comes down to curtailment, interruptions, stoppages, and sometimes even paralysis of the process of reproduction, with a corresponding decline in the productive forces, to deny which is just as stupid as to deny the very process of revolution. The problem is to clarify the functional significance of this decline. The difference here between the short-sighted ideologists of the bourgeoisie and the ideologists of the proletariat lies not in the fact that one group confirms these facts, whilst the other denies them, but in the fact that the bourgeois ideologists examine these phenomena in statistical terms, whilst the only correct, and therefore meaningful, method lies in examining the temporary decline in the productive forces from the viewpoint of the transformation process, i.e. not just with regard to the next cycle of social reproduction but from the broad perspective of the large historical scale. It stands to reason, that since the process of reduction of the productive forces is expressed in the direct destruction of the elements of production, then the greater the reduction in the productive forces was during the Civil War, the more painful the process is. The decline in the productive forces from this latter cause is bound up with their revolutionary decline. The war and the revolution as an explosion of the capitalist system merge in the process of social transformation. Point 12. From the foregoing analysis, it follows that there can be no halt to the decline in the productive forces before a new social structure and a new socio-productive equilibrium are established. It is the necessary condition for the resumption of the process of reproduction. Only after the reconstruction of the human labor apparatus, a reconstruction which sweeps away all obstacles to the development of the productive forces and tears asunder the entanglement, which changed from being forms of development into shackles on development, only after this is the last phase of the revolution possible, the technical revolution, a revolution not in the relations between people but in the relations between the human collective and the outside world. At first we shall have to go through a period of primary socialist accumulation. Point 13. What was the nature of production of capitalist primary accumulation? It lay in the fact that the political power of the bourgeoisie mobilized large numbers of the population by robbing them, turning them into proletarians and creating from them the fundamental productive force of capitalist society. The production of the proletariat, that is the nature of the period of primary accumulation. In the history of primitive accumulation, all revolutions are epoch-making that act as levers for the capitalist class in the course of formation, but, above all, those moments when great masses of men are suddenly and forcibly torn from their means of subsistence, and hurled as free and unattached proletarians on the labor market. Point 14. By pillage, class violence, and robbery, capital thus mobilized the productive forces, making them the starting point for further development. But socialism, too, as it arises from the midst of the debris, must inevitably begin with the mobilization of the living productive forces. This mobilization of labor is a fundamental aspect of a socialist primary accumulation, which is the dialectical opposite of capitalist accumulation. Its class nature lies not in creating the preconditions for a process of exploitation, but in economic rebirth with the abolition of exploitation, not in coercion by a handful of capitalists, but in the self-organization of the working masses. We saw above that the process of disintegration of the capitalist system is accompanied not only by the destruction or deskilling of living labor power, but also by a simple dropping out of the labor process. It is quite clear, therefore, that when the proletariat sets about restoring the process of reproduction, it must begin with the stabilization of those armed forces which had dropped out of the production process. But it cannot confine itself to this. In the first stages of development, when the proletariat inherits a material, machine, and technical framework which has suffered cruelly, living labor power acquires a special significance. So the transition to a system of universal labor service, i.e. by pushing the vast non-proletarian masses, above all the peasantry, into the labor process of the proletarian state, is an imperative necessity. 15 The creation of a living, mass productive force, which operates collectively, is the starting point for further work. Initially, the most important areas of labor are transport and the procurement of fuel, raw materials, and foodstuffs. 16 From this, an ascending line of development begins, with the concomitant of a high-powered technical development. The abolition of private ownership of the means of production, the abolition of patent rights and commercial secrets, a unified plan, etc. make the transition to electric power possible. If, under capitalism, private ownership of land, with all its natural resources, waterfalls, rivers, peat deposits, etc., and the monopoly of capitalist cliques were a terrible obstacle to the development of the productive forces, and even in the most powerful capitalist countries, the application of electrical energy and the construction of new power stations, etc. came up against the limits set by private ownership. 17 Then under the rule of the proletariat, the period of primary socialist accumulation will be followed by a real technical upheaval, a revolution in socio-productive technology. The steam age is the age of the bourgeoisie. The age of electricity is the age of socialism. This is perfectly true of the technological characteristics of the initial stages of evolving socialism. 18 The electrification of industry, the construction of huge power stations and the creation of a mighty transport network will also radically overturn the relationship between town and country. It will not only promote the transformation of small, scattered owners into socialized workers, it will rationalize and radically transform the whole process of agricultural production. It will replace primitive, almost barbaric, implements with the last word in technology and thereby destroy the basic imbalance of capitalist production, the imbalance between the development of industry and the development of agriculture, which was caused by the existence of ground rent and private ownership of land, and which even before the war had led to an enormous increase in the prices of agricultural produce. 19 The antagonism between town and country will gradually disappear, and with it, the specific idiocy of country life. The productive forces of human society will be distributed between the various spheres according to the most appropriate natural conditions, proximity to sources of fuel and raw materials, etc. The question of the Standard der Industrie will be resolved with no regard to the existence of capitalist barriers, and the development of the productive forces will take gigantic steps forward on a smooth and confident course. Chapter 7. The general organizational forms of the transition period. 1. State capitalism. 2. The system of socialist dictatorship. 3. Socialization. 4. Nationalization. 5. Municipalization. 6. Other forms of socialization. It is a principle of bourgeois political economy to abstract from the historical and social forms of the production process, and it therefore considers relations of supremacy, exploitation, and the class character of a given social structure, etc. unimportant. It is not surprising that such high-mindedness makes a principle of an incredible theoretical confusion, which is not without its practical advantages for the bourgeoisie. This confusion reached its peak during the war and in the immediate post-war period. It manifested itself above all in a complete failure to distinguish between the system of state capitalism and that of the socialist dictatorship of the proletariat. Werner Sombart, in the preface to Grundlagenuende Kritik des Socialismus I, defines socialism thus: socialism is practical social rationalism with an antichromastic tendency. Socialismus ist praktisch sozial-rationalistik mit antichromatistischer Tendenz. This definition, if one may call it such, has deep literary roots, for an ancient tradition exists which has acquired the strength of a prejudice, a tradition which puts the slave-owning communism, the Prussian Junker state socialism of Rodbertus, the finance state capitalism of the war era and Marx's communism all in the same bracket, on the sufficient grounds that all these forms reveal social rationalism with an antichromastic tendency. It is clear, however, that such an attitude is no better than those barbarously crude, but at the same time naive and cunning definitions which during the war were applied to imperialism, as a non-historical and sometimes even universal, biological function. Point 2. This confusion is logically connected with the fact that here the class character of the state, which appears under the pseudonym of the aggregate, the whole, the social totality and other fine phrases, is hidden, as is the specific character of the relations of production. These latter are considered only with respect to the fact that the anarchy in production and the monetary system connected with it are being destroyed. But, since they can use this formula to approach all and every kind of economic structure based on natural economic and at the same time systematically controlled relations, whatever class or non-class characteristic these relations may have, clearly the formula is useless precisely because it is too general and embraces social structures which are directly opposed in their class characteristics. If we now pass on to state capitalism, we shall see that it is a quite specific and purely historical category, despite the fact that it possesses both a social rationalism and an antichromastic tendency, for it is also one of the forms, the most absolute form, of capitalism. The fundamental relation of production in the capitalist system is the relation between the capitalist who owns the means of production and the worker who sells him his labor power. In an examination of the state capitalist structure, one cannot preposterously discard this fundamental class attribute. With respect to the correlation of the social forces, state capitalism represents the exponential, raised to a power, authority of the bourgeoisie, where the rule of capital reaches the peak of its strength, a truly enormous magnitude. Point 3. In other words, state capitalism is the rationalization of the production process on the basis of antagonistic social relations under the rule of capital, which is expressed in the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. Since state capitalism is the coalescence of the bourgeois state with the capitalist trusts, it is obvious that there can be no question of any state capitalism whatsoever under the dictatorship of the proletariat, which rules out such a possibility on principle. Point 4. Reasoning in general, one could argue the possibility of a new form where the proletarian state at the very start of its life controls the activities of the capitalist trusts, before expropriating the expropriators, judiciously preparing for this expropriation so as to keep all the apparatuses intact. If such a system were possible, it would not be state capitalism, for this latter presupposes a capitalist state. It would be, not a higher expression of the capitalist order, but some intermediary stage in the development of the revolution. Such a form is impossible, however, for the assumption rests on the illusion, true, and extremely widespread one, that the proletariat can supposedly take possession of all the capitalist apparatuses without affecting their capitalist virginity, and the Messrs. Capitalists submit with pleasure to all the commands of proletarian power. Here, therefore, a state of equilibrium is being posited in conditions which preclude any equilibrium. Point 5. The system of socialist dictatorship, which could be called state socialism if this term had not been corrupted by common usage, is the dialectical negative, the antithesis of state capitalism. Here the model of the relations of production is radically changed and the sovereignty of capital in production is abolished, for the basis of the foundations of the capitalist system, the relations of property, is changed. Here, too, there is social rationalism with an antichromastic tendency, but these features exist on the basis of a completely different correlation of the classes, which radically changes the entire character of the production process. In the system of state capitalism, the economic subject is the capitalist state, the collective capitalist. Under the proletarian dictatorship, the economic subject is the proletarian state, the collectively organized working class, the proletariat, organized as a state power. Under state capitalism, the production process is that of the production of surplus value, which falls into the hands of the capitalist class, for the purpose of transforming this value into surplus product. Under the dictatorship of the proletariat, the production process is a means for the planned satisfaction of social needs. The system of state capitalism is the most absolute of all forms of exploitation of the masses by a handful of oligarchs. The system of proletarian dictatorship makes any exploitation whatsoever altogether inconceivable, for it transforms collective capitalist property and its private capitalist form into collective proletarian property. Hence, despite their formal similarity, they are diametrically counterposed in content. 6 This contraposition also determines a contraposition in all the functions of the systems under consideration, even if they are formally similar. So, universal labor service under state capitalism means the enslavement of the working class, whilst under the dictatorship of the proletariat it is merely the self-organization of labor by the masses. The mobilization of industry in the first case means strengthening the power of the bourgeoisie and the consolidation of the capitalist regime, whereas in the second case, it means the strengthening of socialism. In the state capitalist structure, all forms of state coercion are a weight which ensures, extends, and deepens the process of exploitation, while state coercion under the dictatorship of the proletariat is a method of building communist society. In short, the functional contraposition of formally similar phenomena is wholly predetermined by the functional contraposition of the system of organization, by their contract opposed class characteristics. 7. Communism is not the form of the transition period, but its consummation. It is a classless, stateless structure, harmoniously constructed in all its parts. Only there, for the first time, does an absolutely united and organized whole emerge. As it evolves, the dictatorship of the proletariat ripens into communism, and dies off along with the state organization of society. The transition from capitalism to socialism is accomplished by the concentrated might of the proletariat, the lever of the proletarian dictatorship. The system of measures by which this transition is accomplished is usually designated socialization. 8 It is clear from the foregoing that this term is not altogether accurate. If one talks about socialization, meaning by this that the labor process as a whole satisfies social needs, i.e. the needs of the whole of society as a system, then such socialization did exist even within the limits of capitalism. This is what Marx meant when he talked of socialized labor. Rodbertus, too, maintained the same thing when he advanced his thesis that the essence of society is communism. Clearly, however, this is not the point in this case. Here it is a question of such measures as would create a new model of relations of production, on the basis of a radical change in the relations of property. In other words, the socializing process must also include the expropriation of the expropriators. Hence, by socialization is meant the transfer of the means of production into the hands of society. However, on this point, too, some inaccuracy of terminology comes to light. For in the transition epoch between state capitalism and communism, the conscious economic subject is not the whole of society, but the organized working class, the proletariat. Nonetheless, since we are examining the entire process as a whole, from the forced expropriation right up to the dying off of the proletarian dictatorship, which is also a process, the disparity between the proletariat and the sum total of all socialized workers gets smaller and finally disappears altogether. By the same token, the term socialization is also justified. 9 If by socialization we mean the transfer of the means of production into the hands of the organized proletariat as the ruling class. Then the question arises as to the concrete form of that transfer. In essence, we have already discussed this in previous chapters. Here we need only distinguish one from another concepts which are constantly being confused by the opponents of the communist revolutionary upheaval. Undoubtedly, since the economic subject of the transition period is the working class, constituting the state power, the basic form of socialization of production will be its statification or nationalization. Point 10. However, it is quite obvious that statification, nationalization, in general conceals within itself a quite different, material class content, depending upon the class characteristics of the state in question. If, unlike the representatives of bourgeois science, one does not regard the state apparatus as an organization of neutral and mystical virtues, then one must also recognize that all the functions of the state have a class character. Hence, it follows that one must make a strict distinction between bourgeois nationalization and proletarian nationalization. Bourgeois nationalization leads to a system of state capitalism. Proletarian nationalization leads to the state structure of socialism. In just the same way as the proletarian dictatorship is the negative, the antipode of bourgeois dictatorship, proletarian nationalization is the negative, the complete opposite of bourgeois nationalization. The same thing must be said about the various forms of municipalization and communalization, etc. It is a major theoretical error to contrast these concepts with that of statification. For the system of so-called local government in any class society, hence, any society where there is a state, is merely a component part of the local apparatus of the state organization of the ruling class. Point 11. The specific class character of state power imbues the local organs of this power with the same specific class character. Therefore, just as strict a distinction must be drawn between proletarian municipalization and bourgeois municipalization as between the heterogeneous nationalizations. It goes without saying, that in addition to these basic forms, where the proletariat as a whole takes direct possession of the production process, there is also a series of lower forms of this same process, especially with regard to the countryside. Here the relationship with the proletarian state is less close, but it does exist all the same. For the dictatorship of the proletariat is the means for overturning the old order and building the new. In the final analysis, the process of socialization in all its forms is thus a function of the proletarian state. Chapter 8. The systems of production control under the dictatorship of the proletariat. 1. The class character of the state and methods of control. 2. Workers' control of industry in the period of the destruction of the capitalist system. 3. Workers' control of industry in the critical periods, militarization. 4. Management and management training in the various phases of the transformation process. 5. The probable course of development. Under the rule of capital, production is production of surplus value, production for the sake of profit. Production under the rule of the proletariat is production for the satisfaction of social needs. The different functional significance of the entire production process is shown by the difference in the relations of property and in the class character of state power. 1. It is a grave theoretical error to think that a certain class is bound by one form of control which is immutable in its details. Any social class may find itself in a variety of circumstances to which the methods and forms of control must be adapted. These forms are determined by the norms of technical expediency, whereby different forms have the same class content, given certain relations of property and a certain class character of state power. The practice of the bourgeoisie will serve as the best example of this. In the era of imperialism, the bourgeoisie went over from the forms of broad democracy to a restriction of the rights of parliament, to a system of small cabinets and the reinforcement of the role of the president, etc. But was this restriction of the rights of parliament and the crisis of parliamentarianism a restriction of the rights of the bourgeoisie and a crisis in its rule? Not a bit of it. On the contrary, these phenomena signified the reinforcement of bourgeois supremacy, the centralization and militarization of its power, which in the imperialist era was a categorical necessity from the bourgeoisie's point of view. When Spencer supposed that the industrial state must be anti-militarist by nature, because militarism is the specific characteristic of a feudal regime, he was gravely mistaken, for he transformed the features of one phase of capitalist development into a universal form. World competition brought all development under the banner of war and forced the bourgeoisie to change the form of its supremacy. But only vulgar minds can see this as the robbery of the rights of the bourgeoisie in favor of some non-existent quantity. It is quite wrong to contrapose even the so-called personal regime to class supremacy. On the contrary, in a certain set of circumstances the supremacy of a class may be expressed most appropriately in just such a personal regime. One example of this is the rule of the landowners, which manifested itself in an autocracy. Another is the bourgeois dictatorship in the epoch of civil wars, where it finds its most perfect formula, i.e. one fitted to the conditions of the moment, in the dictatorship of the honest sword. Subject to the technical advisability, change in the form may also take place in the area of industrial control. Given that these theses are, on the whole, correct, then they also hold true for the epoch of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Hence, it is plain that the different systems of industrial control in the process of social transformation should be considered in the light of the specific phases of development. It is only by examining them thus that one can understand the necessary changes of form, the inevitable variations in the various systems of control within the limits of the fixed class nature of this particular system. The initial phase of development is a period of decomposition and severance of the capitalist relations of production and a period, too, where the proletariat takes possession of strategic centers of the economic structure. Generally speaking, this period begins before the transition of political power to the proletariat, because there is no sharp dividing line delimiting the stages of the revolution, ideological, political, economic, and technical, and one period overlaps with another. The struggle for the socialization of production, i.e. for the workers' factory, proceeds from below and runs parallel to the rising tide of revolution. It is evinced in the fact that organizations, like the revolutionary factory and works committees, e.g. in Russia, factory councils, Betriebsrat in Germany, and other analogous representatives and broadly collective organs, united in the course of the working class struggle, cut into the old system like a wedge and finally split it apart. This phase of development must be analyzed first. In the period under consideration, society is in a major state of instability. The relationship between the social forces is such that no equilibrium whatsoever is possible on the old foundations. The capitalist bourgeoisie and the technical intelligentsia, who as a general rule go along with the bourgeoisie during this period, have no special interest in putting production to rights. Their attention is focused on preventing the victory of the working class. The factories and plants are increasingly left without an owner. The organizations of the proletariat, enumerated above, represent the first attempt to install a new owner working class. Is this system of broad collective leadership by factory councils the best technically speaking? Of course not. But that is not its function. In the period under discussion the issue is one of the first step towards establishing a new equilibrium, without which any construction whatsoever of actually more perfect forms is inconceivable. Even in normal capitalist times, bourgeois organizers of production considered one of the major problems of management to be that of the relationship between the organs of the capitalist and those of the workers. Point 2. In this case the problem is quite insoluble. It is solely a matter of groping towards a new system of equilibrium. Hence, at this particular stage of development it is quite impossible to establish perfect technical control as the immediate task. The solution to this problem presupposes a certain stability in the elements of production, not only in the material elements, but also in the human ones. But in the period under examination, such a condition does not and cannot exist. Nevertheless, even here one can in a certain sense talk of a step forward. Now, we saw earlier that human and technical labor relations are at the same time social relations. Therefore, by comparison with the absolute disarray of the economic apparatus, where there is no organizing principle in an enterprise, the seizure of power in a factory by workers' cells represents a gain even with regard to the logic of pure production. It is immeasurably more important from the point of view of its role in the overall historical process. For only thus can the working class be brought into the production process as the organizing principle. In point of fact, the urgent task economically here is, to consolidate the working class as the ruling class in every aspect of economic life. Technically, such a system is far from perfect, accompanied, as it inevitably is, by the broadest collective leadership, the principle of absolute electivity, where electivity is a political concept and not one of technical length of service, frequent removability and, as a result of broad collective leadership, the decentralization and fragmentation of responsibility. Point 3 But this is the only way the working class strengthens its positions in economic life, by creating cells to control the apparatus, cells which quickly establish contact among themselves and merge with the working class organizations which have already ripened in the lap of capitalism, and thus form the new fabric of the proletarian economic apparatus. The decay of the old, and a rough draft of the new, this is what the model of the administration of production represents. It would not be out of place here to draw an analogy with the process which takes place in the army. Instead of the very strict imperialist subordination and discipline, the principle of wide electivity is introduced, numerous committees in all units of the army apparatus are created, army matters become the subject of the broadest discussion and debates, the old authority in the army is finally discredited and undermined, new organs and through them new classes becomes the real centers of power. What are the objective implications of this process? The first and most important is the demoralization and destruction of the old imperialist army. The second is the education and training of the active organizing forces of the future proletarian army, an education purchased at the cost of destroying the old. Nobody will begin to contend that the regimental committees make the army efficient. But their objective task, after all, is not to maintain the fighting efficiency of the old army but is, on the contrary, to demoralize it and train the forces for a different apparatus. However, despite the similarity of the process in both cases there is, nevertheless, one major difference. In production greater continuity in the whole process is preserved. This happens because the framework of the future production apparatus already existed within the capitalist system, chiefly in the form of the trade unions. There were no corresponding military organization, nor could there be. Therefore, in the military sphere development proceeds in leaps and bounds and the whole process is expressed in stronger, coarser, if you like, more revolutionary terms. The model of production militarized by the proletariat differs sharply from the case under investigation. The military category of any organization comes on the scene when the existing system is in a critical position. In war, there is the constant threat of destruction, both of the individual parts of the fighting machine, the army, and of the whole. Therefore, what is required here by the very terms of the organization's existence is an unquestioning execution, speed of decision, unity of will and therefore a minimum of discussion and talking, a minimum of boards and a maximum of individual management. On the other hand, since the components of this organization are not united internally and do not implement all decisions themselves, the army has to depend on the system of repressions, which reach their peak in just this sphere and are at their most pronounced here. This latter element must be particularly strong when the army recruits from elements, which themselves have no personal interest in war, when the war is waged against their interests. Such is an imperialist war. But, under the rule of the proletariat, too, the element of coercion and repression has a major role, which is greater, the higher is the percentage of purely non-proletarian elements on the one hand and unconscious or half-conscious elements within the proletariat itself on the other. Point 4 In this case, the militarization 5 of the population, above all in the army, is a method of self-organization of the working class and organization of the peasantry. So long as the workers' dictatorship and its classical paradigm the Soviet state system is in a critical situation, quite clearly it must assume the character of a proletarian military dictatorship. This means that the practical apparatuses of control contract, broad-based committees give way to narrow ones and all the available working class organizers and administrators are distributed in the most economical way. This phenomenon, in an intensified form, necessarily occurs with the danger of economic catastrophe. This danger has been brought about by economic exhaustion during the time of the imperialist and civil wars. Hence the burden of the proletariat's tasks is transferred to the sphere of economic construction, where the basic fabric of the economic apparatuses is already saturated with worker administrators and where the workers' organizations have already become the foundation and pivot of these apparatuses, then of necessity curtailing collective management, even leading in some cases, in individual plants and factories, to the introduction of individual control, i.e. one-man management. This latter situation is neither a diminution of the rights of the class nor a diminution of the role of its organizations. It is a contracted, condensed form of workers' control of industry, a form adapted to the conditions of rapid work and a military tempo. Technically, this form is much better, for its significance lies not in destroying the old, or in merely safeguarding the supremacy of the new relations or in educating the masses. The center of gravity here lies in the construction of a practical apparatus and in a smooth, accurate workflow. The revolution solves this problem after the foundation has been laid for the proletarian administrative apparatus in general. In this case, attention no longer needs to be focused on the problem of consolidating the class position of the proletariat. Basically, this question has been solved. Here the difficulty is not to change the principle behind the relations of production, but to try to find the form of management which will secure maximum efficiency. The principle of broad electivity from below, usually by the workers according to factory, is replaced by the principle of careful selection in the light of the technical and administrative length of service, competence, and steadfastness of the candidates. At the head of workers' management boards are the individuals in charge, workers or specialist engineers, but they are elected and appointed by the economic organs of the proletarian dictatorship, the workers' organizations, to propose and nominate them. In such a system, no engineer can fulfill any other function than the one required of him by the proletariat. This model of workers' control of industry is possible and advisable only under certain conditions. First of all, it presupposes the stability of an established Soviet order, and a certain social equilibrium already achieved on a new basis. Such a system would be impossible and inadvisable in the first phase of the revolution, the phase of destruction of the old relations and the seizure of the productive areas. This cannot be too strongly emphasized. Point 6. One more question must be raised here, in connection with those already discussed, namely that of the relationship between the methods of management and the methods of management training. One of the most important tasks of the Soviet system overall lies in involving the vast masses themselves directly in administration. The same applies to the economic organizations of the state apparatus. In the first period, the functions of training merge with the functions of management itself. It cannot be otherwise. The bourgeois organizers of production, the technical intelligentsia, are at that time opposed to the proletariat, and though the workers do not yet have the administrative experience, everything falls on their shoulders. In such a state of affairs, the progressive workers manage as they learn and learn as they manage. There is no other alternative, in the first stage of the construction of socialism. But a broadly based system of collective management is actually highly suited to the fulfillment of these aims. It is not so much management as a school of management. However, it is quite obvious that one should not make a virtue of necessity. In subsequent phases of development, as the positions of the working class, as the ruling class, have been consolidated, and as a firm framework for competent industrial management is created, based on the existing stratum of elected worker administrators, and as the technical intelligentsia, on the other hand, returns like a prodigal son to the production process, so the functions of management are separated from the functions of management training. This training is no longer bought at the cost of mistakes in management itself. The masses, in ever-increasing numbers, start to take an interest in and learn industrial management, in special institutions, by special ways and means, and much more systematically than was possible in the previous phase. Point 7. What is the probable course of subsequent development on the road to communism? Since the acuteness of the economic crisis, the crisis of exhaustion, will pass, and ever-increasing human resources able and competent in management will accumulate. There will be no need for the harsh military style of management. For all its undoubted advantages, there are also some major defects arising from this type of compulsory discipline. It is a categorical imperative in conditions where we must act decisively and quickly. In that case its defects are outweighed by its merits. However, once it has fulfilled its purpose, it is replaced by a new phase, that of an improved system of management, which is by no means a simple repetition of a stage which has already passed, but a synthesis of the two previous stages. Then, to use the language of Hegel, the first phases represent the thesis, the second the antithesis, and the third their synthesis into some higher unity. Development, of course, does not stop here. With the dying off of the state power and all compulsory standardization of human relations, communist mankind will create the highest model of control over things, where the very problem of collective or individual management, in any form or combination, will disappear, for the people of the future will do what the dry computations of statistical calculation demand. Control over people will disappear forever. Chapter 9. The economic categories of capitalism in the transition period. 1. The methodology of Marxist economics, the objective, social, material production, and the historical dialectical approach. 2. The postulate of the equilibrium of the production systems. 3. The modification of these points of view in the transition period, the unproductive acquisition of use values, the absence of proper reproduction, etc., the absence of equilibrium. 4. Commodity. 5. Value. 6. Price. 7. Wages and profits. 8. The naturalization of economic thought. In an analysis of the economics of the transition period, one must not only deal with pure forms and categories. This analysis is therefore difficult, because there are no stable quantities here. If knowledge in its present state is generally concerned with fluid processes and not with fixed metaphysical essences, it is in the transition period, for reasons which are obvious, that the categories of being are replaced by categories of becoming. Fluidity, mutability, and motion, these features are peculiar to the transition period, to a much greater extent than to relations which have evolved normally within a stable production system. Therefore we are faced with the question, are those methodological procedures and categories of abstract thought, which Marx used with regard to capitalist society, of any use or not? Will they serve now in an epoch when capitalism is breaking up and a new social foundation is being laid? Indeed, in the analysis of economic forms, moreover, neither microscopes nor chemical reagents are of use. The force of abstraction must replace both two. By studying the capitalist form of society and using this power of abstraction, Marx created a whole system of concepts and tools for being cognizant with living economic reality. These concepts have been vital to the scientific mastery of the economic processes, not just in the hands of a genius, but in the hands of all subsequent researchers, not apologists and sycophants, but truly scientific researchers, into the phenomena of economic life. Scientific mastery of the economic process implies an understanding of its development, an understanding of the origin, evolution, and disappearance of every phenomenon, and an understanding of it as part of the whole. With this kind of scientific understanding, the concepts coined by Marx function smoothly. The cornerstones of the entire edifice of theoretical, political economy, i.e. of the theory of economics in their capitalist form, the basic concepts of the entire system, were the concepts, commodity, value, and price. But the knell of capitalist property has sounded. The expropriators are being expropriated. Capitalist production, with the inevitability of a natural process, has arrived at the negation of itself. The communist revolution is shaking the whole economic system to its deepest foundations, blasphemously smashing up the eternal temple of capitalism. A process of gigantic economic improvements and grandiose changes is underway, a process of reconstruction of the entire system of relations of production. The old is interwoven with the new battles with the old and now gets the better of it, now retreats helplessly. We must cognitively master this complex process, and in this, we are time and again forced to fall back on the powers of abstraction. Point 3. In the first serious attempt to really scientifically master that highly restless specific state which we call the economy of the transition period, we come up against the fact that the old concepts of theoretical economy instantly refuse to be of any use. We come up against a curious contradiction. The old categories of political economy continue to take the form of practical generalizations about a continuously changing, living, economic reality. At the same time, these categories do not enable one to penetrate beneath the surface of phenomena, i.e. to shake off vulgar thinking and to understand the process and development of economic life as a whole. But this is understandable. By their very nature, these elementary relations, which in ideological terms are represented by the categories of commodity, price, wages, profit, etc., simultaneously exist and do not exist. It is as if they are non-existent. They drag out a strange kind of illusory real, and really illusory existence, like the old Slav notion of the souls of the dead or heathen gods in the pious Christian religion. Therefore, the old, tested tools of Marxist thought, coined by Marx on the basis of the very real existence of the appropriate relations of production, begin to misfire. But in everyday practical life, they continue to be uncritically regarded as a means for a true understanding of the phenomena of economic life. Point 4. To make use of these categories for theoretical analysis now presupposes a complete understanding of their restricted historical nature, an understanding of the limits of their significance, and an understanding of the conditions, meaning and limits of their applicability to economic relations which are jumping over to fundamentally different rails. We are, therefore, faced in the first place, with analyzing the starting points, the methodology of economic theory, and with elucidating the role of its fundamental concepts, and in the second place, with tracing the modifications and limitations to them which arise out of the system of a transitional economy. One can distinguish three characteristic features of Marxist economic methodology: the objective social point of view, the material productive approach, and, finally, the dialectical historical approach to the question. The objective social viewpoint affirms the primacy of society over the individual economic subject, man. He is considered not as an atom or an isolated Robinson Crusoe, but as a small part of the social system. Production by isolated individuals outside of society is as great an absurdity as the idea of the development of language without individuals living together and talking to one another. 5. The material production approach affirms the primacy of production over consumption and over the whole of economic life in general. The first, the objective social, viewpoint is, as the mathematicians say, essential, but it by no means suffices to characterize the whole method. Society exists as a certain stable system. What are the material conditions for the system's existence? Every child knows that if a country ceased to work, I will not say for a year, but for a few weeks, it would die. 6. Society depends for its existence on its production, which has a socially determined character. Society itself is regarded first and foremost as a productive organism, and the economy as the production process. The dynamics of production determine the dynamics of needs. Production as the fundamental condition of society's existence represents the given element. Point 7. The dialectical historical method examines society in its specifically historical forms and the general laws of social development in their concrete manifestation as the laws of a certain social structure, which are restricted in their effect to the historical limits of that structure. Point 8. Therefore, economic categories, 2, are the theoretical expression of historical relations of production, corresponding to a particular stage of development in material production. Point 9. On no account are they eternal, as bourgeois scholarship maintains, which immortalizes them because it immortalizes the capitalist mode of production. Point 10. Besides these basic features of the Marxist method, we should note one more methodological approach which can conditionally be called the postulate of equilibrium. In view of its particular importance, on the one hand, and the misunderstanding of it in the usual accounts of the Marxist doctrine on the other, we ought to dwell at some length on this approach. In his theoretical grasp of the capitalist system of relations of production, Marx proceeds from the fact of its existence. Since this system exists, it means that, whether well or badly, social needs are satisfied, at least to the extent that people not only do not die off, but indeed live, act and multiply. In a society with a social division of labor, and a commodity capitalist society presupposes this, there must be a definite equilibrium of the whole system. Coal, iron, machines, cottons, linens, bread, sugar, boots, etc. are produced in the necessary amounts, living human labor, using the necessary quantities of the means of production, is correspondingly expended in the necessary quantities for the production of all this. There may well be all sorts of deviations and fluctuations here, the whole system expands and becomes complicated, develops and is continuously in motion and oscillating, but, taken as a whole, it is in a state of equilibrium. Point 11. To find the law of this equilibrium is the basic problem of theoretical economics, and theoretical economics as a scientific system is the result of an examination of the entire capitalist system in its state of equilibrium. Every child knows, too, that the mass of products corresponding to the different needs require different quantitatively determined masses of the total labor of society. That this necessity of distributing social labor in definite proportions cannot be done away with by the particular form of social production, but can only change the form it assumes, is self-evident. No natural laws can be done away with. What can change, in changing historical circumstances, is the form in which these laws operate. And the form in which this proportional division of labor operates, in a state of society where the interconnection of social labor is manifested in the private exchange of the individual products, is precisely the exchange value of these products. Point 12. Here the whole approach to the solution of a fundamental problem, that of value, is concisely and clearly indicated. If we look at the entire structure of capital from this point of view, we shall see that the analysis begins with a firm and stable system of equilibrium. Gradually, complicating factors are introduced, the system starts to oscillate, and become mobile. These oscillations, however, still conform to laws and, despite the most severe violations of the equilibrium, crises, the system as a whole remains. Through the violations of the equilibrium, a new equilibrium is established, so to speak, of a higher order. Only after the laws of equilibrium have been understood is it then possible to go on and raise the question of the oscillations of the system. The crises themselves are regarded not as a suspension of the equilibrium, but as a violation of it, in view of which it is considered necessary to find the law of that motion after one has understood not only how the equilibrium is upset, but also how it is subsequently restored. A crisis does not overstep the limits of the oscillation of the system. By the end of the investigation, this system moves and oscillates, but through all the movements and oscillations, the equilibrium is restored time and again. The law of value is the law of equilibrium in a simple commodity system of production. The law of the costs of production plus the average rate of profit is the law of equilibrium in a transformed commodity system, i.e. the capitalist system. The law of market price is the law of oscillation in this system. The law of competition is the law of the continual restoration of the upset equilibrium. The law of crises is the law of the inevitable periodic disturbance of the equilibrium of the system and its restoration. Marx always posed the question thus: equilibrium exists, how is it possible? The equilibrium is upset, how is it restored? This is the postulate of equilibrium. It is an examination of the entire system in a typical case, where the question of the possibility of equilibrium not being restored and the system being destroyed does not arise. Point 13. The examination of the social and, moreover, irrational and blind system from the viewpoint of its equilibrium, has nothing in common, of course, with harmonia prestabilitata, for it proceeds from the fact that this system exists and that it develops. The latter presupposes the form of this equilibrium to be a mobile and not a static one. These are the fundamentals of the methodology of theoretical economics. We must now pass on to the question of the significance of these viewpoints with respect to the period of the breakdown of capitalism and the period of the rule of the proletariat. The social objective approach remains obligatory and does not require any qualification. Indeed, in the process of social transformation, the economic subject, in his motives and his actions, is dependent on the social environment, even whilst he remains an individual commodity producer. The task is to analyze the reconstruction of the social. Here, 1. The joint collective and conscious economic subject is growing, the proletarian state with all its jointly subordinate organs. 2. So long as the anarchic commodity system remains, so does the irrational blind fate of the market, i.e. once again, the social anarchic elements which increasingly come under the controlling influence of the crystallized, socially conscious center. 3. Finally, insofar as components of the disintegration of social relations do exist, e.g. the formation of isolated natural economic cells, on the one hand, they are limited in their actions by the economic environment, their internal reorganization itself is a function of social advances, and on the other hand, they are increasingly drawn into the construction work by being continually subjected to the systematic influence of the state economic organization of the proletariat, compulsory labor service, all sorts of duties in kind, etc. In this way, even when individual elements do drop out of the socio-production process, they still find themselves in a permanent sphere of influence and are themselves considered from the standpoint of the social system of production. At the point of their maximum isolation, they are theoretically interesting as an object of social attraction, as a potential constituent part of the new social system. However, despite the fact that the objective social method is still valid, it does acquire a different logical tone. In an analysis of the social structure of the capitalist commodity model, all economic regularity expresses itself in conforming to anarchic laws, blind force, since the entire socio-production process is irrational. In an analysis of the structure of the transition period, the case is somewhat different, because here the rationalization of the socio-economic process increases exponentially. The material production approach on the whole also remains obligatory. However, it does undergo substantial changes and restrictions. In the first place, the process of production is not an a priori given quantity. To be more precise, whereas in normal periods of social development, the process of social reproduction is taken for granted and the continuous renewal of the elements of production in the course of that production is assumed during the transition period, with the shaking up of the entire socio-labor apparatus, the process of reproduction is called into question. Therefore, the problem here reads not how is production possible, but is production possible? The same thing with regard to the productive forces can be expressed in the following way: if, in normal times, the development of the productive forces was the latent or underlying premise of all theoretical judgments, now the question must also be raised both of the possibility of their being stationary and also of the possibility of their catastrophic decline. In the second place, a very significant reduction and in places a stoppage in the production process may ensue. So long as society does not become extinct, this is compensated for in other ways, one by a more economic distribution of what is left over from previous production cycles. Here the process of consumption is divorced from the process of production and becomes incommensurate with it. 2. By compulsorily extracting the fruits of agricultural production from the countryside, the difference here from the normal situation being that this extraction is partly funded by direct economic methods, hence, only one half of the national economy takes part in the cycle of reproduction. 3. By unproductive methods of obtaining products, military plunder, central warehouse changing hands, etc. In the third place, so long as the process of production is divorced from the process of consumption, even where the free market remains, consumption motives appear on the surface of events. The dialectical historical approach is not only free from limitations, but on the contrary thrusts itself to the fore. The component forms of the new relations and their interlacing with the old, sometimes in extraordinarily odd combinations, all this makes the relations of production of the transition period a system sui generis. Furthermore, it is quite clear that the dialectical historical viewpoint, which advances the principle of the constant changeability of forms and the principles of knowledge of the process, must inevitably be emphasized in an analysis of an era when faults in the social strata of a straight geological type occur with unprecedented speed. The relativity of the categories of political economics becomes as clear as daylight. The postulate of equilibrium is invalid. Equilibrium must be taken as the condition which a system should reach, if it is to exist, but may in fact fail to reach. There is no proportionality, either between production and consumption or between the various branches of production, and we might add nor between the human elements of the system. Therefore it is fundamentally wrong to carry over into the transition period the categories, concepts, and laws which sufficed for the state of equilibrium. To this one can retort that, since society has not perished there is an equilibrium. However, such reasoning would be correct if the period of time under consideration was extremely protracted. Without equilibrium society cannot survive for long and dies. But this same social system can exist in an abnormal state for some time, i.e. minus a state of equilibrium. In this case, a relative equilibrium is purchased, insofar as there is no extra production compensating factor, which is also impossible in the long run, at the cost of the partial destruction of that very system. Thus, the general characteristic of the changes and variations in the research method may be expressed in the following manner: in an analysis of the transition period, a whole series of methodological simplifications are inadmissible, which are quite appropriate and permissible in conditions of a stable production system. Marx's formulation of the question went like this: how is the existence of a given form of economy possible, and what are the laws of its origin, development, and disappearance? The formulation of the question, as amended for the transition period, reads: what are the material conditions for the existence of society at the present moment? How long can it continue to exist under present conditions? How is production possible? Is the establishment of equilibrium possible? What will be the result of its establishment, and what would be the result of a negative solution to this question? What is the change in the relations of production in both cases, and what are the laws of motion in both cases, and so on. Now we must pass on to some basic concepts of political economy in order to ascertain the extent of their usefulness to the period under discussion. For ideas and categories are no more eternal than the relations they express. They are historical and transitory products. 14. The limits to the applicability of these categories will become instantly clear if we define the basic conditions of existence for the real relationships which correspond to them, i.e. to these categories. Commodity. This category presupposes first and foremost the social division of labor or its fragmentation and, following from this, the absence of any conscious control mechanism over the economic processes. The social division of labor becomes apparent in the difference of the use value of commodities, the universal labor relationship between the parts of the system which has no conscious control mechanism is expressed in their value. For any product or simply anything to become a commodity, a condition of stable social relations is not essential, as, for example, with so-called chance transactions. Often social relations are here established for the first time: overseas merchants on rare expeditions, rare colonial commodities, rob handle, etc. Point 15. In these cases, however, commodity cannot be a universal form. There is no commodity production here nor a commodity economy as a form of social structure. There does not even need to be a unified society, e.g. early colonial exchange. Commodity can be a universal category, only insofar as there is a constant and not a chance social relationship on the anarchic basis of production. Consequently, as the irrationality of the production process disappears, i.e. as a conscious social control mechanism is introduced, in the place of the anarchic element, so commodity is transformed into product and loses its commodity character. Value emerges when we have true commodity production. Here, a constant and not a chance model of anarchic relations via exchange is obligatory. A state of equilibrium is also necessary. The law of value is merely the law of equilibrium of an anarchic commodity system. From this point of view it is clear, for example, that the exchange of ivory for beads, where, As Marx said, the exchange is really a fraud, is not a value exchange. Not every exchange is a commodity exchange. When boys exchange pens, or when the proletarian state practices product exchange between town and country. On the other hand, not every commodity exchange is a value exchange, e.g. exchange on the free market with its absurd prices is not a value exchange although it is a commodity exchange. Consequently, value, as a category of the capitalist commodity system in its equilibrium, is least useful of all during the transition period, where commodity production to a considerable extent disappears and there is no equilibrium. Price, generally speaking, is the expression of a value relation. But not always. In the first instance, we can distinguish the following variants: 1. Value coincides with price according to magnitude, the static equilibrium of a simple commodity system. 2. Value does not coincide according to magnitude, the typical case. 3. Price represents a derived magnitude particular to a commodity, which in itself has no value, e.g. the price of land as capitalist rents. One must distinguish from the cases the imaginary form where price does not rest on a value correlation. Here price is absolutely divorced from value. Consequently, in the transition epoch, the case of the imaginary form inevitably comes close to the typical case. This phenomenon, in its turn, is also bound up with the collapse of the monetary system. Money represents the material social ligament, the knot which ties up the whole highly developed commodity system of production. It is clear that during the transition period, in the process of abolishing the commodity system as such, a process of self-negation of money takes place. It is manifested in the first place in the so-called devaluation of money and in the second place, in the fact that the distribution of paper money is divorced from the distribution of products, and vice versa. Money ceases to be the universal equivalent and becomes a conventional, and moreover extremely imperfect, symbol of the circulation of products. Wages become an imaginary value without content. Since the working class is the ruling class, wage labor disappears, and since there is no wage labor, there are no wages either, as the price at which labor power is sold to the capitalist. Only the external husk of wages is preserved, the monetary form, which is also heading for self-destruction along with the monetary system. Under the dictatorship of the proletariat, the workers receive a socio-labor ration and not wages. Similarly, the category of profit also disappears, as well as the category of surplus value, inasmuch as we are talking about new production cycles. However, to the extent that the free market still exists, there is speculation etc., speculative profit does exist, but its laws of motion are defined differently from those in the normal capitalist system. Here the seller is in a monopoly position which makes products in their mass from other spheres adhere to him. Generally speaking, one of the main trends in the transition period is the breakup of the commodity entanglement. With the growing socio-natural system of economic relations, the corresponding ideological categories also burst, and once this is so, the theory of the economic process is confronted with the need for a transition to natural economic thinking, i.e. to the consideration of both society and its parts as systems of fundamental elements in their natural form. Chapter 10. Non-economic coercion in the transition period. 1. Violence and coercion and their relationship with economics. 2. Violence in transition periods. 3. State power as concentrated violence. 4. The economic significance of the dictatorship of the proletariat. 5. Violence and coercion with respect to the non-proletarian strata. 6. Coercion as a manifestation of the self-regulation of the working masses. 7. The disappearance of coercion. In theoretical political economy, i.e. in the science which studies the way a capitalist commodity society conforms to blind laws, pure economic categories predominate. In actual history, it is notorious that conquest, enslavement, robbery, murder, briefly force, play the great part. In the tender annals of political economy, the idyllic reigns from time immemorial. Right and labor were from all time the sole means of enrichment, the present year of course always excepted. Point 1. There is no doubt that throughout history the role of violence and coercion has been extremely great. This is the soil on which theories could thrive which see violence as the alpha and omega of history. Point 2. On the other hand, a number of contrary theories rest on the denial of violence, theories which simply refuse to recognize empirical phenomena, a series of facts obstinately demanding an explanation. Marxism cannot think away what is in reality a major historical factor. The robbery of the common land in England and the period of primary accumulation, the mass forced labor of the slaves in ancient Egypt, colonial wars, the great mutinies and the glorious revolutions, imperialism, the communist revolution of the proletariat, the labor armies in the Soviet Republic, aren't all these ill-assorted phenomena connected with the question of coercion? Of course they are. The vulgar investigator would set his mind at rest by putting them all in the one category. The advocate of the dialectical method must analyze these forms in their historical context, in their relationship with the whole, their specific features and their functional significance, which is sometimes quite the opposite in substance. Social violence and coercion, and we are only concerned with this, has a twofold relationship with economics. First, it is a function of economics, and second, it, in its turn, influences economic life. In this latter role, its influence may take one of two directions. It either takes the line of the objectively developing economic relations, in which case it satisfies a pressing social need, accelerates economic development and appears as its progressive form, or else it conflicts with this development, in which case, it retards development, acts as fetters on it and, as a general rule, must yield to another form of coercion with, if one may express it thus, a different mathematical symbol. Point 3. The role of violence becomes particularly prominent during critical epochs. Wars and revolutions are the driving forces of history, and both these driving forces are forms of violence, moreover, at its harshest. On the transition from feudalism to capitalism, Marx wrote, "These methods depend in part on brute force, auf brutalster Gewalt, e.g. the colonial system. But they all employ the power of the state, Staatmacht, the concentrated and organized force of society, to hasten the process of transformation of the feudal mode of production into the capitalist mode and to shorten the transition, die Übergang. Force is the midwife of every old society pregnant with a new one. It is itself an economic power, Ökonomische Potenz." Point 4. In the transition epoch, when one production structure is giving way to another, the midwife is revolutionary violence. This revolutionary violence must destroy the fetters on the development of society, i.e. the old forms of concentrated violence which have become a counter-revolutionary factor, the old state and the old model of the relations of production. On the other hand, revolutionary violence must actively assist in the formation of new relations of production, after it has created a new form of concentrated violence, the state of the new class, which acts as a means of economic upheaval by changing the economic structure of society. Point 5. Hence, on the one hand, violence plays a destructive role, and on the other, it is a force for cohesion, organization, and construction. The greater the magnitude of this non-economic force, which in fact is an Ökonomische Potenz, the smaller the costs of the transition period will be. Other things being equal, of course, the shorter this transition period will be, the more quickly social equilibrium will be established on a new basis, and the more rapidly the curve of the productive forces will begin to rise. This force is not some super-economic mystical quantity, it is the power of a class accomplishing a revolution, its social might. Clearly, therefore, its magnitude depends, first and foremost, on the extent to which that class is organized. And a revolutionary class is most highly organized when it constitutes the state power. That is why state power is concentrated and organized social violence, and that is why revolutionary state power is the most powerful means of economic upheaval. In the era of transition from capitalism to communism by the revolutionary class, the creator of the new society is the proletariat. Its state power, its dictatorship, The Soviet state is the main factor in the destruction of the old economic relations and the creation of the new. Strictly speaking, political power is the organized use of force by one class in order to keep another class in subjection. 6. Insofar as this political power, as concentrated violence against the bourgeoisie, is itself an economic force, it is the force which severs the capitalist relations of production, by putting the proletariat in charge of the material and physical framework of production and gradually introducing the non-proletarian human elements of production into a system of new socio-production relations. On the other hand, this same concentrated violence is partly turned inward, where it is a factor in the self-organization and compulsory self-discipline of the workers. Thus we must analyze both aspects of coercion, in relation to the non-proletarian strata and in relation to the proletariat itself and the social groups closely connected with it. The ruling proletariat, in the first phase of its supremacy, is up against the parasitic strata, former landowners, investors of every sort and bourgeois entrepreneurs who had little to do with the production process, trade capitalists, speculators, stockbrokers, bankers, to the non-productive administrative aristocracy recruited from these same strata, the prominent bureaucrats of the capitalist state, the generals, the bishops, etc., 3 bourgeois owner-organizers and managers, the managers of trusts and syndicates, the doers of the industrial world, the most important engineers, inventors directly connected with the capitalist world, etc., 4 the skilled bureaucracy, civil, military, and ecclesiastical, 5 the technical intelligentsia and the intelligentsia in general, engineers, technicians, agronomists, livestock experts, doctors and professors, lawyers, journalists, most of the teaching profession, etc., 6 the officers, 7 the large-scale prosperous peasantry, 8 the middle and also in part the petty urban bourgeoisie, 9 the clergy, including the unqualified members. All these strata, classes, and groups inevitably carry on an active struggle against the proletariat under the political hegemony of the representatives of finance capital and under the military hegemony of the generals. These attacks must be repulsed and the enemy thrown into disorder. Other methods of struggle on their part, sabotage, must be crushed. Only concentrated violence can do all this. As the proletariat triumphs in this struggle and its forces increasingly rally round the basic crystallization point of socio-revolutionary energy, the dictatorship of the proletariat, an accelerated process of decay in the old mentality ensues among the economically useful and non-parasitic groups in the enemy camp. These elements must be taken into account, gathered together, given a new place and introduced into the new labor framework, and only for the organization of the proletarian state using coercion can do this. It hastens the process of absorption of those human elements which are also useful in the new system, above all the technical intelligentsia. It stands to reason that these forces cannot possibly be used in any planned, socially expedient way, without compulsory pressure. For remnants of the old mentality still linger in the minds of these human categories, with their partly individualistic and partly anti-proletarian psychology, and they interpret a plan of social expediency as the grossest violation of the rights of the free individual. Therefore, external state coercion is absolutely essential here. Only in the course of development, with the constant re-education of these strata as they lose their class structure and are transformed simply into socialized workers, does the element of coercion gradually decrease. Obviously, the higher a given group stood in the capitalist hierarchy, the more difficult and the more painful the process of psychological re-education is. Those social groups whose existence was most closely connected with the specific forms and methods of capitalist production succumb to the social processing with the greatest difficulty of all. The immediate struggle with them, in the first phase of the revolution, organizing them into conditions where they can perform socially useful work without being able to harm the cause of the communist construction, the expedient accommodation of these forces, a correct policy in relation to them which changes according to their psychological make-up, all this presupposes, in the final analysis, the sanction of concentrated violence, guarding over the communist society im Werden, in embryo. Coercion, however, is not confined to the former ruling classes and groups closely connected with them. In the transition period, in other forms, it is also carried over to the workers themselves and to the ruling class itself. We must investigate this side of the matter in great detail. In the transition period, analysis must not be limited to the premise of the complete homogeneity of a class. In the study of the abstract laws of the capitalist mechanism, there was no point in dwelling on the molecular movements within the classes and the differentiation among these real aggregates. They were accepted as being a certain integral quantity, more or less homogeneous. To transfer this view, which was quite correct within the framework of an abstract, theoretical analysis of pure capitalism, to an analysis of the transition period with its extremely fluid forms and its, so to speak, fundamental dynamics would be a gross methodological error. Not only interclass mechanics, but also intraclass mechanics have to be taken into consideration. Both the correlations of social forces and the relationships within the classes are extremely mobile values, whose mobility becomes particularly great in critical epochs. 7. In exerting an influence on nature, man changes his own nature, said Marx. But the same thing also happens in the course of social struggle, and this is what the process of revolutionary education of the proletariat is. If one examines this process from the viewpoint of the intraclass strata, one can designate it a process of continual rapprochement to the vanguard of the working class by its middle and lower strata. There is also a transformation of the class in itself into a class for itself. The attitude to the people of a repentant gentleman is one of idealization of every member of the lower classes in concrete terms. The proletarian, Marxist attitude operates with real values. The proletariat comes to power as a class. But this does not signify the cohesive nature of the class where every one of its members represents some ideal mean. The proletarian vanguard actively leads the others behind it. It is a conscious, organizing quantity operating along well-thought-out lines. It carries along with it the sympathetic middle which is instinctively in sympathy with the upheaval, but cannot clearly formulate aims and accurately outline ways. In the course of development there is no dividing line between the vanguard and this very extensive stratum. On the contrary, new forces are continually being drawn into the advanced stratum. This is the process of internal cohesion that makes a class of a class. Behind the middle layer of sympathizers is a stratum of those who are indifferent and then the so-called self-seekers. The process of education, however, touches even them. The proletarian vanguard grows and expands numerically as it absorbs the ever-growing strata of the class, which more and more becomes a class for itself. If we approach this question from a slightly different angle, then we discover roughly the following groups: a nucleus of the industrial proletariat, the typical working class, which has severed its links with the countryside and is permanently engaged in industry; the workers' aristocracy, sometimes extremely closely bound up with the interests of capital, especially the skilled workers of America, Germany, and England, printers in almost all countries, etc., seasonal workers who periodically enter and leave the industrial sphere, workers encumbered with private property, houses, sometimes land, etc., workers with connections with the countryside, sometimes running a household on the land too, those who became workers during the war, without having completed their capitalist schooling and who are sometimes recruited from the municipal petty bourgeoisie, the artisans and tradesmen, etc., workers specially selected on a socio-political basis by the capitalist states, e.g. certain sections of the railwaymen. Agricultural workers, outright farm laborers and semi-farm laborers, etc. Thus we get a pretty motley picture of the way of life of the various categories of the working class and, therefore, of their social consciousness too. Clearly, among all these groups there are some which have been completely corrupted by capitalism, whose motives are of the narrowest, egotistical, and self-centered. But even comparatively broad sections of the working class bear the stamp of the capitalist commodity world. Hence, compulsory discipline is absolutely inevitable, and the less voluntary internal discipline is, i.e. the less revolutionized a given section or group of the proletariat is, the more strongly its compulsory nature will be felt. Even the proletarian vanguard, which is united in the party of the revolution, the Communist Party, establishes such compulsory self-discipline within its own ranks. It is little felt by many component parts of its vanguard, since it coincides with their inner motivations, but nevertheless it does exist. 8 However, it is not established by another force, but expresses the collective will of all, binding on everyone. It stands to reason that this element of compulsion, which is the self-coercion of the working class, increases from its crystallized center towards the much more amorphous and scattered periphery. It is the conscious cohesive force of a fraction of the working class which for certain categories subjectively represents an external pressure, but which, for the whole of the working class, objectively represents its accelerated self-organization. In communist society there will be absolute freedom of the individual, spontaneous activity without coercion, and no external standardization of the relations between people. In capitalist society, there was no spontaneous activity at all for the working class, only coercion on the hostile class. In the transition period, working class spontaneity of action exists side by side with compulsion, set up by the working class as a class for itself and for all its parts. The contradiction here between compulsion and spontaneous independent action is an expression of the contradictory nature of the transition period itself, where the proletariat has already left the confines of capitalist compulsion, but has not yet become a worker communist society. One of the main forms of compulsion of the new model, operating within the working class itself, is the abolition of the so-called freedom of labor. Freedom of labor in capitalist society was one of the many myths of that society, since in reality the monopolization of the means of production by the capitalists forced the workers to sell their labor power. This is what that freedom amounted to, in the first place, to the relative possibility of choosing your own master, moving from one factory to another, the possibility of being fired and getting the sack. In the second place, this freedom implied competition between the workers themselves. In this latter meaning, the freedom of labor was already partly overcome by the workers' organizations in the capitalist period, when the trade unions partly abolished competition between the workers by uniting them and making them stronger in their struggle against the capitalist class. The trade unions demanded that only union members should be allowed into a factory. They boycotted, i.e. used violence against, the strike breakers, that living embodiment of the bourgeois freedom of labor, etc. Under the proletarian dictatorship, the question of an owner no longer arises, since the expropriators have been expropriated. On the other hand, the remaining disorganization, lack of solidarity, individualism, parochial narrow-mindedness, and the defects of capitalist society are apparent in the form of the failure to understand general proletarian tasks, which are expressed most forcibly in the tasks and demands of the Soviet dictatorship, the workers' state. Since these tasks must be accomplished whatever the cost, obviously from the proletariat's point of view, the abolition of the so-called freedom of labor is essentially in the name of the real and not mythical freedom of the working class. For this freedom of labor cannot be reconciled with a correctly organized, planned economy and distribution of the labor force. Hence, a regime of compulsory labor service and state distribution of workers under the dictatorship of the proletariat already shows a comparatively high degree of organization throughout the entire apparatus and the stability of the proletarian power in general. 9. Under the capitalist regime, compulsion was defended in the name of the interests of all, whilst in reality it was a case of the interests of the capitalist groups. Under the dictatorship of the proletariat, for the first time, compulsion is an instrument of the majority in the interest of that majority. The proletariat, as a class, is the only class which is, on the whole, devoid of ownership prejudices, but it is compelled to operate cheek by jowl with the sometimes very numerous peasantry. If the upper peasantry, the kulaks, are actively fighting against the measures of the proletarian dictatorship, then the concentrated violence of the proletariat has to repulse the kulak vendi, more or less convincingly. But the masses in the middle, and in part even the poor peasantry, constantly waver, vacillate, prompted now by hatred of capitalist landowner exploitation, a hatred which drives them to communism, now by the attitudes of an owner, and consequently, in times of famine, by the attitudes of a speculator too, which drive them to embrace reaction. This latter is expressed in resistance to the state grain monopoly, in the yearning for free trade, which is speculation, and for speculation, which is free trade, in resistance to the system of compulsory labor service and in general to any form of state control over economic anarchy. These stimuli are especially emphasized when the exhausted towns cannot at first supply any equivalent for the grain and labor service going into the common pool. Here, therefore, coercion is an absolute categorical imperative. Thus with regard to the former bourgeois groups, coercion on the part of the proletarian dictatorship is coercion on the part of an alien class, waging a class struggle against the objects of its compulsion. With regard to the non-Kulak peasant mass, coercion on the part of the proletariat is a class struggle only insofar as the peasantry is an owner and speculator, insofar as the peasant is a worker, an opponent of capitalism, and not an exploiter. Coercion represents his unity and labor organization, his education and involvement in the building of communism. Finally, with respect to the proletariat itself, coercion is a method of organization, established by the working class itself, i.e. a method of compulsory, accelerated self-organization. From a wider point of view, i.e. on a longer historical perspective, proletarian coercion in all its forms, from executions to labor service, is, however paradoxical this may sound, a method of creating communist mankind from the human material of the capitalist epoch. Indeed, the epoch of the dictatorship of the proletariat is, at the same time, the epoch of the deformation of the classes. Capitalism was accompanied by the progressive social fragmentation of society. It demoralized the peasantry, destroyed the middle estate and brought class contradictions to a head. At first an expression of the gaping schism in the capitalist world, the dictatorship of the proletariat, after the establishment of a certain equilibrium, begins to gather mankind together again. The former bourgeoisie, stricken, defeated, impoverished and trained to physical labor, is being spiritually remade and re-educated. Part of it perishes in the Civil War, but the part which survives already constitutes a different social category. The intelligentsia likewise. The peasantry, much more steadfast in the general current than the others, is still being drawn into the mainstream and re-educated, slowly but surely. The proletariat is likewise changing its own nature. Thus specific class features are erased and the classes begin to disintegrate as classes, by taking the proletariat as the standard. The period of the deformation of the classes is underway. The dictatorship of the proletariat is the means for this deformation. As concentrated violence, it ultimately does away with all violence whatsoever. As the highest expression of the class, it does away with all classes. As the regime of a class organized as a state power, it will prepare the downfall of every state. In its struggle for its own existence, it destroys its own existence. In a classless, stateless communist society where, in place of external discipline, there will be the simple inclination to work on the part of the normal social being, external norms of human behavior will become meaningless. Coercion, in any form whatsoever, will disappear once and for all. Chapter 11. The World Revolutionary Process and the World System of Communism. 1. The system of equilibrium of the world economy. 2. War as a violation of the production equilibrium. 3. The collapse of the system, starting with its weakest links. 4. Models of communist revolution. 5. Relations between proletarian states and bourgeois states. 6. Communist revolution and the capitalist colonies. 7. The crystallization of the Soviet republics and their alliances. 8. The world dictatorship of the proletariat and the abolition thereof. 9. The world system of communism. Before the war, the world economic system was in a state of mobile equilibrium. The process of exchange between countries, the international movement of capital, the export and import of capital, and the international movement of labor power bound the separate parts of the system firmly together with the strong ties of the normal processes which are vitally necessary to the very existence of the world economy and its component elements. The laws of the capitalist commodity system, which in pure theory were analyzed in their abstract form as the laws of an abstract, pure capitalist society and which were concretely realized in the epoch of industrial capitalism within the limits of nationally delimited territories, became, above all, the spontaneous laws of an anarchic world system. World prices and, hence, universal social labor, as their control mechanism in the last resort, world competition, the world market, the tendency towards a universal average rate of profit, the gravitation of interest rates towards a single, but again universal mean, parity of wages and their gravitation to one worldwide level, which propelled labor power from one country to another, world industrial crises and so on and so forth, these were all a manifestation of the basic fact, contained in the state of mobile equilibrium, but developed in the contradictions of the system of world capitalism. This universal cohesion and the interdependency of the individual capitalist states, the fact that they were all component parts of a common system, inevitably entailed the world nature of war. Just as crises assumed the character of world crises, on account of the chain-like connection between the parts of the world economy, war too was bound to assume the character of a colossal world slaughter. A crisis spreads and rolls like a wave, because a disturbance of the equilibrium in one part of the system is inevitably carried, as if by telegraph wire, to all its parts. In the conditions of a world economy war, as a loss of equilibrium in one part, unavoidably turns into a gigantic shock to the entire system, into a world war. The breakdown in the relations of the world economy meant that it fell to pieces, and the process of expanded negative reproduction, which ran parallel in the warring countries in these conditions of breakdown, ultimately led to the collapse of the entire system. With which links was this collapse bound to begin? It stands to reason that it was bound to begin with those links which were the weakest in terms of capitalist organization. 1. Indeed, we have already seen in Chapter 3 of this work that the stability of particular capitalist systems within the world economy, when war became a concrete fact, was explained by the internal reorganization of the relations of production, which led to the form of state capitalism. On the whole, therefore, one can say that the stability of these systems was directly proportionate to the level of state capitalist organization. Without it, capitalism could not even have survived the term which history allotted it. This stability, linked to the form of state capitalism, developed along both production and socio-class lines. However, the state capitalist form of national economy was itself only possible with a certain maturity of capitalist relations in general. All other things being equal, the higher the development of the productive forces, the finance capitalist organization and the concatenation of monopolistic relations of the new capitalism, the more absolute the state capitalist form was. The more backward and agrarian a given country, the less developed its productive forces and the weaker the finance capitalist organization of the economy was, the less absolute it was. But with regard to both the economic and social structure and the technical production structure, the systems with the most highly developed technology, required by the imperialist war, were bound to prove the most stable in a mighty conflict. This technology had a decisive military significance. Perfection of the organizational form partly made up for the process of expanded negative reproduction. The concentration of the social might of the bourgeoisie into a state power united with the economic organizations of capital created a tremendous resistance opposing the workers' movement. Therefore, the collapse of the world capitalist system began with the weakest national economic systems, with the least highly developed state, capitalist organizations. Point 2. The question of the chronological order of proletarian revolutions should not be confused with that of the height level of development or maturity of the model of a particular revolution, which is determined by the importance of the system of production relations, which are embodied in the proletariat. The greater it is relative to the concentrated proletariat, the higher is the model of the communist revolution and the harder it is to triumph, but the easier it is to build. Point 3. The preconditions for the organization of communism are, as we have seen, concentrated means of production and socialized labor. In the world capitalist system, these preconditions are most closely expressed in the great powers of capital, where the power of the bourgeoisie is strongest. On the other hand, precisely because we are faced with an anarchistic world system, whose component parts occupy a particular position in the world economy, the opportunity was created for these great imperialist systems to exploit the colonies. And from this arose yet another possibility, that of a temporary community of interests between the imperialist fatherland and the working class. This Interessengemeinschaft, in its turn, severely hampered the course of the revolution, which was based on the severance of any community between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Nevertheless, inasmuch as the revolution is already an established fact, it takes its highest form of all in just those countries where the working class constitutes the highest possible percentage of the whole population and where the means of production are the most heavily concentrated, because these two factors provide, first, the material and physical framework for the new society and, second, its fundamental relation of production. From this point of view, it is easy to understand why the revolution of the proletariat took place first of all in Russia. Here, the organization of the state machine was very weak and the forms of state capitalism had only just begun to show. The technological weakness of a mainly agrarian country caused an unprecedented military defeat. The state apparatus turned out to be so unstable that it could be toppled comparatively easily by the proletariat in the major urban centers. On the other hand, however, after the victory of the proletariat, the causes of the ease of that victory were dialectically transformed into the causes of supreme difficulties. The economic backwardness of the country, the enormous field of fragmented, scattered labor of small property owners as opposed to truly socialized labor, this was all a tremendous obstacle to the organization of a planned socio-economic system. The revolution was also an easy victory because the proletariat in its striving for communism was backed up by the peasantry, which was opposed to the landowners. But that same peasantry is proving to be the greatest obstacle in the period of the construction of communist relations of production. In contrast, the revolution in Germany has been a much more painful process. The capitalist state puts up much more stubborn resistance, the proletariat represents the sole revolutionary force, victory is won with much greater difficulty. But the model of the revolution here is higher, despite the fact that the revolution comes later. Point 4. Thus, if we examine the revolutionary process on a world scale, we can advance the following general proposition: the world revolutionary process begins with the partial systems of the world economy which are at the lowest level, where the victory of the proletariat is easier but the crystallization of the new relations harder. The speed with which the revolution advances is inversely proportional to the maturity of the capitalist relations and the height of the model of the revolution. Bringing the imperialist war to an end cannot stop the disintegration of the capitalist system, its collapse, and the communist revolution of the proletariat. The decline in the productive forces continues even after the conclusion of peace. The imperialists hope to organize a world economy, by methods which deny a world economy. The victors hope to get out of their difficulties by dint of ruthless exploitation, which ultimately destroys the very possibility of this exploitation. But the spirit of world competition plays a spiteful trick on them by forcing them to fight each other. Thus, history gives evidence to imperialism of its fatal a posteriori quality, which suddenly appears before the victors in all its horrific nakedness. Point 5. The economic isolation and the disintegration of relations during the war, and the consequences of this after the war, aggravate the process of destruction of the productive forces and precipitate the collapse of the capitalist system. Link by link, the revolutionary conquest of power by the proletariat and the upheaval in the mode of production, if only in one country, greatly intensifies the process of destruction of the old ideology and revolutionizes the working class in other countries. The subsoil for which has been prepared by all that has gone before. In the first Soviet Republic, the world proletariat has its own organizations, possessing a maximum of social and material power. Therefore, in the midst of the disintegrating system of a world capitalist economy, they inevitably represent new points of crystallization, centers of attraction for proletarian energy, and the most important factor in the further decomposition of the capitalist system. The devastation proceeds in leaps and bounds throughout the capitalist world, despite efforts to breathe new life into it. The productive forces diminish, the relations of production decompose and tear apart. There is no economic equilibrium between the production spheres, and the loss of equilibrium assumes increasingly severe forms. There is no socio-class equilibrium either, and the situation heads for a decisive conflict. The political organization, or rather the state of the bourgeoisie, suffers a crisis, for world imperialism proves incapable of pursuing an absolutely united policy, which is homogeneous in all its parts. The capitalist army becomes demoralized. Inasmuch as the world production anarchy and its outward expression, world competition, dictates its blind will to the bourgeois state organizations, the entire process increasingly assumes the spontaneous nature of a collapse. The anarchic element of capitalist relations on the basis of their destruction creates a characteristic state of uncertainty, which betokens the approaching end. And in the midst of this unraveling world fabric, the growing organizations of the new model appear, offering a fundamental opportunity for development, since here alone is the restoration of social equilibrium possible, organizations which derive additional power from the very decay of the capitalist system, the states of the proletariat with a new system of economic relations, which strengthens as the disintegrating, old, capitalist groups weaken. The capitalist system in the area of industrial capitalism was the embodiment of the spontaneous process, for relations here were completely unregulated. The unconscious market took the place of a conscious, control mechanism. The state capitalist form of society, which did nothing to organize world relations, replaced unconscious processes with the conscious regulation of economic relations by putting the class plan of the bourgeoisie in the place of conformity to the blind laws of a commodity society. The epoch of the collapse of state capitalist organizations once again unleashes this anarchy, which differs from the commodity anarchy of the past in the direction it takes. The anarchy in the former case was the means of capitalist concentration and centralization, of the growth of capitalist society and finally of its organizations. In the present case the anarchy is the mechanism whereby the organized system falls apart. But again, in the midst of this spontaneous process of disintegration, the process of organization and rationalization of economic life can only take place in the proletarian states, but this time on a fundamentally different basis. The decomposition and disintegration of the old system and the organization of the new, these are the basic and most common laws to which the transition period conforms. Therefore, whatever deviations there may be, the resultant force follows the course of socialism. The relationship between the states of the proletariat and those of the bourgeoisie is most clearly seen in their military conflicts, in the class war where the old armies are demoralized because the entire course of development makes social equilibrium on a capitalist basis impossible. The disintegration of relations between the imperialist states and their numerous colonies is a major factor in the decomposition of the capitalist system. The so-called nation-state was a pure myth even in the pre-war period. What really existed in practice were the subjects of colonial policy, the imperialist states representing complex systems with a strong nucleus and a subordinate periphery, and the subjects of this colonial policy with varying shades and degrees of subordination. It is in the formation of these enormous bodies that organized non-economic violence, which, as Marx said, is in fact an economic force, plays a colossal role. Machtpolitik, power politics, army und Flotte and other charms of imperialism were the means of organizing the imperialist state system. State cohesion, resting ultimately on armed force, had a decisive significance. Hence, as the state power of capital decays, the decay of the imperialist systems must also ensue, colonies break away, the great powers split up and independent nation-states separate off. From the point of view of the struggle of the social forces, this may be expressed in a series of colonial uprisings, national uprisings, small national wars, etc. Of course, the colonial uprisings and national revolutions, Ireland, India, China etc., would have absolutely no direct bearing on the unfolding proletarian revolutions. Their local and immediate significance does not lie in the establishment of a proletarian dictatorship at all. As a general rule, the proletariat does not play a leading political role here, because it is extremely weak. But nevertheless, as a component part, these colonial uprisings and national revolutions do enter into the great, world revolutionary process, which shifts the entire axis of the world economy. For what we have here are factors in the general disintegration of the capitalist relations of production, a disintegration which facilitates the victory of the proletarian revolution and the dictatorship of the working class. The dictatorship of the proletariat cannot triumph if the proletariat in different countries are isolated from each other. Therefore, during the course of the struggle an adhesion, a bond, a cohesive union between all the emerging, proletarian Soviet republics is inevitable. Even for the bourgeoisie during the transition period its world union is an objective necessity, it needs it economically, for only thus can it hope to overcome the crisis, and it needs it politically, for only thus can it put up a resistance to the proletariat. Hence, the efforts to create the League of Nations. However, the disintegration of the capitalist system, which has already set in, its colossal disorganization and the large number of newly emerging conflicts have greatly reinforced decentralization tendencies, and therefore the bourgeoisie is in a state of collapse. The anarchistic element of disintegration outgrows the organizational intelligence of the bourgeoisie. For the proletariat, economic and political unity is a matter of life or death, and since its partial victories, its dictatorships, represent a triumph over the disintegration, this gives rise to the objective need for the unification of the proletarian state systems. With the regeneration of the economic and political fabric of the world economy and the shift of the center of gravity to the proletarian states and their alliances, the entire picture of the world economy is altered. Former colonies and backward agrarian countries, where there is no dictatorship of the proletariat, nevertheless enter into economic relations with the industrial, socialist republics. Little by little they are drawn into a socialist system, roughly along the same lines as peasant agriculture is induced to participate within the individual socialist states. Thus the world dictatorship of the proletariat gradually gains in strength. As it grows, the resistance of the bourgeoisie weakens and, towards the end, any remaining bourgeois complexes will in all probability surrender with all their organizations in corpore. 6. But the world dictatorship of the proletariat is already in fact the beginning of the negation of proletarian dictatorship altogether. The state power of the working class inevitably increases as the resistance of the capitalist groups grows. Since the unfolding process of capitalist collapse and communist revolution is an entire historical period, a whole era, which also includes a number of ruthless class wars, not to mention civil wars, it is quite understandable that the state cannot die off under such conditions. But as soon as the decisive world victory of the proletariat is assured, the growth curve of proletarian state power will start to fall steeply, since the major and fundamental tasks of state power as such, the task of suppressing the bourgeoisie, will be finished. Externally enforced standardizations will begin to die off. The first to go will be the army and navy as the sharpest instruments of external coercion, then the system of punitive and repressive organs, then the forced nature of labor etc. The productive forces, distributed not according to national divisions, but according to the principle of economic advisability, develop at an unprecedented rate. Gigantic reservoirs of energy, which were previously spent on the class struggle, wars, militarism, overcoming crises, competition, etc., now turn to productive labor. The deformation of the classes, the industrial training and education of new generations and the rationalization of the entire production process accelerates the growth of the productive forces even further. Distribution ceases to be a compulsory equivalent distribution according to one's work. The socialism of the proletariat dictatorship and of the subsequent period develops into a world system of communist society. 7 For the first time in the history of mankind, A system is established which is harmoniously constructed in all its parts. It is ignorant of both production and social anarchy. It abolishes the struggle of man with man forever and unites the whole of mankind into a single body which quickly takes possession of the incalculable riches of nature. The proletariat, which actively builds the future of mankind and has a clear vision of this future, can say in the words of the great champion of knowledge, Novarum rerum mi nascitur ordo. Let the blind refuse to see this new order. Its advent is inescapable and inevitable.